Wait, you know what that
special?
means? Do you know what that means, Elvika?
Mm.
Next week, everything's going to be
What?
cheaper there.
Well, for sure.
Okay,
Everything's
he's
There you
giving you
go.
a big summer
There you
blowout
go.
sale.
I could probably go and loot the place.
Funny, I'm in a position to know if we're going to war, yet I'm drinking coffee on duty. I'm gonna be real with you, man. Anyone that comes and
Yeah.
says I'm on duty, I know if we're going to war. No,
No.
bro, you're at a fucking duty desk on TikTok. Like,
He's
Well,
knows nothing.
also, like, it's a coffee, not a monster. Like, what kind of pogue are you?
no. If we were really going to war, he'd have a rip it.
Yeah.
They'd be like, we need to refuel the troops. They need the familiar taste.
Oh God, did you ever make it to Iraq, Sam?
No.
We used to get these things there called wild tigers. They were the best.
Oh my god.
I know what you're talking about.
They banned those from all on post. You had to buy them from the sketchy Arab dude that hung out outside post.
Yep, I remember doing it.
I saw something around
Also,
stopping aggression. No, probably not.
Don't
Unless they
stop the
fucking say it.
aggression. Continue the aggression.
I have a doctor's appointment today. Very nice, shaboy.
Oh,
Have fun with your
wild
doctor's
tigers,
appointment.
lion. We had those in Israel. I remember those. They stopped selling them.
Yeah, because they have nicotine in them.
Yeah.
No, hey, Jojo. Same thing as yesterday. Oh, this isn't a charity live. I don't care about your guy. Like, look, this is what pisses me off: is the people that pretend like they're from fucking Gaza or like the West Bank. Like, look, if you're an actual Gazan, you're not going to be coming up here going in English. Please, let's be on live. I need charity. Like, no, fuck off. You're actively taking away from actual Palestinians that probably could use the money.
Lion Sheba says, "Stop ignoring her, or you guys will have a problem."
What'd you say?
What did Sheba say?
Tell him, or we will have a problem. Sheba says, "Stop ignoring her."
Who am I ignoring?
Sheba, for fuck's sake, SHIBA, Sheba.
I'm not ignoring anybody. I'm playing a video game while I
How
talk. to people
dare
on
you? So,
TikTok.
guys, wait. Let me make this.
Yeah.
Let me understand this.
Mm-hmm.
Why did Trump say 2 weeks and then chose today, the night between Saturday and Sunday? Do you guys think there's a reason for that, or is it just like
no?
random?
It's just how this shit works. So again,
Right.
so how this works is the same shit we did with Iraq and Afghanistan. With Iraq and Afghanistan, we had thousands upon thousands of planes circling the airways or the skies and the airspace of Iraq for weeks, to the point where they had no idea what the fuck we were going to do and when the fuck we were going to do it. We kept saying, oh, it's coming. It's coming. It's going to be in a month. It's going to be a month. And then like 2 nights later, it was like, surprise, it's here. And they were trying to track like what we were going to be doing. With this, we saw B-2s moving to the Middle East. But the problem was they all took off with their transponders on. If you're planning to move something to an operational airspace to where you need to be fucking secretive about when and where you're going to get there, because like if the B-2 takes off with its transponder, I can now calculate, based on my estimation, based on its speeds, how long it's probably going to be taking to get to that airspace, which means I may have a better chance of fucking tracking it down or doing anything to it. That shit was all telegraphed on purpose. That's how we do shit.
That's one.
Listen, so the answer, the actual answer, Vika, is we wanted you guys to wake up after Shabbat to a wonderful surprise.
Well, thank you. Could you have waited an hour, because
No.
they retaliated against us at 7:30, which is exactly 1 hour before my alarm goes off.
No.
And I find that like very offensive.
No.
Yes, but like, listen, we can't account for the reactions of bad people. I'm sorry.
No, I don't blame you guys. I don't blame anyone. In fact, like we're happy. We're very happy.
Yes.
Israel is happy about what happened.
Vika,
At least the citizens.
I'm going to swap you out now, Vika. Thank you for coming up.
Bye, everyone.
Bye-bye. Oh,
You
God.
think this is what fucking the Ayatollah meant when he said he wanted a 12-pack today?
Oh. What's
Hey
up?
guys,
What do you want, Goober?
I wanted to know if you supported Iran being bombed by the United States. You think intervention by the United States was a good thing or a bad thing?
Yes.
I think that the country that openly stated they wanted to wipe us off the face of the earth multiple times and always starts their parliamentary meetings with death to America and constantly talks about attacking us and uses their proxies to attack us, including unaliving United States Marines and other service members, I think they got what was fucking coming to them.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. How many Americans has Iran killed in the past, I don't know, 20 years?
Thousands.
They killed thousands of Americans?
Yep.
Can you name one?
Funding different groups, like we could go through the Beirut bombing. Should I pull up the list of everyone at the Beirut bombing?
So here's the thing, right? Who provided the Shia insurgent groups in Iraq with EFPs? Who did that?
Or are you asking me?
Yeah, who did that?
Oh, I don't know. I'm here to learn.
The IRGC
I'm here
did
to ask
that.
questions and learn.
So the IRGC did that. Every one of those service members that lost their lives and their limbs to those IEDs, that's on the head of Iran.
Wait, why? Where was this?
Iraq.
Iran was in Iraq?
They provide stuff to their fucking proxy groups and groups that'll do bidding for them. That's what they do. The IRGC doesn't have the fucking So the IRGC has a large military, similar to how Saddam had the second largest military in the world before we kicked their fucking ass and steamrolled them all the way to Baghdad. But they don't actually do anything. They don't have any fucking capabilities. They could lob a couple missiles and that's about it. When it comes to actual combat power and projecting their force at distance, they don't have that ability. There's only 4 countries in the world that can do that, the United States being one of them. They can't send their military somewhere else or special forces somewhere else to go fucking do something on their behalf. So they pay the idiot around the corner who will do it for them with no questions asked.
Oh. Yeah, I don't know. I've seen like Iran commenting on donating to these proxies, as you call them. They say we give them chump change, for the cause.
To the IRGC, it probably is chump change. To these different groups, it's not. Like the IRGC, let's put it this way: the IRGC can give one of these groups $100,000, which doesn't really buy you much. But in addition to that $100,000, I also provide you the blueprints to make all these fucking drones and stuff and missiles at home with your own equipment, with your own materials that you have access to. That is still giving those proxy groups the ability to attack with that limited supply.
I want to get this straight. So anytime let's say Iran funds a group or a militia, they stand by their ideology and they are held accountable for how many people that proxy kills.
Is this where you pivot and you go, what about the Mujahideen and the Taliban and IS? Is that what you're going to do? Am I predicting this accurately?
I have no knowledge about ISIS.
When Iran has a goal in mind, and they know that they are not capable of doing it themselves, and they want someone else to do it for them on their behalf, and they pay that group to do so, yes. By ordering that group on what to do and say, hey, you should attack these people, yes.
How do you know they direct them?
You're joking.
Because
So wait a second. Every EFP, which is a type of improvised explosive device, right, used in Iraq, came out of Iran. All of them were made by the IRGC. Every single one of them. The only purpose for this type of weapon is attack on armored vehicles. So what do you think they did? They went, hey, here's these special things that are, good for unaliving soldiers inside of armored vehicles. I don't know what you guys are going to do with them, but maybe I thought you'd like them. Like exactly how do you think that conversation went?
I don't know. I mean, America, I don't think America is responsible for the 50,000 deaths in Gaza because they gave weapons to Israel that were specifically made to.
That's not what you guys have been saying for so fucking long.
Sorry, what was that?
That's a real fucking pivot from what you guys have been saying for the last fucking year. And those two are not the exact. That's a massive false equivalency, which is why I'm going to stop that. Because Israel purchasing stuff from us, saying, hey, we need these things to stop these groups that are attacking us by the group that's paying them to attack them. Yeah, no, that's a whole ass false equivalency. One group is paying these militias and going, I'll pay you to do my bidding. Israel is sitting here going, hey, I will pay you to give me the weapons to stop these groups from attacking me.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I thought Israel receives grants and also weaponry and
No,
aid,
they get a credit
military
system
aid.
and they purchase everything.
Yeah, they get a discount for buying in bulk, dude. That's basically what that comes down to.
Debate Dean or Parker would fucking love to, but every time they've done anything regarding the Middle East, especially Palestine, that and I'm not kidding, the last time that Parker had a debate on Palestine, he swapped out his entire mod team for literal pro Hamas members with the little fucking Dorito chip triangle shit in their name tapes or name tags, and they were dropping and banning anyone who provided facts that would counter their stuff. And to the point where anyone who even brought up the Nakba got banned from the stream. So when he wants to have an actual debate without a bunch of terrorist sympathizers as his mods, sure.
Yeah, so back to what I was saying. I don't know. What is this credit system? How do I see this?
Google the
Where'd you get
Obama
this?
deal, the deal they made with Obama, the memorandum of understanding. We give them $3.8 billion every year in aid at the beginning of the fiscal year, $3.3 billion of which gets used directly to the U.S. defense industry, contractually obligated. And then they proceed to essentially have an exclusivity deal where they only buy from us. Imagine the United States is Costco. Everybody fucking loves Costco. We go to Israel. We go, hey, kid, here's $1,000 gift card to Costco. They go spend that $1,000 gift card and they spend like $5,000 on top of that. We go, hey, man, how'd you like it? And they go, dude, Costco's fucking dope. And we go, okay, cool. I will give you this $1,000 gift card at the beginning of every fiscal year if you promise for the next 10 years to only shop at Costco. And they go, oh, fuck yeah, I'll do that. I fucking love Costco. I get a discount on this shit. I'm doing that every year. And that's what we have with them. They signed an exclusivity deal.
I just looked it up. They also buy from the UK and France.
Depending on
yes,
what
but not
systems,
really go
if
along
it
with what
depending
you're
on what
saying.
no, it depends on what system. Like for specific stuff that we have a monopoly on, we have a monopoly in like fucking world
Only
markets on
specific
stuff.
system.
So
Okay.
like
Yeah.
no, it's the primary
I
stuff. Like
thought you
most,
said only
it's
Costco.
most of their primary stuff.
Yes,
Dude,
but like
come on.
Costco can't expect you to buy stuff at it that they don't sell.
Yeah, like most of our stuff, like
okay.
all of their air defense missiles, we make. The trophy system that we bought the design from, designed in Israel, but we make it. Even though they
US
designed
made
it,
the
they
Iron
purchase it.
Dome? I thought it was
No, that's not
bilateral.
what I said. We make the missiles.
The
We
trophy,
manufacture the missiles for the Iron Dome system.
Oh.
So like we have the
the-
contracts.
the-
It's American-owned companies that build the physical missile that goes in to reload those systems.
So how can I read more about this credit system?
Just look up the Obama memorandum of understanding with Israel, and then look at how much money they fucking spend in our defense industry every year. We've essentially forced them into an exclusivity deal, and if we didn't, Germany's already fucking been chomping at the bits for the last few years trying to undercut us. That when the deal expires, they'll be the ones to get the fucking contracts.
yeah. But that's what it comes down to. But like it's basically a discount, like this credit system that we're using. It's basically the same as a discount for buying in bulk.
Hmm.
Like it's just like we're not really giving them anything. We're just cutting them a break on the price.
This is
I'd hate to be
US aid is
different.
mostly unconditional.
Mm-hmm.
No, they're not restricted on what they spend it on in the defense industry because they certain years they need more of this, certain years they need more of that, but that money gets spent in the United States defense industry.
How do we know? Give me an example when that money was paid back. Is there a specific date?
No, you just have to look at. I believe you can look at the breakdown of the U.S. or Israeli defense budget every year, and there's publicly available breakdowns on not what systems they bought, but what companies they bought through, and then through that you can go, okay, what did this company make? Okay, well if they spent this much, what can we figure out that they bought? And you look at stuff that was going on at the time. Was there an operation where they needed more air defense missiles? Did they need more tanks? Oh, hey, this is around when Israel was developing this system. That makes sense. Certain ammunition, certain artillery shells. Like, you can look at, like, when the company in fucking Scranton that makes all of our artillery shells got more money, and it just happened to be from
Do
Israel.
you know the number on top of your head about how much was paid back by the Israeli government, or no?
They always end up paying more than we give them
They
in the
always end
credit
up paying
system,
more.
but I don't know the exact number for every year. No,
You don't have the number
that
on
would
top
that
of
would
your
be a lie
head.
if I said I
No.
did.
But that's the thing. They it's not even that they pay it back, right? It's that they end up purchasing more.
It
Right.
says
So
according to
they spend that $3.8 billion, and I think what was it last year? They spent like $21 billion in total.
I don't know the
Right.
exact amounts.
Are you
So
guys
this year
being good
alone,
goys in supporting America's intervention with?
Have you dropped your toaster in your bathtub today? You should go do that.
so yeah, so
They
Goober,
have toasted them.
this year alone, Israel has spent $12 billion on U.S. manufacturing when it
yeah.
comes to the
So
defense industry alone.
uh, the Congressional Research Service in 2023 said since 1948, Israel has been provided with $158 billion by the United States, and
Which
in
is a
return,
little weird that
they
they include that start date because we didn't even start having like actual military
Yeah,
trade with
we
them
weren't
until the
even giving
70s.
them.
Like there, I'm not kidding. There's a couple years before the 70s where we, and I shit you not, gave Israel a single dollar. I don't know if
Yeah.
that was supposed to be a fuck you moment, but it was kind of funny.
No, I think they included 1948 because that's the year Israel was established as a
Yeah, but it's
state.
just I feel like if you wanted to be honest with that chart, like and I'm not saying you, but whoever made that, I feel like if they were being honest with and being more accurate, wouldn't they want to start with when the first partnership with that was, where we were actually doing military trade agreements? Hey, Camp,
Yeah,
have fun being a Nazi in someone else's chat.
because the other thing that you got to think about with that is how much money do we give to Jordan every year?
Not as much as Israel.
No. How much do we give to Jordan every year?
I just told you, based on
You,
my
no,
knowledge,
you
it's
told
not as
me.
much as Israel.
Yeah, not as much as Israel. Okay, but are there any strings attached to that? Does Jordan have to buy things from us? When has Jordan ever like? When has Jordan ever really put back into the American economy?
I still don't see anything with
Buddy, you are unemployed. What?
What?
I work fucking 60 hours a week. The fuck you talking about?
I'm legit sitting at work doing this shit. Fuck you.
Man's at work on TikTok. To be fair, I do the same
I'm
thing on
on
my lunch.
disability. It's okay. He's talking to me.
Hey,
Guys.
let's get the new guys. Malik, what's up? What's on your mind?
Well, really nothing. I thought from the image, I thought we were like debating over the war that's happening right now in Iran. But I was in it for a while, and I mean, what you guys are currently talking about is beyond my knowledge that I gained from AP Government and Politics. I don't know nothing about the United States giving $1 to Iran, like a fuck you moment. Like
No. We're talking about Israel. So we're talking about the memorandum of understanding that Obama signed, the 10-year deal that Obama signed with Israel, where we give them a credit system every year. Like the way I explain it is the gift card system. We give them a gift card at the beginning of every year. They proceed to spend fucking more money on top of it in exchange for shopping basically only at Costco.
Oh, okay. Well, interesting. I'm gonna leave. I have like again, my I don't have any knowledge.
I
of
read the
it.
entire
Alright.
memorandum, and it doesn't say anything about repaying back the United States. Is there a specific portion that I missed?
So you're looking at it the wrong way.
Oh, okay. Where's the part where it says?
It states that they're required to spend this money with us, correct?
No, it says
Really?
that.
What
What?
does it say?
It says that it's the largest aid package in U.S. history, giving them $33 billion in foreign military financing grants, which are grants. Do you know what grants are?
Yes, I know what grants are.
Okay, well, and then it also includes $5 billion for missile defense, and it says, well, basically, there's no repayment.
Yeah, they basically just are required to purchase from us, which is the form of repayment. It's like
Where does
we
it
know
say
that
that?
because they do that, because they're only buying with us, that's what's going to happen. We're going to make our money back. To the defense industry, I know people will argue, well, it goes to the defense industry. Fair enough, valid argument. But the defense industry employs over 2 million Americans.
I don't see purchase. I hit Control F.
No,
Obviously, dude, it's a fucking political fucking memo. They're not gonna put exact verbiage that I'm using on a fucking TikTok live. Like, come on, let's be real here.
Wait. This guy's supporting Iran.
I think
he supports anything that's anti-America, but he's very shy about it until he fucking loses his shit.
But he live in America though.
I'm not anti-America.
Dude, you support every group that fucking hates us.
Name
All I
one.
gotta say is fuck Iran, and if they
Uh,
draft nigga, I'm going there and I'm shooting all of them niggas. They
we ain't going to Iran. We ain't going in. Calm down there.
Bro, they finna bomb us. You don't think they finna bomb us back?
How are they gonna
No.
How are they gonna
Did
hit
you
us?
just say you were going to shoot everyone in Iran?
Bro, I'm going over there. I'm helping you, of course.
He's
Oh,
talking
God,
about if
dude.
he was in the military, dude. He's obviously, dude. Come on, Goober. Why do you have to be such a disingenuous little prick? Like, why?
Well, how old is
I
this
was
nigga?
asking a question.
I would literally
You
slap
know
the
what he
shit
was
out of
saying,
this nigga.
Goober.
I ain't
You
gonna
know
lie.
this isn't like some fucking formal debate. This is fucking
How
TikTok,
can you
dude.
be disingenuous if you ask a question? That doesn't make
You
any
know
sense.
what he was talking about, but the way you worded your question was
It
intentionally
sounded very
no.
violent. It
You
sounded
and
like he wanted to go inside Iran and kill
okay,
everyone.
Yeah,
cool, Goober.
yeah.
Cool, Goober.
Oh, big
Goober,
hyperbole.
I just
Goober, can I ask you a question?
no, I already dropped him. I
Oh,
can't
'cause I was about to ask
I
why
can't
he
deal
always
with Goober
sings for the
today. It's
Tigers.
too much for my fucking brain today. Oh, there's a guy that says he's gonna assassinate Jews. Good job. X600, go be a Nazi in someone else's chat. Guys, if you guys are a subscriber, or if you're not, subscribe. You guys get some cool stickers. If you're a subscriber, spam the Yahtzee sticker. Host, what's my job? I've got two jobs. I work in semiconductor manufacturing, and I also work in government advisory roles for foreign affairs and foreign policy.
Ooh, you be able to build computer chips.
Oh,
Yo,
hey,
when is
there's the
the new
subscribers.
Resident 8? When is the new Resident 8 coming out, my man?
The new
I
what?
want faster.
My
The
company
Resident 8.
ain't got nothing to do with fucking AMD.
But, God damn it.
Hey man, I just fixed some machines. I don't control that shit. I'm not privy to that shit. Dude, when we get contracts with certain companies, everyone in the building gets forced to sign NDAs. I can't even say what companies we make shit for.
I had to sign one NDA, and that was for.
Never seen you off of
Well, no.
TikTok. I doubt you have a job. Okay, thank you. I don't care.
Well, I've signed two NDAs.
Do you think Russia is going to respond to this? Fucking how and why and with what? Why not attack North Korea if they're such a threat, just like Iran? Because North Korea is a little fucking hermit kingdom that can't do shit to anyone except for South Korea. Do you believe everything you see on TV? No. Why would you believe everything you see?
Honestly,
I told you, America, not this time. You will not always be prevail. All right. I'm seeing some. What language do they speak in Malaysia? I can't understand that. Veve, English, please. Shalom, not Jewish. Nobody up here is Jewish. Sleeper cells. Okay, so sleeper cells are a concern, but it's not like what people think. People think when the general populace thinks of sleeper cells, and I don't know why. I think it's probably because of movies. They think of these mass groups of people rising up all at once, but triggered by some code word, and they're just going to go out and cause chaos and attack America. You're probably going to see a couple of accelerationists, random people who just want to light the fucking fire, get shit started, and try to cause drama. You're probably going to see a couple of those. You might also see a couple activists acting out. A sleeper cell, though, like an actual sleeper cell, which is a concern, probably would not happen right now. Because, one, there's heightened tensions. We are aware that something could happen, and we are going to be on alert. That would be very dumb of them to blow their sleeper cells, like blow their load all at once, right when we're ready for it. A sleeper cell is going to be something like a couple people in very key, distinct locations all at the same time, flipping the fucking script. They do a bunch of atrocious shit or double cross us and fuck us over hardcore, and then they fucking flee the country. Like, sleeper cells isn't a bunch of people just, oh my god, I am going to go do a bunch of shooting today.
No, most likely we're going to see.
Bro,
sleeper cells can attack infrastructure, water supplies. Yeah, like we're talking like someone who works at a power plant that fucking fucks something up, flips a switch in a breaker that they know can control a bunch of shit, or activate a virus that fucks everything up, and then they dip from the fucking country before anyone figures it out.
I gotta give credit to the dude in the comment with the Batman thing to Goober, because Goober was like, I work in Homeland Security. His response was, being detained is not a job.
Goober says he works in Homeland Security. No, the fuck he doesn't. Do you agree with Sarah Adams' assessment on sleeper cells? I don't know what Sarah Adams' assessment is. What about the police training station that what about the police training station that the phone 4 years ago? What? I'm gonna need you to reword that. Still gonna affect us, period. Yeah, it would still affect us, but it's not like what people think it's gonna be. There's a lot of fear mongering. Bullets in MAGA caps. Cool. I'm not MAGA, but also, yeah, I don't condone you supporting murdering people in my chat. Goodbye. Do I? Nah, I can't count that as Yahtzee. That's just a crazy person. Will Iran target bases in Saudi Arabia? They're going to probably try to target our bases all over the Middle East. And oh, well.
We have the Seawiz.
Seawiz.
Emirates.
Incoming. Brrr.
See, does that classify us as giving fucking spicy Red Bull cans to Iran at that point?
I work in Homeland Security at my local mall. It's in the Homeland, so it still counts. That's fucking good. Oh, that's good. Oh, wait. See.
Incoming.
Fucking love this. Correct. World War III is not happening yet. Just a bunch of people fear mongering. If you guys have geopolitical questions, ask away. And also, I know we got a lot of people right here right now. Go ahead and tap the screen, get the likes up. We've got 18 followers so far. Just for reference, my name is Anthony Scott. I served 10 years in the United States Marine Corps doing combat marksmanship instruction and doctrine development. That was for 7 of my 10 years. I helped develop training doctrine that's currently being used to send Marines to war, probably will for decades. I did all of our digital simulator programming for our ISMIT system. I did digital programming for the Army, Navy, and the Air Force. I've got over a decade in geopolitical and foreign affairs with advisory roles, and I specialize in the Middle East and Eastern Europe. I've also been to the front lines of Ukraine, voluntarily training soldiers there on my own dime. So if you guys have actual geopolitical questions and you don't want actual just fucking fear-mongering answers, ask away.
Also, he always leaves this out. His favorite color of favorite flavor of Crayola is green.
It's red, you fucking son of a bitch. Where's my? I don't actually shit. I lost my pack of crayons. I don't know where it is. I usually have a pack of crayons at my desk.
You see how angry he's getting too because he doesn't have it?
Shit, where are my crayons, man? Do U.S. bases have any defense capabilities from the sea covering bases or not? Depends on what you're talking about, like which base. I may not be able to go into details on something I may know of on each base, but you know, are you okay with Americans dying for Israel? Well, no, and they're not. But you know, if someone wants to bring war to America or its allies, that's what alliances are for. You don't just get to back out when it gets inconvenient. Are we participating in Iran? I mean, but we dropped some bombs. That's about it, though.
We gave Iran
Do we have anything we need to be worried about? Yeah, people fear mongering. Okay. So here's the reality of this. Over the next 24 to 48 hours, you guys are probably going to see a lot of videos that are either AI generated from different conflicts in the world, or videos that someone took an actual video and put their own audio over it or their own caption on it. There's going to be a lot of made up shit. I would encourage you guys, if you see a photo, if you see a video, do some research on it. Figure out where it actually came from. Figure out when it came from. If it's an image, do a reverse image search on Google. Figure out if that person is lying to you. I have already seen countless sources, even Israeli sources tonight, and even U.S. sources tonight, posting videos of Russian ammo dumps exploding in Russia, claiming it to be the nuclear facility in Iran. There is a lot of people that are going to blatantly lie to you over the next 1 or 2 days, intentionally to get clicks, intentionally to get follows, and to fearmonger you, because fearmongering gets clicks. Fearmongering gets money. Do not fall for this stuff. Do some basic research. Follow people that are actually experts in the field. So like people like Preston Stewart, Ryan Macbeth. Follow people like that are actually going to give you honest answers and discussions. And even if it's just, hey, here's what's happening. Just at a basic level, do stuff like that. Sean Hannity just used a photo from Syria.
Yeah. It's like, I really used to respect Sean Hannity. This is getting hard.
Was the video on Trump's TikTok real? Did Trump post a fucking TikTok video? Donald Trump TikTok.
God, you know how wonderful that would be, though, if he actually like posted the boom boom footage from the boom boom cam. Fucking
Okay, this is from 2024. I think this is a pinned video.
See, I'm not gonna lie, Lion. He should have fucking did it just like they did with Amazon deliveries.
Everyone will prosper.
I don't think he's. I'm going through his TikTok right now. I don't think he's posted anything since 2024. He hasn't posted shit. So no, the video on Trump's TikTok. I don't know what you're talking about. Can you speak about Yemen and the sea threat they impose, if they impose any? I mean, they still kind of do, but Operation Prosperity and Guardian is still in effect technically, and there's a multitude of countries that are protecting the seaways there to the best of their abilities because they're getting live fire training scenario exercises, testing their real world capabilities on their air defense systems. Which is why you have so many countries that they're essentially like they're literally rotating. It's like, okay, France is in the front this week. Okay, Germany this week. Okay, Poland this week. Okay, the UK this week. Like they're taking turns testing out and refining their air defense systems. Don't listen to that white girl with the nose ring and the hairy armpits on TikTok. I don't know who you're speaking of, but I'm probably going to say you're right. America, you just sacrifice your peoples. Good job. That was great English.
Sacrifice.
Yeah.
Wait, who did we sacrifice?
I don't know. Make sure there is more than one source. Accurate. That is a valid thing as well.
Oh no, 26 is not too old to join the U.S. military.
Thank you for your service. How many boomers total did we drop? As far as I know, we dropped 6 GBU 57s, and then at the same time, as soon as we were clearing the airspace, Israel started hitting military infrastructure at other locations in the airspace.
Wait, we didn't drop a 12 pack on them. I thought they dropped 12.
I was told it was 6. Question. Yeah, Lion already answered that. Is it true that U.S. greenlighted Kurdish militias from northern Iraq to go into Iran? I haven't seen any confirmation or denial on that. I'd have to wait for actual word on that. I mean, the Kurds could say it. Doesn't make it true. Someone else on the internet could say it. I gotta show you something funny. Are we actually going to war? Most likely not.
Well, I wouldn't say like a hot war. Like
Stop it, Sam. Stop it. Stop it.
We're going to war, boys.
We've got a fear monger too. All right.
No, I would
We're
say
sending all. Listen.
Sam,
Huh?
hold on. Oh, cameras.
Oh, hey, it's a
There
face.
you go. You get to see me now.
Okay. Doxed.
I know. It's crazy.
It's
I've been
real.
doxxed. Shit. So this has been circling around Iranian telegrams, as you can see.
No. Where is that? Where is that? What telegram is that on?
I found the image back on X, but it took me a while to find it. But I had to go back on X to find the image.
What's
you can go to Hot Sotan?
Hot what?
Hot Sotan. It's a NAFO guy.
Hang on. It's HOT.
There's more image of a HOTSOITIN.
SOITIN. Hot Sotan. Let's see. Oh man, this is gonna be a great video. Wait, this is a fucking Bitcoin account. HOTSOITIN.
No. HOTSOTIN.
Oh. Okay.
Sotan.
Oh. Hey, I follow this person. Okay, where's the image? Give me.
But no, Sam, we've got to fear monger ourselves too. So
Oh,
yes, we're.
God, he's also posting footage from Russia. God damn it, he's a fucking Ukraine supporter. What a no that he's posting the Syrian footage. What a fucking moron.
But we're absolutely going to war. World War III is starting. Go enlist now, because when the draft happens, you won't get to choose what your job is. If you go enlist now, they'll let you choose your job.
I can't tell if he's just memeing with these photos. Because
Yeah,
some of these he seems, but some of them he seems serious. Like he obviously is memeing when he posts the fake B2 being down, but then he actually was serious about his post posting the fucking footage from Syria. I fucking hate people like this.
Yeah, I just can confirm. I jumped through some Iranian telegrams. These images have been circling around Iranian telegrams. I just can confirm that. I just couldn't find the images back again because they. What a
Speak a little bit slower, more clear, so you don't mumble. Yeah, fuck yourself. Okay, so for anyone that sees this video, this is not from Iran. This, I repeat, this is not from Iran.
Yeah, because
that is from Syria.
I don't know, man. That kind of looks like Iran to me. I'm joking.
There's also another video that looks like that, and it's Russia. The B2 picture you saw was fake, just like the F-35 one. I'm aware. Oh my god, that Russian dude's, I guarantee you he's going to post the F-35 photo.
Oh my god, is he going to come back up here and argue with us?
He said he'd debate. I mean, he's just going to lie the whole time. Would World War III happen if Russia has their own problems and China won't help them? I mean, wouldn't the fact that China's not helping them imply that the rest of the world, including Russia's allies, is not getting involved? Which means, by definition, not World War III? Israel first? No, America first, baby. This is America.
Sometimes helping Israel helps us. It's wild when you have like similar goals, you know?
Iran was okay. I like this comment. Someone says Iran was not a threat to America no more than North Korea is. Actually, that's not the case. North Korea flexes a lot, but they know what their limitations are because they've gotten small responses in small dosages before, and they know what would happen. They know that realistically no one would come to their aid as well, and they know that their little fucking hermit kingdom would die. The problem is Iran doesn't care. It's the same thing for Iran. They don't care. Kim Jong fuckface doesn't want to leave power. He doesn't want to die. The Ayatollah doesn't care. They don't care if their country gets blown to pieces, as long as they get to take out the infidels. Malaysia supports Iran? Yeah, that's par for the course.
Yeah, like that sounds about right.
Free Iranian people from Iran and Islam. Fuck the IRGC. Well, thank you for showing that image, Futures. I appreciate it.
No worries. There's a couple of other pretty funny ones. Did you see the Iranian state media show it was a AI image, but it was them like stroking a nuclear missile? Did you see that one?
And then they tried to claim that it was Israel that and then everyone on Twitter tried to claim Israel posted it first because Israel re-downloaded the video and posted it themselves and said, "Look what Iran's posting." And even Grok was like, "Hey, here's the link to the original source from Iranian state media."
If you wanted some good laughs, you can go to the Daily Iran Military. They post some really goofy things. It's kind of funny to look at the stuff they've been posting.
The Daily Iran Military. Like, why am I?
Got it. All right. Well, thank you, Future. Appreciate it.
No problem.
Bye-bye.
Right. Daily Iran Military. Why am I both intrigued and disturbed?
All eyes. What's up?
Send me some of those. I read in chats. I want to know.
All eyes. What's up? Going once. Well, they muted, so they know they're here.
Oh.
All right, come back when you're ready, I guess. America is on the Samsung option list. Okay, whatever you say, bud. Hello, HP. Oh, you are really quiet.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, there you go. You're a little bit better now. What's up?
So, for anyone worried that Iran actually shot down the B-2, do we all remember the fact that the F-117 was shot down and that they had to hear that for years upon years? And that was not as significant of a plane as a B-2. So if a B-2 got shot down, it would be all over everywhere.
Well, here's the thing. That would be classified as a Class 3 incident, and the U.S. government is required by law to inform the United States citizens if something like that happens. So, like, even when, like, an F-22 crashes, or an F-35 crashes, the United States government is required by law to tell us when that happens.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's mostly fear-mongering, and it's people just worried about such a war starting. But I think that's irrational. I don't think that will happen.
Well, and the thing is, if a B-2 went down, like, it would be on.
Oh, we'd have everyone out there for a rescue mission right now. We would not let them touch that airframe.
Oh, there would be, like, yeah, we would have. It would be on. There'd be a literal U.S. invasion of Iran going on right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, true. But that's the only thing I wanted to say. Yeah, you guys have a good
All
night.
right.
And
Thank you,
stay
HP.
safe.
All right. Okay, we're gonna address sleeper cells again because someone asked, "What cities will be attacked by sleeper cells? Do you think?" Okay, so for everyone who don't listen to what sleeper cells are not what the media fucking tells you it's going to be or what people in movies say it's going to be. A sleeper cell is not going to be a bunch of people rising up on behalf of Iran and going and trashing U.S. cities and murdering U.S. civilians and just attacking the home front from within. That's not what a sleeper cell is. You might see some accelerationists and some random rogue protesters who go out and commit violent acts, and you might see those by the handful. That is a very valid thing that could happen. But a sleeper cell, an actual sleeper cell, which, by the way, wouldn't happen right now because there's heightened tensions. Iran would be dumb to activate a sleeper cell right now, and they know it. An actual scenario with a sleeper cell would be something similar to, let's say, 5 to 10 people across the country who have access to critical U.S. infrastructure, who are working for the Iranian government, all plug in their flash drives on the same day to a bunch of computers and spread a virus that takes out the entirety of our electricity grid, or takes out water pumping systems, or takes out internet in certain locations, and cripples us to a point where they can actually take advantage of something. That would be an actual sleeper cell incident, and all those people would flee the country before we found out what the fuck happened. Like, a sleeper cell is not a bunch of people going around just murdering people in cities. 9/11 will be nothing to what's coming. Okay, Ned.
We had jokes on y'all. I got solar power.
I got solar power. Semper Fi.
Well, I mean,
Raw. Iran isn't that smart.
Did you hear the response from the Ayatollah?
What? I swear to God, if he said you lost the game.
That they will attack us worse than we have ever been attacked before.
No, there's not going to be a draft.
Although that would have been a perfect place for me to put that in, Sam. But I already got you once with that today, so I don't have to do it again.
So to the people that are like, oh my God, we're gonna have a draft. There's 50,000, approximately 50,000 U.S. troops scattered throughout the fucking Middle East as is. We went in with slightly less than that and toppled the entirety of the Iraqi government in less than a month.
By the way, to the Ayatollah saying they're going to attack us worse than we've ever seen, this is my response. Hold on. Give me a second.
Ben is over here.
whoa. That's my response to the Ayatollah. Whoa.
I think we're gonna start playing Fortunate Son.
Oh yeah, Jerk. Oh, we'll play that in a second. Jerk, what's on your mind? What's up?
Hey, buddies. Well, we are certainly living very interesting times. And by the way, that photo, that drawing you show us, reminded me the Sopranos episode. Where this.
Hold on, wait. Hold on. I'm only in the middle of season 2. Don't you spoil it. If it's something after season 2, dude, it's the first time I've watched. I didn't watch it for years. I know I should have, and then I saw a bunch of YouTube shorts, and it was like I was like, fuck it, it's time to watch it. I'm in the middle of season 2.
Okay, sorry. Then I don't spoil it.
Don't spoil it.
Sorry. Well, there's a funny scene. You probably realize it when it's season.
Is it one of those things where it's gonna happen? I'm gonna go up. There it is.
Yeah. Yeah, but I wouldn't panic about this. Well, it's really well interesting to see. What response Iran gonna have, but well.
This is the Ayatollah. By the way, right now, guys. This is the Ayatollah right now. Hang on. Let me.
That dude.
Hang on.
Please tell me that's the fucking.
Shush.
We had a good thing, you stupid son of a bitch. We had Fring. We had a lab. We had everything we needed. It all ran like clockwork. You could have shut your mouth, cooked, and made as much money as you ever needed. It was perfect. But no, you just had to blow it up. You and your pride and your ego. You just had to be the man. If you'd done your job, known your place, we'd all be fine right now.
Yeah, that's the Ayatollah right now.
No, I'm not gonna lie. I thought that was something completely different. I thought that was The Rock and what's his name? Kevin Hart from Jumanji.
No, but that's pretty funny though. Come on. I've
Oh,
reposted
yeah,
that.
yeah.
I've reposted that video 3 times.
That's a good one.
But now, like, as far as worrying, you're in a panel full of like U.S. Army or U.S. military veterans, right? The only thing that like really makes us panic is the idea of not being in an appointment 15 minutes early.
Or steak and lobster. I did see one unit they posted. The unit that's in the Middle East posted. They were like, "Hold on a minute, something's up here." And he like they're in the chow line. He tilts the camera, but you can see the lobster. And they're like, "Oh, oh!" And then they show next to the lobster, it's green beans, and they go, "Oh." It's like we're good, we're good.
Have you seen the video of that girl sitting in her car? She's like, the U.S. military is so great. They gave me 2 tails, and you can see like they gave me 2 whole steaks. And everybody in the comments were like, "You telling me you don't know? You haven't seen that video?" I
I
gotta
think
go
I know what
find
you're
it.
talking about.
Yeah,
Yeah.
steak and lobster at the DFAC is
Yeah. But Jerk,
that's
is that all you
sure
had?
sign that something bad's about to happen.
Is that all you had
Bad
first, Jerk?
omens.
Talking about the fake B2 image?
Hey, DJ.
Jerk, hello.
Hey, what's going on, brother? Cyber, Sam.
All right. Well, thank you for coming up, Jerk. I appreciate it. I don't know if he's busy right now and can't unmute, but thank you for
Hey,
coming up.
Sam, I know I already did it to you. Can I do it to DJ?
No, because I'm going to do it. DJ, you lost the game.
I lost the game.
Darn it, Sam. You had to do it my way.
You
That was
also
so
lost the
good.
game?
23 years in Iraq and Afghanistan, all for nothing. I mean, we fucking wiped the floor with 55,000 Taliban members. That wasn't nothing.
Iran lost the game too.
Yeah, that's what was written on the front of those.
Do you guys like my background, by the way?
Oh yeah, I also like this one. This is my favorite one. It's just like
I swear if it's
this one.
take the pill.
I never
No,
thought I'd be
on the
alive
bottle it
in a
says
time-
vitamin B2.
I never thought I'd be alive in a time where the United States would drop 12 mops on.
I thought it was 6.
On Iraq.
No, it's 12.
No, it's 12 in total. There were 3 sites that we attacked.
Yeah, but only one of them got hit. Only one of them got hit with that.
And what was it? 40 tomahawks got sent out too.
Yeah, only one site got hit with the mops.
You see, whereas
I read 6.
I would hit everybody with them. A mop for you and a mop for you.
Looks like Iran just found out why we don't get free healthcare in America.
And I'm okay with it.
See, I was going around saying like the U.S. just dropped a 6-pack on Iran to make it cool off for a bit, but no, I was corrected, and I was told it was 12. So I was like, damn, we gave them a whole ass 12-pack of freedom.
No, it was actually more of the holiday 5-pack.
Oh wait, I should probably add a fucking thing on here just in case.
I'm also convinced last
This
night
is
that I even took a picture, but it's a shitty picture. It looks like a Bigfoot photo. But I'm 100% positive when I was walking out at work last night, and there was a B-2 that flew over. Because where I live, I'm about 200 miles away from Whiteman, which is the home base of all of the B-2s.
Wait, can I give myself this hat still? Yes.
Jesus Christ, Sam.
You would be.
If you subscribe, the hat pops up. American politicians will always choose is not real for its own citizens. Ah, yes, because choosing to attack the nation that is openly threatened to nuke us and wipe us off the face of the planet every single day is totally not in America's best interest. Mm-hmm.
Are you jealous?
It's almost like these guys don't realize that Iran or the IRGC, the Islamic Republic, they're the bad guys.
I need a Ayatollah version of this.
Wait, Paris, are you actually in France right now, my dude?
Yes, it is me in my cover photo.
Alrighty, I just gotta ask you, my man. At what point today are we gonna get the surrender letter from France and all that.
Did you say you need Daddy America to help you some more?
What?
We are Americans, idiot.
Yeah,
Everyone up here's an
don't you
American.
have to capitulate again?
Daddy America. Daddy America, save me. Save me.
No, dude. No, we're done.
Hang on. How's that Muslim extremist problem going? Oh, and he's gone. Imperialist Sam, how much does APAC pay you? What?
Not as much as Care does.
Wait a second, Sam. You're getting paid by APAC.
Dude, I was told I was, but no one's. I've never seen the paychecks. This is basing on threats to attack Iran. It's all about land grab and it's about land grab and oil. You think that we're? Oh my god.
We give no
Sorry,
shit.
we got bored with your guys' shithole.
Guys, tap the screen. Let's get the lights up.
Like we got bored of their shithole a couple of years ago. Maybe they think we want to go back.
What's up, Future?
All right, Sam. So, I decided that what I'm going to be doing is so you and I have talked about this before, where I jump through telegrams and I report war crimes to the ICC and ICJ.
Okay.
So I'm getting back into it. Anybody who's Russian, come at me. But anyways, jumping through Russian telegrams again, this will make you laugh. So one of the telegrams pushed you to another telegram where they were saying like, hey, we have issues of buying equipment right now. So what they're doing right now is they're selling their cars to make money on this telegram. And it's just car after car.
Now, is that in Russia proper or is that in occupied territory?
Russia proper.
Ooh. Just woke up to World War III? Don't worry, Stefan, it's not World War III.
So as you can see, it's just car after car. So
that's funny.
This is called Sergei Auto. That's a telegram. They're selling their vehicles to buy equipment because they have no money to buy equipment.
Lovely. Israel wants all of Syria, all of Lebanon, and all of Iraq. My man, there's not even enough Jews to fill 2 of those countries in the whole world. What the fuck are you talking about, Savage?
Why would they want to split their territory up into 2 non-connecting pieces?
And honestly, like, you'd think if you were worried about an expansionist country, you'd be worried about a country that had done actual expansionist shit in its history. Like, I don't know, the United States, the entire Manifest Destiny thing.
He says we need to curb stomp out. We need to get out of pointless wars in the Middle East. They're zero threat to us. We curb stomp them every which way. What's the point of this? To remind them not to fucking threaten us every single day and say, hey, we know you were trying to build the nuke. The IAEA confirmed it. You're a fucking dirty little liar. You best fucking rethink your actions next time. Crazy how that works. Look up the map that Netanyahu showed at the UN. You mean the one that even cuts off sections of Israel? Savage, you people keep talking about this. That's a blatant lie.
See, I love the whole, like, they want to steal Iran. It's like, motherfucker, do you guys not know what happened to Bangladesh? How well did that work out for Pakistan?
Steezus. Tulsi Gabbard, for the start, is a fucking moron. Second of all...
Hey, be mean to my girl Tulsi.
Sorry, Russia's girlfriend, as they call her on Russian state television, is a fucking moron. Remember, as Ukrainian cities were being leveled and people in Bucha were being slaughtered in their basements, she said, we just need to do aloha and have some family. Let's be at peace. That was her response. She can go fuck herself. Google Greater Israel UN. Cool. Hey, Savage, I expect you to donate some money when I prove you wrong on this. Greater Israel.
He's referring
UN.
to the fucking stupid ass poster board that says area of alignment. Everybody's quoting that one.
Netanyahu under fire for using Greater Land of Israel map at UN. Except let's look at that image. I must have missed when Syria or Lebanon were in here. Hey, look, that's fucking barely Israel. That's not what Greater Israel is. When people say Greater Israel, that's not what it is. God, these fucking people, man. Okay. Thank you again, Future. We got some other guests. Thank you. Let us know if you got something else funny.
No problem.
Okay. This person. God, what is this person?
Right, I believe he's a Yahtzee.
Yeah, I know. What's up?
Oh yeah, definitely.
What's up?
What's on your mind?
I was just thinking, Lord Belford's mansion's just 6 miles from my house.
How are you British and
And
nasty at the same time? It's like counterintuitive.
I know he's dead, but he sold the property in 1909, but all the historical shit is
Wait,
in there.
so you've read the Balfour Declaration, right?
So I live 6 miles away from the man
And
over there.
have you read the Balfour Declaration?
Yeah.
How long is it? How many pages is it?
One.
One. How many paragraphs is it?
Well, it's about 12 lines long.
5 lines long.
12.
You said 5.
I didn't say 5. I said 12.
12 lines?
Okay.
12 lines?
But it's about 12
Okay.
lines
Can we get to
long.
the part where you start spewing off anti-Semitic shit about the Jews?
I'm not. Here, look it. I'm bomb Iran.
Why do I not believe that?
Yeah,
Why?
Oh, look, there's someone in
Lord
chat screaming death. There's someone in chat literally saying death to America.
It's on the Battle of the Boyne in the River Boyne, Tourney Hall. Google it.
No, Steezus, no, Russia did not say they would have to respond. Putin said there would be dire consequences for the region due to regional stability and security. At no point did Putin ever say they were going to respond if someone was taken out. That is a blatant lie.
Also, the idea that Russia's going to respond to something in the Middle East, come on, dog. They can't even logistically support a war with a country on their border.
Hey, hold on. Mister, I'm not a Yahtzee. What is this, my dude? This is
Russia
like the
would
third video on
obliterate
the page.
Ukraine.
Wait, Mister, I'm
Wait,
not a Yahtzee.
did you just say Russia would obliterate?
Only for American weapons.
Wait, Russia.
And European
Hang on,
weapons.
relax. You said Russia would obliterate Ukraine?
In one day.
How come they didn't before the U.S. weapons arrived?
Because they can't use them weapons.
Bro, it's been 2.5 years. When's this?
I must have missed the age-old strategy of let me lose hundreds of thousands of soldiers, over 10,000 tanks, over 15,000 APCs.
Jewish state.
There it is. There it is.
I could have told you this if you.
There it is. Hey, how come you told me you weren't a little Yahtzee bitch?
People go back to.
Okay. Hey, go be a Nazi in someone else's life.
This is legit the third video on his page. It's just this picture.
Of course. I'm not a Yahtzee. Add that to the Yahtzee counter. If you're a subscriber, go ahead and spam that Yahtzee sticker. I keep calling them emotes like on Twitch. Don't forget to subscribe. By the way, any of the money that I get from these lives, I keep no money from TikTok. It goes directly to my friends on the front lines in Ukraine. I buy them equipment.
I guess I'll give you.
I guess didn't mean to request. Any other coping on Twitter? Let's see. Also, we'll just play this in the background for now. Are the Yahtzees permabanned? If I can click on them, I ban them. I can't ban them from the panel, though. I have to ban them after they've been on the panel.
I think this meme is fitting for today, Sam.
Is World War III starting? No. Doom's calling into this live to hear this music. What meme? I can't expand because it's breaking the fucking... It breaks the live. Guys, join the team, too. Tap the screen. We're at 20,000 likes. We're an hour and 20 minutes into the stream. Let's get this shit up. You know the song is about rich kids not being drafted into Vietnam. Yeah, it's a bit ironic how the song is used versus what the actual meaning of the song is, but it's pretty funny still. Still a great song, though. Great fucking song.
Here, Sam. I will give you exactly 16 hours.
U.S. soil will not be touched due to Iran's missiles can reach and not our air. What? Do they just can't reach us? Thank you guys. Thank you for reaching the goal. Oh God, what does this dude want again?
No, somebody gave me gifts. Thank you.
What do you want, Yahtzee boy?
Before you cut me off.
Yeah, because you're a Yahtzee.
No.
I don't care.
What?
Jump off a bridge.
Oh, you got some night fishing in there, cowboy? Good job, dude.
Woo! As a British
that's
veteran, I am
hilarious,
not fighting
DJ.
another American war. Nobody asked you to, Matt Co. Nobody asked you to fight for us.
I'm not
No,
gonna lie.
listen. It's okay. It's okay.
Corn.
Sit back and we'll handle it.
I have made the new goal. Corn.
Corn.
Yeah, it's little corn
Oh,
cobs.
thank you.
Oh, thank you, Mayan.
Mayan, you're wonderful.
Born in 91, I've never experienced a time where we weren't pointlessly in the Middle East doing nothing. Cool, then you probably haven't really paid attention in life. After Iraq, the U.S. military is by definition terrorists. Rid yourself from the world first. Cool story, bro. These 40-year-old grandpas think they're going to be drafted. These 40-year-old grandpas think they know anything about geopolitics after listening to fucking Fox News all day and like not paying attention to the world. I guess I'm a
My whole thing
terrorist.
is like the whole idea of the disaster.
What's going to happen next, in my opinion? All right, so the realistic here's the realistic discussions behind the scene. The realistic discussions behind the scene, like in the think tanks. By the way, thank you for the goal. The stuff that's going on in the think tanks and places like the Institute for the Study of War, is that what's most likely going to happen is the move to avoid a regional power struggle, meaning it would be nice if the Persian people rose up and took back their country, but there's a couple problems with that. Let's say they miss the opportunity, then they get oppressed harder. Nothing changed. Let's say they go for it and they fuck it up, and then a bunch of them get unalived. That's even worse for them. Let's say they go for it and they fuck it up, and there's a bunch. Oh, look, there's another Yahtzee in the chat. Unaliving a Jew. Cool job. Add that to the Yahtzee count, everyone. So the Persian people rise up. They fuck it up though, and they don't complete the goal. And then we've got a regional power struggle, similar to IS getting into a power vacuum. We don't want that. So what's probably going to happen is, most likely behind the scenes, the Ayatollah and the IRGC are going to capitulate to the U.S., sign some sort of agreement, and basically be our bitch. But they will publicly be allowed to respond, meaning they're going to peter out with a couple attacks here and there, and it's going to look to the rest of the Middle East like Iran's not weak, like they didn't capitulate. It's going to look like they are allowed to or like they are actually responding and fighting back against the big imperialist West. And it's going to save regional power struggles. It's going to stop more turmoil and regional security issues. Are we cooked? No. What's a Yahtzee? Yahtzee is the political TikTok correct way of replace yachts or replace the Y with an N. There you go. Then you got it. You really believe that? Well, that's what's being discussed with people that are actually experts in this industry, like myself. Welcome to geopolitics and welcome to the Middle East. That's how this works here. I don't think Iran will be allowed to attack on U.S. targets to save face. Well, we allowed them to do it with Al Assad Air Base. It's literally it's what we allowed them to do. What's up?
Maybe you know this and I don't. Last year, Tower 21, Jordan, 3 soldiers unalive by an unalive drone. Was that drone a Shahed drone from the Iraqi militias? Because I'm pretty sure that was Iranian drone that they sent.
Let me see.
Because I'm pretty sure that organization is a Shia militant group.
It wasn't a Shaheed, but it was a similar style. But definitely an Iranian drone, just not a Shaheed. So what's really going to happen? I just said what's really going to happen. So in other words, the airspace will be closed for a while. Yeah. Reminiscent of Bush administration's Iraq WMD narrative, cherry picking intel just to justify war. No, actually, that was the UN ignoring intel. That was the UN blatantly ignoring intel.
Wait, Sam, in your expert opinion, do you believe that Israel's airspace will be blocked out in August to commercial traffic?
Dude, even if it is, just plan your trip for the second the airspace opens. Cheap tickets.
Hey, man. No, I got some pre-planned flight passes.
Question: Are you in the military?
No.
I did 10 years in the
Oh.
U.S. Marine Corps doing combat marksmanship instruction, doctrine development, developing training doctrine for the Marine Corps that sends people to war, doing all of the programming for our digital simulator systems, doing digital programming for the Army, Navy, and the Air Force. I've also got over a decade in geopolitical and foreign affairs experience with advisory roles, and I specialize in the Middle East and Eastern Europe.
Yeah, damn. I'm never gonna fucking
Total
list out my resume next to
between the
fucking.
four of us on this panel, there's over 40 years of military somewhere in the vicinity of 40 years of military experience.
Yeah,
Like,
I wish I had more time in, but my spine said no. Well, actually, no. My spine said I'm willing, and the Marine Corps was like, "That's too expensive."
fair enough.
To be fair, Lion, a lot of that experience. Where's the best place to sham, or or how can I pass off the responsibility to somebody else?
Here,
I got
come here, boot. Do my work.
God.
Maker, what's up? What's on your mind?
Yo, thank you for having me on.
What's up?
Yeah, cool. Well, I just think that this whole war just needs to end. You get, because
That would be nice.
yeah, we've been fighting wars since the day the earth was made, and we've been fighting these wars still today, and all we keep achieving is destruction upon destructions. Okay, everybody just needs to mind their own business, face your own country, solve your problems, and create harmonized trades within everyone when nobody feels cheated. You know,
It's a very idealized world. I wish that could happen, but with human nature, that will never happen. Sorry to tell you, bro.
Yeah. It's sad, but I believe that we can make it happen. We elect the government. We are the people. We elect the lawmakers. You know, it can happen if we choose to make it happen. All right.
Well, you're gonna have to reiterate that sentiment to the Islamists who think they own the Middle East
And the world.
And the world.
Yeah, they think they own the world,
that's
but
crazy.
Yeah. Well, thank you for coming up with your message of peace, Maker. I appreciate it. Have a good day.
You're welcome.
Okay, let's see. We got another
I
person
was
in the
about to
box.
put a picture of Gandhi up.
VR, what's up?
So it's funny you say that to tell that to the Islamic world when no Islamic country
Islamist.
has.
That's
Okay,
not what it
Islamists,
said. It's not
Islamists,
Islamic.
okay, Islamists, including Iran, don't have or doesn't have any military base within any other country other than Iran.
That's
So
not what he
to-
referred to, though. Do you know what he mean? Do you know what he? Thank you for the follow on Twitch, by the way. Do you know what he means when he says Islamist?
No, go ahead and define it for me.
He means the people that openly will go to other countries and spread Islamist ideology and openly state, "Oh yeah, we're going to take over the country. This is going to be ours. The world will be Islam. There will be no one else." That's
Listen,
what he means.
As a Muslim, I 100% agree with that. As a Muslim, I don't want to see shade.
No wonder you're so offended.
Listen.
Wait. Hang on. Wait. Maybe I misunderstood. Wait, you agree with being against that, or you support that?
No, I'm against extremism with all
There we go.
faith. Within Islam.
That's what he's saying.
Okay,
Islamists, meaning Islamic extremists who believe in the next caliphate taking over the world, subjugating the world, so the whole world will be Islam. That's what he's referring to.
I'm on the same, but I'm also on. I would like to, have the same view with other extremists, including the extremist Zionists or the extremist evangelicals who've been warmongering for the past 30 years. We need to have a balanced view towards everything and not just put a group of people under the spotlight.
Well,
wait a second. Warmongering? How?
Wait. I just
How
wait before we get to the
warmongering?
warmongering part. What is Zionism?
Zionism, it's a belief that there should be a Jewish ethno state that should belong to the Jews and no other person, no
That is
other
not
race.
accurate at all.
That's 100%.
No, the definition of Zionism is the belief that the Jewish people have the right to self-determination in their ancestral homeland. Even Israel, even in their founding document, states that everyone can live there. There is plenty of Arab Muslims and Arab Christians that live in Israel totally fine with fair and equal rights, that can vote, that are participants in the Knesset. They've got a fucking Supreme Court judge that put a former Jewish Israeli prime minister in jail. Like,
If
it's
that's the
not like
case,
it's only for Jews. That's not a thing.
if that's the case, why are they attempting to ban the cross?
They're not.
Priests. Look it up.
I
I
know
mean, you can
exactly
say
what you're.
that.
I know exactly what you're talking about. There was 2 people within the Knesset that suggested a
The
bill that would
fact,
ban Christians from proselytizing, and the Likud party immediately struck it down and said that's fucking stupid. We're not going to restrict people's religious freedoms. That's not going to happen. That was immediately fucking swatted out of the fucking air twice. That bill's been proposed twice. The Jewish majority Knesset immediately said no. It wasn't about
that's
banning
not what.
crosses. It was about banning proselytization.
No, it was banning. It was banning any religious symbols other than the Star of David. That's exactly what it was, and it was proposed, and it was going to pass by
Can you
favorite
name
majority.
when was this? When was this? We'll pull it up on stream.
This was about a year and a half ago, maybe.
Israel law to ban crosses. All right. Yeah, the only thing I'm seeing is from March of 2023. Israeli leader halts bill against Christian proselytization. So, like I said, do you have an actual reference for when specifically, who it was that proposed this bill, when it was voted on? Because you said it almost got passed. To the person who just said there's nothing wrong with doing that, there's absolutely something wrong with banning crosses. That's fucking stupid. And Israel wouldn't stand for that shit.
India is not going to stand with Iran, whoever made that comment. I don't know what world you're living in, but India is firmly in America's corner, bud.
No, India's kind of starting to take that Saudi Arabia route where they're buying stuff from everyone whenever they like it. Like, they bought a bunch of tanks from Russia, found out they didn't actually perform where they needed them to, returned them, bought some jets from Russia, returned them, bought some jets from China, returned them, went to war with China. Like, they're all over the fucking map right
How
now.
about this? India is not going to side with Islamists. They fucking hate Pakistan, bro, let alone anything. Like, they can't stand the ideology of Islamism, man. It's bad.
It's not stupid, it's their prerogative. No, banning religious freedom in Israel is not their prerogative, as evidenced by the fact that Israel's parliament literally struck down a proposed bill that would ban Christians from proselytizing. What are you talking about? Religious freedom is part of the foundation of Israel.
It's part of the entire ideology behind it. It's
Pakistan would join Iran and India would join just to take on Pakistan.
That's exactly going to be the case. Pakistan's
No,
going to side with
Killionaire.
Iran.
No. Don't pivot to the next topic that we're talking about. I want you to find me the proof of this banning of crosses.
Pakistan can't hold its country together. They got bigger fish to do.
Do you really think? Wait. Someone in chat says, "Do you really think the USA would attack Iran?" Oh boy, I got some news for you, bud.
I remember
I got some news for you.
One time in 1989 where we had a lot of fun with Iran. We'll talk about attacking Iran. If we didn't stop then, Iran wouldn't have existed. We were going in an 8-hour workday. In an 8-hour workday, we sunk half of their navy, took out an oil rig, and made them capitulate to the point where the president literally had to call directly and be like, "Guys, proportionality."
I should play the fat electrician video on that.
The fat electrician is amazing. I wish we could get him on some
hello,
of our
how are
TikTok
you doing?
lives.
My headphones are not working. Can you reply to me in chat? Oh shit, doing great.
Could you imagine if he'd come up on one of our lives? How many followers we've gained?
Hello, Anushka.
How's it going?
Oh,
23.
Anushka.
What?
23 Yahtzees. What's going on?
Well, we've gotten like 6 today.
Wild week.
I mean, remember the number one week was 47 when fucking Nasrallah was taken out, and like they lost their fucking mind that night. I had people threatening to come to my house to unalive me. It was great.
I love that one video of the lady who's like spewing her bullshit, and then like the person interviewing her was like, "Just a moment, we have important news," and mentions that he was on a live. and she's like waving her hands at the camera, like, "Oh my god, no, I have to go," and turns off the camera. It's so funny.
Oh, that chick. And if
Right
you
now,
can't
I
sit
could
down
just
and
see.
communicate with others in any capacity, you shouldn't be in power. Tell that to the IRGC, who only speaks the language of get blown the fuck up. War is
Where's
avoidable.
Khomeini?
War is not avoidable if your enemy refuses to accept peace.
Such a brave, strong leader.
Killionaire, did
hiding
you
in
get
his
that source
bunker,
for us?
crying into his
Nope.
beard right now.
Nope, I guess he's gone. Anushka, Killionaire is finding us a supposed source that says there was a bill that almost passed in Israel that was going to ban crosses.
No, I didn't.
I was gonna ban what?
Crosses.
Yeah, no, you're probably referring to when.
I already said it. The proselytization thing. They got shot down immediately by the Likud party.
So, Sam, you know what I find funny? All the pro-Pallies who've been screaming that the Palestinians have a right to resist and this is necessary, this conflict, fighting for freedom, and now they're all anti-war all of a sudden because America is in it.
Yep.
Now you guys don't want to fuck around anymore. Now you're all fucking upset.
Oh shit!
Because America.
Oh, that wasn't even to me. That was a DJ. Son of a bitch.
Oh my goodness.
Ooh, nice, thank you. Whoever dropped that. Like they mad, they so big mad, and the people saying what gives USA the right this, what gives USA no, what gives Iran a right to think they can fund proxies to attack whoever they want? What gives Iran the right to think that they can make nuclear weapons in violation of a treaty they signed called the Non-Nuclear Proliferation?
Oh shit! Thank you
But
for
I
the
mean,
dinosaur,
you get out of the
Anushka.
treaty. You get out
Killionaire,
of the
no. Killionaire, go find that source. You don't get to talk until you find the source.
So
You don't get to talk until you find the source.
I love you.
Thank you.
Billionaire, the thing you don't understand is that the joint.
No, don't let him pivot. Don't let him pivot. Keep him. He's got to go find his source.
Go find your
Okay,
source.
I can't find
One
the
second,
direct
Killionaire.
source exactly. It was a Twitter article that had a link to 2023. I can't find it. I'm going through
Yeah,
my Twitter.
and I'm going to tell you,
That's
it's this. It's this.
So,
It's
Killionaire.
Israeli leader halts bill against Christian proselytization. This is from March 22nd, 2023. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu on Wednesday said he would prevent the passage of a proposal by a powerful ally in his governing coalition to punish Christian proselytization with jail time, meaning there was someone within his party, someone within Netanyahu whose own party that was like, "Hey, I'm gonna propose a bill that would stop Christians from trying to convert other people to Christianity." And Bibi himself was like, "Not only no, but fuck no, that's stupid."
But also, Killionaire, so when you say agreement, the agreement that Trump pulled out was the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action with the P5, which are the 5 permanent members of the UN Security Council, plus Germany. So yes, we pulled out of that because, well, it was a bad deal for one. The requirements for that deal was 3.7%. Now, we know in hindsight that they're at over 60%, which at the time they pulled out of the deal. Hold on. At the time that the United States pulled out of the deal, there's no way they would have been able to enrich from 3.7 to 60%. So at the time that they signed the deal, they were already in violation of the deal. But that isn't the only deal they signed on to. They're also signed on to the Non-Nuclear Proliferation Treaty, which says we will not make new nuclear weapons. That's the whole point of the whole treaty.
So
they made
Killionaire,
an active decision to join that treaty.
Basically, to put this very simply, Iran signed an agreement. I will stay at 3.75% with nuclear enrichment. I will not do X, Y, and Z. Good. And then the IAEA comes in and does a bunch of inspections. Then they get stopped from doing the inspections, and then they find out, oh shit, Iran's actually done X and Y, and they're halfway on their way to step Z. And
That's
goes,
actually
hey guys,
true.
there's a fucking problem here. How is that not true?
Because the enrichment had stopped to whatever levels, it was 3% by the JCPOA, and after Trump had pulled out of the agreement, he reactivated all of the sanctions equivalent to pre-JCPOA.
So you're telling me that in
And
the
so
time
as a
frame
result-
of Trump pulling out and putting on the sanctions, that they went from 3.75 to 60% in that short time frame?
Well, I mean, if you consider
the IAEA
Biden's term-
says otherwise.
If you consider Biden's term and Trump's term, the 8 years as short term.
Hang on. Yeah, it takes a lot longer than that. The IAEA, with their report published on May 31st, 2025, says otherwise and says that Iran's been in violation as far back as 2015. So
Grossi, the head of IAEA, he came and posted a video afterwards stating that Iran was in nowhere near capable
this
of
is where
achieving a
precision
nuclear
of
bomb.
language comes in, because a lot of people was clarifying what was in the report, because a lot of people were coming out and falsely stating that Iran had a bomb or was already making a bomb. That is factually incorrect. They were on their way to being capable of starting the production of the bomb. They had a bunch of
Within 2
uranium.
years.
Hang on, they had a bunch of uranium enriched to 60+%, and the quantity of that uranium, if they were able to get all of that quantity up to 90, would allow them to make up to 9 warheads. That is what was in the report. Now, he is correct. Hang on. He is absolutely correct when he says they don't have a nuke. They weren't even making the nuke yet, because they weren't. They were trying to get to the point where they could make the nuke. That was the problem that the IAEA brought up. So he is factually correct in his statement. He is reiterating what was going on in the report, because people don't understand how to read a fucking report and don't understand what's actually going on. I've had people from our own side openly come and go, yeah, Iran had a nuke. It's like, no, they fucking didn't.
And
So why would you ever attack another country on the notion of them possibly having a nuke?
Because there is no civilian purpose for enriching above 10% unless you're making weapons grade uranium. And on top of that, Iran has openly in the past stated they would nuke both us and Israel, and starts every single day of their parliament with death to America, death to Israel.
But that's not true. No, that's definitely
It
not
actually
true.
is true.
Wait, which Killionaire, which part's not true?
The part that they haven't said that they'll nuke America or Israel. That's factually not true.
You know what they call us?
Factually not true.
Okay, so hang on. December 2001, Iranian President Ayatollah Akbar Hashemi Rafsanjani explicitly stated that the Muslim states would use nuclear weapons against Israel and the United States. He said that such an attack would annihilate Israel and the United States while inflicting only damages for the Muslim world. So that's not
definitely
true.
not what he said. I mean, that's definitely.
I'm sorry.
Wait. How you didn't even know that anyway? Hang on. You said no. That's the president of Iran and the Ayatollah of Iran.
No. Rafsanjani was a former president of Iran.
Then I said back when he was in power.
You got Khamenei and Rafsanjani.
I said back when he was in power. I said they have said. I didn't state that right now they're still saying we're going to nuke the U.S. I said they have said it, and they start every session of their parliament with death to America.
North Korea openly states that they're going to bomb
North Korea's a joke.
Yeah, and here's the difference. Here's the difference. North Korea. Hang on.
Iran was a joke.
Here's the difference. North Korea will make threats all day long, but they know the repercussions of their action. Kim Jong fuckface doesn't want to die. The Ayatollah and the IRGC don't care. They have an Islamist mentality. They know that the greatest thing they could ever get is being martyred. They don't care if they suffer the repercussions of their actions, meaning they're actually willing to do it and have gone out of their way to fund multiple proxy groups that attack American service members, Americans, and Israel and American allies on a daily basis. So they are about catching that smoke.
Which are located around that country. You know, I mean, you're cornering a country and you're saying, if you go towards a nuclear bomb, we're going to attack you. And
because they signed an agreement stating they wouldn't do so.
On the assumption of them achieving a nuclear bomb within 2 weeks for the past 30 years, we go ahead and attack them. That doesn't justify.
You realize that we've crippled their nuclear program multiple times, and also on top of that, they signed an agreement knowing this would happen. They signed an agreement stating they would not go above a certain point or face repercussions. They are now finding out the repercussions of those actions. This wouldn't be as big of a deal. Sure, we could be angry. Let's say Iran hadn't signed any of those nuclear deals, and they just said, hey, I'm building a nuke. And everyone went, hey, I don't really want you to do that. We wouldn't really have much of a legal argument to stand on because they didn't sign an agreement to not do so. But they did. They signed an agreement stating they wouldn't do something, and they explicitly did it and lied about it. The IAEA openly showed proof that there was 3 to 4 nuclear enrichment sites that Iran hid from them and refused to let them inspect. And when they finally did get to see what was going on there, they went, "Oh shit!"
That is not true. That is not true.
So someone clearly hasn't read the report.
There was actual live surveillance within the nuclear sites that IAEA had.
Did you read the report?
I absolutely did.
Which one?
Right. So you there was live feed from within the nuclear sites that IAEA had received. All the way
the undeclared sites.
He spoke right or spoke left?
The Department of National
I'm
Intelligence.
asking you a question. What about the undeclared sites Were
Which
we monitoring
undeclared
the
sites?
undeclared ones that we didn't
Which
know
ones?
existed?
Which ones?
Fordo for ones, Natanz.
Fordo has been known as a nuclear site for so
What
long
else?
that America has been planning
Esfahan.
to bomb it.
They had what?
It's
Three.
under
They
a
had two.
Why are
mountain.
you simping for the IRGC?
They had
No,
multiple
wait,
undeclared
hold
sites
on.
as
Don't be
declared by the
butthurt that I'm
IAEA.
correcting you and just call me out
No,
and
I'm
say
not,
I'm
because
defending
they're not monitoring
IRGC.
inside them. They were
No,
actually
no, I
Fordo.
don't care about all the
Okay,
minutia.
well
I
let
care
me
about the
say.
big picture.
Then let me say
and a
Fordo
lot
has
of
been
the hold on, and
known
a lot of
site.
the testing, which led to Iran being censured, came from discovering
Okay.
the traces of enriched material in undeclared sites. So again,
That is
you're not
absolutely
calling
not
me a
true.
liar. You're calling
That
the
is,
IAEA a liar.
brother, that is not true. I'm telling
They
you, the
literally are.
IAEA
Why
said
were they
Iran
censored?
was
Okay,
not
cool.
close.
Hang on, Killionaire. We're gonna read something from page 5 of the IAEA report. Page 5, paragraph 19. Hence, having exhausted all available safeguard measures, and with no further questions beyond those to which Iran did not provide any response, the Director General reported to the board on 5th of March 2022 that the issues could no longer be outstanding at that stage. The agency notes that, quote, no longer outstanding at this stage does not mean resolved. The agency's assessment, in fact, remains unchanged, i.e. that Lavasan Xi'an was a location where undeclared nuclear material was stored and processed to produce components for nuclear devices related to testing, and that Iran has not declared the nuclear material and nuclear-related activities associated with this location. So you saying that you read the report tells me that you are either lying about what was in the report or that you didn't actually read the report.
Or he didn't think you would pull
The
it up.
areas that are being blown
No.
up.
I want you to address what just happened. No. I want you to address what I just read to you. I want you to address what I just read to you.
There's a difference between
Killionaire. No. Stop. I want you to address what just happened. You said that the IAEA did not state that there was undeclared locations and undeclared testing. I pulled up proof because I called you out and I said, did you read it? You said you read the report. So I pulled from the exact report and showed you a word-for-word example of where you were lying. I want you to respond to the fact that the IAEA did in fact say that there was undeclared testing and locations where Iran was not giving them access and information.
I was waiting for someone to unmute me because you guys tend to mute someone
because you're being dishonest and just trying to filibuster.
No, I'm not being dishonest.
Are you going to address what I said then?
If those researchers were towards nuclear,
okay, cool. You can come back when you're going to answer the question.
Are we sure that person was of age?
Yeah.
They seem very young.
If we have to go boots on the ground, we're not going to go boots on the ground, Caesar. There's absolutely no reason to. There's no gain to it. Lotus, what's up?
Stop, Sam. We should be fear-mongering too. Everybody else gets to do it. Why can't we fear-monger for a while?
Killionaire, I cut you off because you refused to answer the question. Oh, there we go. We got a Yahtzee in the chat.
Thanks for the oil, Iran.
Lotus, what's up? What's on your mind?
I just don't understand what those people over here want to support Iran. They're wanting to support these people, and it's the Democrats. And if they was to go over there, they would literally kill them and their families.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Someone in Twitch chat says, didn't Director of National Intelligence Gabbard say otherwise? Yeah, also, Tulsi Gabbard's the one that blatantly lied about having a trip to fucking Syria where she had a private meeting with Bashar al-Assad, said Bashar al-Assad was a great guy, and then is also known as Russia's girlfriend on Russian state television. I trust the IAEA report from the actual people who investigated it firsthand more than I trust Tulsi fucking Gabbard.
So the problem is they're taking the statement out of context. It's the exact same thing that happened with the IAEA report. You can actually go watch Tulsi Gabbard's fucking testimony in front of the U.S. Congress, where she basically says the same thing that the IAEA report said. She just said it in March.
Also, a Yahoo on the screen. Andrew Wilson, uneducated communist GI Bill. What in the fuck?
So, what we're seeing though, Lotus, is a whirlwind of Trump derangement and Israel derangement.
I don't even like Trump.
Yeah, you don't even have to. But the fact is, a lot of this comes from just a massive derangement around the ideas. Because most of the pro-pallies moving from October 7th they were all for war. They were loving Hezbollah sending rockets into Israel. They were loving Hamas pushing the borders and sending rockets into Israel. They were all for Houthis attacking Israel and taking hostages in the Red Sea.
Mm-hmm.
But once the situation is flipped, and now this is the shield wall, this is the phalanx holding, and now it's pushing back, and the real strong guys and the real strong actors are now starting to stand up and put their hand into it. These people were attacking us before Trump was president.
Also,
at the behest of Iran, Houthis were firing at U.S. ships in the Red Sea. Right.
Also, for the people asking in chat, I'm referencing the May 31st, 2025 report from the IAEA that was presented to everyone who was signatory to the party. And then we've got 330 people in here right now. We've got 80 followers, 26,000 likes. Tap that screen, get them up. A little background on myself, just so you guys who are new in here can get some knowledge on this. I served 10 years in the United States Marine Corps doing combat marksmanship instruction, doctrine development. I developed or helped develop doctrine that trained Marines to go to combat that will affect the Marine Corps for decades to come. I did all of the programming for our digital simulator systems to train Marines for combat. I did digital programming for the Army, Navy, and the Air Force. I also created the training curriculum for the SIG M18 pistol for the Marine Corps. I've also got over a decade in geopolitical and foreign affairs experience, specializing in the Middle East and Eastern Europe with certain advisory roles. I've also been to the front lines of Ukraine voluntarily, where I trained Ukrainian soldiers on my own dime. So if you guys want more info and not actual fear mongering, this is the place to be. Let me do that little PSA on false media that you guys are going to be seeing in the next probably 48 hours. A lot of you are going to be scrolling through Twitter and scrolling through TikTok over the next 24 to 48 hours, and you're going to be seeing a bunch of blatantly false information. People using AI-generated images, people using images from different conflicts, people using videos from different conflicts, people using just blatantly false things to fearmonger you into believing whatever they say, fearmongering you into getting clicks and views, because that's what sells. That's what gets money. If you look at all these channels that have millions of views talking about world conflicts and stuff like this, you'll notice it's all stuff people going, they start every video, breaking news, guys, breaking news. Don't fall for that stuff. If you see an image, reverse image search it. Find out where it came from. If you see a story that seems sensationalized or hard to believe, do some research. Find out where that story came from. Is that the only source reporting it? Who's reporting it? On the right or on the left? Is it only one side? Listen to audio and videos. You'll see a lot of videos that have audio dubbed over them that's not the original audio. I'm already seeing people from even the pro-American, pro-Israeli side right now posting a bunch of footage of ammo depots exploding in both Syria and Russia and claim that it's the nuclear site in Iran exploding. Don't fall into the fear-mongering. Do some surface-level research. Also, if you guys want to, let's say you guys don't know how to do that at a surface level, I would encourage you guys to go to a website like Ground News. I do have an affiliate code, but I'm not going to give that because this is genuine. This is me being genuine right here. I don't want fucking anything out of this. Go to a website like Ground News. Ground News will show you every single fucking story that's popping up in the headlines. It'll tell you what is the percentage of people from the right, left, and center who is talking about it. If you click on a story like this, Trump says Iran nuclear sites obliterated, it will tell me that there is 21% of news stations on the left reporting on it. 51% of the reporting is from center leading stations. 28% is from the right. It'll tell me who owns that news station, how factual they usually are, and what their leading is, and I can get the cliff notes from each one. Go to something like that and do a very, very basic cursory level amount of research to get actual factual information before just believing everything you see on TikTok and Twitter. Please do yourself a favor. Don't be fear-mongered into stuff. Don't think, oh my God, this is it. I'm going to be drafted. I'm going to war. Just do some basic level research.
Well, if they drafted them, we went to war, we'd be shit out of luck.
No, we
Dude,
wouldn't be
we're
out of
not
luck. We'd
drafted.
fucking level them, dude.
But the thing about that, people are like, oh, we're gonna be drafted, yada yada. It's like, stop it.
They're not going to draft
I
that.
need one more Middle Eastern gym badge before I can face the Final Four.
The name of that website is ground.news. Go to ground.news.
Also, Sam, now give everybody your affiliate code because you did your "I'm being genuine" thing. Now for the people.
Here's the thing: I don't know my affiliate code.
No.
Oh, bastard.
If I get another Middle Eastern gym badge, Middle Eastern countries up to level 50 will obey my commands.
But no, for real, like that's a genuinely great website. Like if you want to see unbiased reporting, or if you want to see bias, here's another good thing I like about Ground News. Let's say you've been going down a rabbit hole and you've been reading nothing but right-leaning articles. It will tell you and go, hey, you've been reading pretty far right. Why not try an article from the center or an article from the left? It'll present you something on a story that you've already been reading on, just so you can see the other side. It's got a blind spot tab too, where you can go like, hey, it'll like, hey, you are normally interested in this area, but here's a story you may have missed. It's a great fucking resource.
I think I'm gonna dress up in my
cyber dropped.
On a burning IRGC flag. That sounds like fun.
That's all Iran has right now is just disinformation. I saw a video where there was like, we shot down an F-35.
Dude, I've been debunking people left and right on the F-35 claims all week. It's been great.
I love that one picture of the plane where it's like it's a single pilot plane, and then there's like people outside of it who would be like giants in comparison to like the houses that they have next to them. The whole thing is so stupid.
Anushka.
What's up?
Well, you didn't understand. That's
the exact
the F-35 mothership. It was top super secret. Nobody knew about it, and Iran somehow shot it down.
Gotcha.
Hey, wait. Look at how small the buses are. Look at how small the buses are.
The people are bigger than the buses.
It's like go to Legoland.
It's the F-35 passenger liner.
It's no. Oba's right. It's the Ford F-3500.
It's the F-35 cargo plane.
My faith in humanity just keeps getting lower and lower and lower.
I'm telling you, you're pretty soon you're gonna be like me and start praying for the asteroid.
Giant meteor 2025, the Great Reset.
Middle of nowhere.
Did you see that when the IRGC released some propaganda showing Israel burning? They included Judea and Samaria. Thank you, Iran, for acknowledging Judea and Samaria are part of Israel. We appreciate.
There was another one. There was a video of Israel being on fire, and they included the AI fucking watermark in the corner.
Oh, dude!
They're like, "This is Iran right now," or "This is Israel right now." It's like, oh, all right.
It includes like Judea, Samaria, Gaza, the Golan Heights, It's like, oh wow, they're really recognizing the borders of Israel here. Thank you very much, IRGC.
That would have been hilarious.
It's just really
I'm
wild.
praying for aliens.
It would have been really funny if they'd have put up if they would have done the Greater Israel.
That would have been funny.
It's just so I don't remember a single other conflict where you had people, all the tankies, all going like
Vietnam.
Crazy because of something like this,
Vietnam.
being anti-war.
Vietnam.
And the people all the way on the right, like all the way at the end, like the woke right, not wanting to go to war because they want to be isolationist.
So you gotta remember,
Anushka, do you know who Jane Fonda is?
Jane Fonda? I've met Jane Fonda.
Jane Fonda literally went to Vietnam and was taking photos with the Viet Cong.
No, she did worse than that. She did absolutely worse than that. There was a POW camp that she ended up touring, right? And a couple of these POWs saw Jane Fonda and recognized Jane Fonda because they were Americans. And they tried to give her letters to sneak out to their family, just to let people know that they were still alive. And she turned them over to the Viet Cong.
Jesus Christ.
So that's why, like, most of us veterans are like, nope.
There's Jane Fonda socializing with the Viet Cong.
And she probably would do the exact same thing in Gaza today with Hamas.
That's why she's got the moniker. If you ask like a boomer what they call Jane Fonda, they call her Hanoi Jane.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Hanoi Jane.
And also look behind why they call John McCain Songbird McCain.
Right.
Because he's a POW too, and apparently he gave up some information.
Someone in chat just had their world shattered. Oh no, I liked Jane Fonda. Why American used TikTok yesterday say banned? What?
No, Trump gave us another 90-day extension.
Were those NVA soldiers or South Vietnamese soldiers? No, they were Viet Cong. Not NVA, it was Viet Cong.
Same.
No, they were different. No, actually, the Viet Cong, like, as much as people like to make fun of the Viet Cong, oh, they're just a bunch of rice paddy farmers. Those dudes were pretty fucking well organized. They were a very well-structured military.
Well, the rules of engagement we had for that conflict were absolutely BS. like Ho Chi Minh Trail and things like that. Like
Yeah.
we could see them, like our F-105s that were and F4s that were running strikes up and down the Vietnamese corridors. They could see these torches because they would walk and march thousands
Yeah.
and thousands of torches at night.
But we couldn't hit them
And you would
depending
have
on where it
F-105
was.
pilot saying, "Hey, do I got permission to strike?" And they'll be like, "No."
Yeah.
Why?
It's like, oh, it's too
Like,
close to this border area.
It's,
Hello,
it's too
Pedro.
close to this freaking prairie reserve or some stupid shit. You know, it's like,
Sorry if this is a silly question, but is the UK safe? Might sound stupid. Sorry. Iran's going to virtue signal and act like they're going to lash out against you guys. They've already done so in the last few days. They're probably not going to, and if they do, you guys have some ships that have some decent air defense systems on board that will probably smack stuff out of the sky. You guys have already mobilized a couple of your flagships, signaling that you guys probably saw that this or knew that this strike was coming as well. Also, we've got U.S. ships that can also smack shit out of the sky as well. Like Iran, like of all the things for Iran to do right now, lobbing a missile at the UK is not the right thing.
WUK for being the first
Honor
ship
Scott
to
just
ever
got
take
removed. Honor Scott just got
incoming
flagged.
ballistic. Ooh. Thank you,
What?
UK government. Congratulations
I
on
come
being the
from the
first country to
barnyard,
take
guys.
down incoming ballistics with freaking laser beams.
I
guys.
will say I will talk so much shit on Israel on that one forever because they've been developing the Iron Beam, and then out of nowhere the UK is like, "Hey, by the way, we shot down a Houthi missile with a laser." And everyone's like, "What? What? What do you mean?"
Can you tell me what the hell an optical dazzler does? I'm still trying to figure this out.
It dazzles.
Well, that's like the new laser weapon on U.S. ship, the Helios. It stands for High Energy Laser with
Sam,
Integrated
but you're
Optical
wrong.
Dazzler.
All right.
I
Do you
don't
think
know what
NATO
that
will get
is.
involved? No, NATO will not get involved. Also, even if the U.S. wanted to get NATO involved, as someone who is going on our own offensive operations, we do not have the right to invoke Article 5, which means we cannot trigger an Article 5 vote.
No, but we could
You
go
know
to
who
them
I
and
am?
say, "Hey, dog."
All right. Well, Lotus, thank you for coming up. I agree with your sentiment you brought up. Like, I don't know why these people are supporting the people who fucking hate us. It makes absolutely no sense. But thank you for coming up. I'm going to try and get some other people up here.
All right. See ya.
Have a good night.
Hey, Sam, do
Yeah,
you think
thanks
the
for coming,
Ayatollah
Lotus.
is like in a fetal position inside of his bunker right now, just like crying his eyes out?
I wonder if...
Because ain't nobody heard from
Dude,
him.
I tried generating an image like that with ChatGPT. It won't generate images right now.
It's probably bogged down from all the.
No, it
freaking
hasn't
stuff he's saying.
generated images in like the last week for me. It just won't do it.
Won't do it for me either.
Oh,
All right, I got a news update with Iran. I jumped into some Iranian telegrams. So, Iranian military is claiming
I
this currently
can't
right
see
now.
you.
Trump is a national.
Hang on, I can't. I gotta drop you in. Or wait, try turning your camera on and off real quick. Or off and on.
That
I don't
is
know.
Loud. Hold on.
Thank you guys for the gifts.
All right, camera on.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, I can see you now.
Can you see me now?
Yeah.
All right. So, Jesus, that is so loud.
It is loud.
So this is a statement by the Iranian military. This is within their telegram. So this just came out within the past 5 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
They say Trump is a national embarrassment. He made a show of force to save face. Trump dropped 6 bombs on the impenetrable Fordo facility and claimed to have destroyed it when in fact it was opposite. They only carried out a limited attack. He also bombed 2 empty facilities that had already been hit by Israel, is what they're claiming.
Picture didn't happen.
Yeah, sounds like Iran.
Sounds like some
enrich
massive
uranium.
copium to me.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it sounds
Bovine
like
and
Iran
Pelican
switched
send their
from
regards.
enriching uranium to enriching
Oh,
copium.
fucking average bovine and average pelican. Oh, nice. Hello. Bovine was always nice.
And there's a news statement by the Russian airborne forces, so I'll have to translate that.
I'm
and get
muting my
back to you
mic
what
on
that
the
says
other
here.
platform. We're on TikTok right now, so only you can hear me right now, Pedro. Yeah, bovine and pelican, as far as I know, were always nice to me, as far as I remember. But what was it? I think it was Fluffy made a point to go
I'm
out of
also
his
in
way to try and
a,
message my
Rooster
wife
Troop
to talk shit
Telegram
about me.
that's
So
squad-based
that was
already.
pretty fucked up.
It's really not that hard
Kind
to
of blocked
jump
them on
through
everything after that.
telegrams. They post fucking everything.
Yeah, some of the Israeli Telegram channels are really fucking annoying right now. They're just going off with everything they can fucking find. And it's really fucking annoying. Y'all some sussy people? The fuck does that mean?
Oh, looks like the IRGC just released a video statement.
On what?
They put a transcript.
Twitter, IRGC.
No,
Iran
this is
_gov.
Telegram.
That's not the real channel. Fuck. Twitter.
Uh,
Iran government. Wait, is the Ayatollah tweeting?
all right, so this is what IRG said. Spokesperson of Operation Promise of Truth 3, that's what they're calling the operation against Israel. Ben Gurion Airport, the regime's biological research center, and alternative command and control centers were the targets of the 20th wave. Colonel Tajik announced the targets of the 20th wave of Operations Promise of Truth and said Ben Gurion Airport, the regime's biological research center, and alternative command and control centers were hit by guided missiles in this wave, capable maneuvering the warhead during landing, guidance until the moment of impact, and equipped with high explosives and destructive warheads of various types. That's what the IRG said.
All right. Ah, shit! I accidentally clicked on. I clicked on fucking Committee's French account. Shit. I want the English account. Where's the English account?
It almost sounded like you said you clicked on his friendship request. I was like, what?
How are you going to English accounts? Why don't you just go to like the?
Because I like
the
seeing
proper
what they
channels?
put in different languages because it's always different.
That's fair. So one of the Iranian channels right now says, basically in the next coming days they got a major attack planning, is what they're saying.
Wah.
They keep saying a lot of shit, like they were gonna burn Israel to the ground.
Yeah, they have a lot of bravado.
Anushka's back. So wonderful.
I just use my other account.
I know. But it always breaks my heart a little bit when they
YouTube
kick
stream
you
is
off.
way quieter
You
than the
mean
TikTok
every
stream.
single live I've ever been on?
I don't know how to help that one. I'm sorry.
They
I've
don't.
turned
They
up the
don't like
volume on
strong
there.
voice women.
I know.
And for the YouTube and Twitch and Twitter stream, I don't know how to fix that because if I turn up the gain anymore or the volume on anything, it peaks really bad in Streamlabs. I think it's a Streamlabs related issue.
I love how they keep trying to say like, "Oh, we emptied things out." No, you freaking didn't.
Have
all
any?
of that machinery ends up becoming radioactive.
Here's a new update. Israeli aircraft just hit the Shahid Medini training center in Tabriz.
Nice.
So that just happened.
Have any of you guys served? Yes. I have served. Lion served. DJ has served. I did 10 years United. Again, background. It's been a bit. I did 10 years in the United States Marine Corps doing combat marksmanship instruction and doctrine development. I helped develop training doctrine that's used to train Marines to go to war. I did all of our digital programming for our digital simulator systems, training Marines. I did programming for the Army, the Navy, and the Air Force. I did the training curriculum for the SIG M18 pistol, and I've also got a decade in geopolitical and foreign affairs, specializing in the Middle East and Eastern Europe with advisory roles. Thank you for the background. No problem, Rudy. Get some opposition up. Matt, they're not requesting. There's no opposition. It's just people that come up and yell something and then leave.
And I have not served. I just like to make our servicemen laugh.
I'm a veteran. I played Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 during those battlefronts. It was a rough time. Got some PTSD from that. I've served my time for my country.
I'm glad you made it home safe, brother.
Someone says I served 3
I'm
days in
glad
county
to.
jail. Yo, Future, you made it through the Xbox 360 lobbies?
I did.
Godspeed,
I did.
brother.
Hey,
Godspeed.
hey, let's be real. Those lobbies prepared me for basic training.
You know what?
You
I'm
know,
just proud I didn't come out on the end racist. That's the one thing I'm proud of most. Came pretty unscathed.
That actually is pretty impressive.
You know, it's crazy, Free. Like, I've actually had guys come up to debate me on like military tactics and stuff like this on this. And I'm like, well, here's my experience 15 years in the United States Army as an infantryman. What's yours? Oh, I played a lot of Call of Duty. I'm an expert in war, too. And I'm just like,
okay, so there was so an incident happened in Ukraine with the group that I worked for at the beginning of the war. Because the group I worked for, Trident Defense Initiative. Are you scared about what's going to happen next? No, not really. The group I work for in Ukraine is called Trident Defense Initiative. We train soldiers voluntarily. Everything's free. We don't charge units or anything. And And at the beginning of the war, they were trying to get all the instructors together because they wanted to make sure they had qualified people for everything, but they weren't doing in-depth background checks. Like, it wasn't like they were asking for DD-214s yet or service paper to prove what people were saying. There was a guy that claimed to have a bunch of background experience, and it turned out not to be true. His only actual experience was playing Arma 3 in a milsim community. And he fucking fudged his way through because he knew how to talk well enough to sound like he knew what he was doing.
It's okay. Did you hear that Cyber Guy proved that Chip Barnes is stolen valor?
Chip Barnes claims to have served?
Yes.
Yeah, he claims that he was a tank commander during Desert Storm.
Interesting. With what unit?
But
how did Cyber Guy prove it? What did he do?
So there's a DD-214 that he's been using, right? And it's got to be like his uncle or somebody that he was named after or some shit like that.
Oh my god, it's got the actual birth year on it.
No. If you actually go like look it up on there's a website for like double checking those things, right?
Yeah.
The actual
you put in a FOIA request.
Says the actual paperwork says deceased.
Oh, did you know I have a video of Astrodot claiming to be a U.S. Marine and saying that he's trained the IDF?
Really?
Mm-hmm.
I believe it.
Astrodot claims he was a U.S. Marine that trained IDF soldiers.
All
Thank you guys for the gold, by the way, and keeping us in the algorithm. Tap the screen with 30,000 likes. Let's get those numbers up.
Well, so here's an updated. So just real quick, Iranian Foreign Ministry just put out a statement. The U.S. government, which ignited the fire of war, will bear responsibility for the very serious consequences of its aggression. This is by Kaysan Abu Amara or Amra.
Wait.
Sorry.
Iran is going to strike hard now. Again, my response. See you later. USA, land of the brave jokes. All right. Wait, is this
it's so funny because every time I go through like my socials and I see like all of the trolling accounts, it's always one demographic.
No comment. Salangi, what's up?
Hi everyone.
What's up? What's on your mind?
I think United States should not involve in this war.
Well,
this is this is one-to-one war. This is one-to-one war. Let them settle it. Yeah, like civilized nations.
Except this specific instance.
Let them show the who
now let somebody rebut.
I think it's a regional war. It's not United States war.
So here's the problem, right?
Guys,
here's
relax.
the problem.
Hold on.
Wait a second. I've got something here, right? So here's the problem. This is you know what my drill sergeant told me? My drill sergeant taught me that if you ever find yourself in a fair fight, your tactics suck. Right? So listen, I think that it's the United States and her allies' business what wars the United States gets into. We've decided to back Israel.
So if United States get involved, there's other countries that back up Iran, which is
let them try.
Going to be from a regional war to a global war.
Let them try.
Listen, that's fine.
You want a nuclear bomb over your head?
Let them try.
Nobody's
That's why we went to war.
Okay, future, I'm going to clear out a spot for another opposition. Thank you. Let us know when you have another update.
This is a regional war. This is not.
Hang on, guys, stop. Hold on. So it's not just a regional war because this is a country that has signed an agreement to not do a very specific thing with their nuclear development or with their nuclear missile program. They violated. Oh, thank you for the gifts. They violated that agreement, and on top of that, they lied and said we weren't doing anything that could be considered dangerous. But we know that they were at least at bare minimum 60% enrichment for their uranium, which the only purposes they could possibly be using that for is for a nuclear bomb. A nuclear bomb which the Iranian
So the
government is
question is,
hang on. A bomb that the Iranian government has openly stated in the past that they would use against us and our ally in Israel, and that they openly start every single parliamentary meeting with "Death to America, death to Israel." This is not a regional war. This is they threatened us directly. They showed that they are actively moving towards
the
completing.
threat is about
Stop while I'm in the middle of talking. I don't know what it is with your side and fucking interrupting. They are in the middle of trying to accomplish that goal of being able to attack us like they promised us they would, and like they say every single day. This isn't just like some virtue signaling crap. This is they are actively working towards the goal to attack us like they state they are. On top of the fact that they fund all their proxy groups that openly attack us and our service members and our allies every single day, not just in the Middle East, but across the globe. This is not just some one-on-one war. They
Can I
decided
talk
to
now?
fuck with America. They're finding out. Now you
Can I
can go.
say one
Okay, let
little
me
thing?
let me
Yeah,
let me
let him
talk.
go.
So, if United States get involved in this war, there is other regional powers
Like
that
who?
they will get involved too. So, like China,
Okay,
like Russia.
let's
China
go.
doesn't want to be
Let's
involved.
They
Russia
hang
have,
on.
has their
like,
hands
you know,
full.
Hang on. Let's go into that. Let's talk about that. So Russia, what do you think Russia can not? Let's not even say what Russia will do. What can Russia do to help Iran right now?
Sending nukes.
Yep.
Okay,
Sending
so you
drones,
think that Russia
nukes,
is going to be able to
ballistic.
transfer
You
in
know the
secret a nuclear warhead that is going to have an entire convoy protecting it the entire way, which will be very obvious,
ballistic
and they will
missiles,
be able to
anything.
They
We have.
won't need to if you cannot
I
control
don't think.
yourself.
guys,
Listen,
stop.
I don't think USA is gonna attack.
Stop. You said setting a nuke. I'm addressing that.
Brother,
The
the
implication
question.
there is that Russia will be able to in secret transfer a nuke all the way to Iran in secret, and Iran will have the ability to maintain that nuclear warhead, get it onto a launching platform, mobilize it secretly without anyone finding out, and that it will be able to successfully launch without being intercepted. That is
Anthony,
not going to happen
why Israel can have nuclear power,
because Israel
but
didn't sign an
not
agreement
Iran?
stating they wouldn't.
But they have
Anthony,
nuclear power.
let me ask you
They are
something.
a
One at a
nuclear power,
time.
right?
Salangi, you asked a question. I'm answering you. Israel did not sign an agreement stating they would not. Iran did. That's the difference here.
Doesn't matter if
It does matter.
Israel is also a threat for
Okay.
the.
It does matter, and if you're not going to have an actual discussion, then goodbye. Cerberus, what's up?
Yeah, let me tell you something. Do you think that Trump, right now, do you think he has a right to attack Iran?
Yes.
Yes, and I don't even fucking like
Why?
Trump. I fucking hate Trump. Because
So
again,
hold on.
everything I just stated previously about Iran and their situation with us, and how they've openly stated they're going to attack us, and they're actively working towards completing that goal, and of how they
But
use their proxies to attack us every single day.
What proxies?
Hamas, Hezbollah, the Houthis, the multitude of random militia groups in the Middle East and Iraq that they funded attacking U.S. service members.
Didn't you didn't you guys funded Al Qaeda, Taliban, by the way, and ISIS?
No, we funded the Mujahideen, who then split off into different groups.
So you guys didn't quit the Taliban
No.
from the CIA?
No, we funded the Mujahideen. People split off of the Mujahideen, and then that's how you got the Taliban. And then more people split off. That's how you get Al Qaeda. And then other people split off, and that's how you get IS. These were groups that weren't, although they weren't perfect, and they were fucking crazy back then when we did fund the Mujahideen. They split off into different factions that had differing ideologies because, well, one group doesn't think the other group is extreme enough, so they made their own group. Well, now someone in that group doesn't think this group's extreme enough, so they made their own group.
Wait, so you think Hamas is gonna attack America?
No, but I was giving examples of the proxies because you asked.
Well, for
so
example,
the Houthis attack
Hamas had American citizens as hostages.
yeah, Hamas does have American citizens as hostage, but also the Houthis have attacked American shipping vessels. Hezbollah has unalived or assisted with Iran in unaliving American service members. Like, this isn't just some random fucking thing out of the blue.
Wait, didn't Israel shoot like American journalists?
Where? When?
In Israel?
When?
Back in what's it called?
Have
Like,
you ever actually read something, or is this all things you've heard?
No, I just read it. I just read it because you're thinking like
I'm
you
thinking
thinking.
you don't think.
And
Well, wait.
hey, and I gotta do something in the
I'm gonna
comments real
ask
quick.
this. I'm gonna ask this. Who are the bad guys right now in this war? Who are the bad guys right
The
now?
IRGC, Hezbollah, the Houthis, and Hamas. Real quick, I gotta address this one comment real quick. Can you prove the USA hostage? Yeah, Hamas literally releasing their own list of the hostages, which confirmed that there were U.S. citizens on that list, including some that they executed at point blank range right before they were rescued.
Also, Eden Alexander came home about a couple of weeks ago.
Wait, so you're saying the bad guys are Hamas, Hezbollah, and Houthis?
In our opinion,
and
yes.
the IRGC, yes.
For protecting their people.
It's not their people. They're
those are the people.
No, those they hang on. They're
oppressing the
okay.
person.
Hang on. Hang on. You asked a question. Let me respond. You
Okay,
said
go
for protecting their people. My response to that would be, how is it that when Hamas invades Israel, a sovereign nation, and declares war on Israel, even though there was a ceasefire the day prior, that's not protecting their people? Hezbollah, oh shit, what just happened? Oh, and I broke the live. Hezbollah, as a response to October 7th, launching thousands of rockets into Israel and declaring war on Israel for a year, is not Hezbollah protecting their people. The Houthis attacking shipping vessels for the entire globe that go through the Red Strait or the Red Sea is not them protecting their people. In fact, the Houthis even sunk a couple ships that spilled oil on their own shores and destroyed their entire fishing market. That harms their own people. None of what they have done is protecting their own people. They are lashing out because of the West and because of Jews. It's as simple as that. It's not like they hide it. They're very open about why they do it.
So what you're saying is we hate Jews?
Depends on which group. Yeah, absolutely.
Did you know that Hamas doesn't hate Jews? By the way, they hate Zionists.
It's literally.
Hang on, I'm gonna read you a quote. Hang on.
What's the difference? Don't you know the difference between Jews and Zionists?
Are you gonna try to Jew explain to a Jew?
You're Jewish.
Hang on. Hold on. We're gonna read a quote here. This comes from who was it? Was this Mohammed Dave? I think it was Mohammed Dave.
If you want a good article, the ADL has one called Hamas in its own words.
Oh, I don't.
And it's just a bunch of quotes from different age group leaders. Yeah. And it's weird. They don't say Zionists that often, at all. Majority of it's destroy the Jews. Like,
okay, so I'm just gonna read a quote from. Hang on. I got a quote that I'm gonna read real quick. This is a quote from Mohammed Dave, one of the leaders of Hamas, or was a leader of Hamas. Quote, if the siege is not undone, we will explode in the face of our enemies. With God's permission, the explosion is not only going to be in Gaza, but also in the West Bank and abroad, God willing. Oh, no, it's Fatih Hamad, not Mohammed Dave. But our brothers outside are trying to prepare, warming up. He continued, quote, 7 million Palestinians outside, enough warming up. You have Jews with you in every place. You should attack every Jew possible in all the world and unalive them. That doesn't sound like Zionist to me. That's a really weird way to say Zionist.
What article is that, by the way? What article is that?
That is a quote from Mohammed Dave in March of 2018.
2018.
Mm-hmm.
Zionism is only a word used to get and garner support of useful idiots like the leftist liberal blue hairs and the bald-headed.
So hold on. And I've got another quote. I've got another quote.
Reach-arounds on each other.
I've got another quote from Hamas, from their own founding charter, which, by the way, you're going to go, oh, well, they came out with a new charter in 2017. Well, actually, 5 days after that charter came out, their leaders openly stated that it doesn't replace their original charter, and their original charter still means what they say. Quote, from Article 7 of the original Hamas charter from the Islamic Resistance Movement. Quote, the day of judgment will not come about until the Muslims fight the Jews, unaliving the Jews. When the Jew will hide behind the stones and trees, the stones and trees will say, oh, Muslims, oh, Abdullah, there is a Jew behind me. Come and unalive him. Only the Garquad tree, evidently a certain kind of tree, would not do that because it is one of the trees of the Jews. And that is from Sahih al-Bukhari and Sahih Muslim. So they're using their own religious text saying, hey, no, this is about Jews. And the rest of the world is going, no, it's not about Jews.
So what do you support about this conflict? What do you support?
Did you miss the entire like last fucking 15 minutes of our discussion?
I heard it. No, I heard it. I heard about Hamas.
I
heard about
support
Hamas.
taking
But
out Hamas's capabilities to harm Jews or any of our allies ever again. I support
so
Hezbollah capitulating to the Lebanese government and the Israeli army. I support wiping the
it's
Houthis
okay.
off the face of the earth to save the shipping lanes for global travel and navigation, as well as saving the Yemeni people from the oppressive Houthis that use child soldiers and literally grape their own people. And I support wiping the IRGC off the map and hopefully giving freedom to the Persian people in Iran.
Sam Kevmad.
Wait, so you don't blame Israel at all?
Type in chat, honest good. No, I don't. I don't blame Israel for the fact that these groups go, "Hey, we hate Jews."
Really, they killed literally 60,000 people. I don't blame them. People, I'm talking about people. I'm not talking about Hamas. I'm talking about people.
How many of these people? Wait a second. How many of these people that lost their lives were actual combatants and collaborators?
They were not combatants, bro. They were not Hamas.
How do you know? Wait. Hang on, Cerberus. Where do you get the numbers of 60,000? Where do you get that number
Go
from?
look, man. It's all
No, I'm asking you.
look.
I'm trying to prove a point. Where do you get that number from?
The BBC, for example, the American.
Okay,
news.
where is BBC getting it from? Who are they quoting?
What do you mean with the quoting?
Who are they getting that source? Because the BBC is not sitting there counting bodies. So hang on. Who is? Hang on.
About the Palestinian authorities.
It's not Palestinian Authority. It's from the Gaza Ministry of Health. Here, so let's pull it up. Gaza snapshot. We can even pull up their Telegram channel. But we're gonna pull. Hang on. We're gonna pull up the Gaza snapshot from OCHA and UNRWA. We're gonna pull this up from June 18th, and we have 50,000 identified and 55,000 reported. But here's the thing. According to the Gaza Ministry of Health themselves, they do not differentiate civilians from combatants when doing these totals. So that 50,000 confirmed includes combatants. So it's not just 50,000 random civilians. It's 50,000 people, including combatants who are actively fighting against Israel.
So, wait, hold on. I'm gonna ask you this. And I think you're gonna say. Like, no, they have no right to defend themselves.
Before you move forward, I have to ask you a question. Can you
listen. I want to ask Anthony something.
This is going to help you.
You have the self-control of a toddler.
Bring us the source that says 60,000 civilians have been unalived. Please,
hold on. Listen to me.
Al Jazeera, I don't care. Just bring it. That says that all of these unalivings are just.
So biologic Israel has a right to defend himself.
Yes.
Well, considering they were invaded by an outside entity that openly declared war on them.
Okay, I'm gonna ask you this: does the Palestinians have a right to defend themselves?
Yeah, against Hamas.
Nah, man, you're crazy, man. Look at this.
Cerberus, when was the last time the Palestinians elected a leader that was a Palestinian? No. Stick with me here. Stick with me here because I actually give a shit about Palestinians and watch. When was the last time the Palestinians had a leader that was Palestinian?
When was the last time Israel?
No. Don't ask another question. When was the last time Palestinians had a leader that was Palestinian?
Mahmoud Abbas.
No, Mahmoud Abbas was not Palestinian. They've never had one. They've never had a leader that's Palestinian.
What's it doing?
They've never had a leader that's Palestinian, ever.
So did Israel, by the way.
No,
no.
What? We're not talking about Israel. Stop pivoting. Stop pivoting. No, Cerberus, guys, stop interrupting, guys. I've got it, Cerberus. We're not talking about Israel. We're talking about the Palestinians. The Palestinian people have not once in their history had a Palestinian leader. Not once have they had a leader from their own people that gave a fuck about their own people. Their only leaders have been from outside countries like Egypt, where they say, what?
Ooh.
You don't know where the... fucking God.
No.
Well, I'll pull you up a list of where everyone's from. But the Palestinian people have never had a leader that's from Palestine that actually gives a shit about their own people. Not once. Every single time they've had leaders that don't give a fuck about them and use them and abuse them in the war against Israel and the Jews. The Palestinian leaders, the Hamas leaders, openly state that they want their people to die. They openly state that they are okay with their people dying. They openly state that they love when their people die because it furthers their gain.
Was it on the news?
Yes, they did this on international television. They openly admitted they don't care when their civilians die.
Okay, show me. I want to hear it. Show me.
I don't think you can show that on a live.
Hang on.
No, I want to know. Show
that's
me.
actually
when I
You can literally type it into YouTube and it'll pop up immediately.
Hang on.
Show me.
Hollywood.
because you're saying like Hamas.
Cerberus, hold on. I'm trying to talk to Sam.
You're all
Cerberus, hold
saying
on.
like Hamas.
Cerberus, hold on. I'm trying to talk to Sam.
Hamas is
Dude,
the bad
shut
guy here.
up, Cerberus. Jesus Christ. Hold on, Sam. That ADL article I was telling you about, Hamas in its own words, actually has the quotes. All of that shit. Everything in there. It's a really
Oh no,
good
I'll show him the video though. Show him the video. Abu Marzouk.
وهذا سؤال رائج وشائع يعني من قام بتشييد
He says it again. Hang on.
هذه الأنفاق من أجل أن نحمي أنفسنا من الطائرات. نحن مقاتلين من الأنفاق.
Where's my mouse? Oh, there it is.
أما القطاع غزة والاستهداف.
Nope.
لأنه لا نملك ما ندفع به عن أنفسنا من القتل والاستهداف. هذه الأنفاق من أجل أن نحمي أنفسنا من الطائرات. نحمي مقاتلين من الأنفاق. أما القطاع غزة فأنت تعلم والجميع يعلم بأنه 75% منه لاجئين، واللاجئين هو مسؤولية الأمم المتحدة في.
It is the responsibility of the United Nations to protect them. That is about the Palestinian people. When he was asked why they don't let the Palestinian people of Gaza into the tunnels to hide and protect themselves. He stated that it was not up to them to protect their own civilians. It was up to the United Nations. They don't give a fuck about their own people.
They have nowhere to hide, by the way.
The tunnels! Did you not just hear what he was just asked? Hey, why don't you've got all these tunnels?
Do you think
Cerberus, stop.
Do you think
stop. He was just asked, hey, you have all these tunnels. We know you have these tunnels. You've admitted to these tunnels. Why don't you let the civilians in there? You can fight from above. You can let the civilians protect themselves in the tunnels. He said, nope, the tunnels are for us, for the fighters. It's the UN's responsibility to take care of the civilians. They don't give a fuck.
No, actually, they say quite the opposite. Ismail Haniyeh literally says on multiple occasions that they need this blood to awaken within the people of Gaza and the Palestinians, the revolutionary spirit. Like, they literally are designed this whole conflict so that the Palestinians, the Gazas themselves, are the ones who get hurt the most, not the combatants that are hiding underneath them.
So just because
you guys do this crazy ass victim blaming where you guys are completely content with a radical Islamist T organization building 700 kilometers.
T organization. They talk about terrorists.
Self-control. Self-control.
Hang on, guys. Hold on. Hey, Soul. Go drop your toaster in your bathtub.
Added number.
Live, laugh, toaster bath. All right.
Sorry. By the way, if you guys are a mod, can you guys be paying attention to the chat? At least let me know if I need to update the odds count or handle people. Like, fuck, man.
No, it's
not your turn yet, buddy. I'm asking you questions.
You're talking literally about terrorists.
Stop crashing out like you're about to fucking blow up, bro. Calm down. Take off the vest. Take off the vest. The timer isn't on yet, okay? So again, I ask you, where's Hamas?
What did you say? What did you say? Take off the vest? What did you say?
I said take off the vest. The timer hasn't started yet. So again,
off of the tequila.
Nah, wait.
Where is Hamas? No, then you answer this.
Cerberus,
answer the question. Yeah, I think it's funny.
Hey, buddy, I can also say the same thing about Hitler, about the gas chamber.
There it is. There it is. It's not about the Jews, but there it is. It's not about the Jews, but there it is. Goodbye, Yahtzee.
I'm not even Jewish, you fucking bozo. Good job.
Added Jew to the counter.
I know, but he was trying to go after me like it was gonna hurt my feelings or something. Like, no, I'm not Jewish.
Wait, 29. What did I miss?
But thanks for outing yourself.
What did I miss in the chat? Apparently, I missed
The guy
another
that you
Yahtzee.
just brought up, I had muted him because he was saying really disgusting things in the comments.
And as we've all determined that Hamas doesn't have surface level military bases. They don't have bases where they perform their operations out of. Their operations are performed out of tunnels, out of the civilian population, out of hospitals, out of schools, out of mosques. That's why there's Article 19 violations, Article 20 violations, Article 31 violations all over Gaza, because you guys are committing war crimes by fighting, but get mad when you accuse other people of war crimes. That's like literally looking at the mirror and yelling at yourself.
Anushka, do you mind if I drop you down so we don't have it 4 against 1 right now? It's like maybe a 2 opposition.
Stop using the Palestinians as human shields for a cause that's designed to
Wait,
literally
I
target
can't
Jewish
hear
people.
Anushka. Hold on. What'd you say? Oh, she left. Okay, thank you, Anushka. Cerberus, you're not coming back up here. You openly expose yourself. It's not about the Jews. Immediately starts talking about the Holocaust. Chimillionaire, what's up?
Yeah, I'm cool. Greetings.
What's up?
Yeah, I just kind of ask a question here. Like,
Mhm.
I'm confused. Like, you said one guy was saying they cannot put their civilians inside the tunnel just to save them. But 2 million people, I don't think they can fit in this tunnel.
Even if cool. Even if it is, hey, we can't fit all 2 million people. The fact is, he said they wouldn't put any of them in. He stated that the tunnels aren't for them at all. It's for the fighters. And he said the UN can take care of the civilians. Like, if sure, you might have an argument if he said, hey, there's just not enough room in the tunnels. We can fit a bunch of people. There's just not enough room. Cool, you would have an argument, but he didn't say that.
Yeah, I know. Maybe he was thinking that way. That's why he said maybe it's up to the international community just to
No, he was very
defend this.
explicit about what he said. They don't care about the civilians. They enjoy when their civilians are martyred. They enjoy when their civilians die. It furthers their cause. They've openly
They've
stated
literally said
Okay.
that they need.
One thing that is worrying is like attacking hospitals with healthcare workers.
What? Hang on.
have you
There's
read?
Chamillionaire. There's 4 protected class status of buildings. There's hospitals, places of worship, places of education, and aid facilities. According to the Geneva Conventions, all 4 of those facilities immediately lose all protected status the second they're used for military purposes. Hamas openly uses these buildings to conduct operations, to fight from. They build tunnels from them. They launch rockets from their roofs. They openly admit this. They film this. They post about it. And they brag about it. And then they cry victim. When they use those facilities, they no longer are protected buildings. They are fair game.
For this, I think all these are claims just for excuse just to kill people. I don't think these are concrete.
So if I show
They have
you
concrete evidence for doing
if
that.
I show you a video of them doing that, would you believe me?
I don't think all these hospitals can be operational. Maybe they can be used for civilians. No, like military purposes. Maybe it can be maybe false claims just to kill people. I think this is a war, and
Okay, hang on.
there can be excuses just to kill people.
Hang on. Here, I'm going to show you the proof. We
We hear they did the same in Israel.
Nope. Chamillionaire. Here, this is the Al Quds Brigade openly firing from the front of the hospital, the Al Quds Hospital. Play. Here we have the fighters walking in and out of the front of the hospital. We've got this guy with an RPG firing it at the IDF convoy. We've openly seen this stuff. And then here we have the RPG firing from right over here. Look, it is. There it is. Comes from the right from the entrance of the hospital. So we have them on video doing this. We have them admitting they did it. Also, when at the Al Shifa hospital, they openly admitted and posted videos of themselves fighting from within the maternity ward of the Al Shifa hospital. And then they cried when the maternity ward got destroyed.
Okay, so having maybe 2 or 3 people operating
Mohammed Sinwar was literally unalived in a tunnel that was right at the entrance to the emergency room of the European hospital. So with that, we have full video of not only the tunnel entrance, but the entire part of the tunnel up to where, because the way they do that shit is so sick. They just blow both ends of the tunnel closed and then just let them starve out inside.
Yeah.
Good is what they deserve.
No, this is it. Hey, Schmitter, even if it was just 1 or 2 guys, according to international law and according to the Geneva Conventions, even if it is just 1 or 2 guys, that building no longer has protected status.
Yeah, I understand, but using just 2 people just to kill a lot of people or 6 people,
that's not what they're doing,
these are criminal offense under the international law.
No.
Like,
Wait,
you
are
should
you
not
telling?
attack
Hang on.
the
Are
sick.
you telling me that civilians dying in war is against international law?
Yeah, civilians do die, but don't target where.
All right. You don't know anything about war or international law.
It's wild how
if you're gonna talk about international law, please actually know about international law and warfare. Moss, what's
All
up?
of it is just weak ass justification for them to do whatever they want, but Israel has to follow, which they do, but they don't have to follow the rules. Israel has to follow the rules. because whatever. I don't know, but guess what? They are following the rules. Stop using these places that are supposed to be protected as military assets, and they won't become military targets. It's very simple.
Mass, what's up? Moss, whatever it is. Sorry. Mass 228. You're on the live.
It's also designed to try and reduce the risk of the greatest looming threat to Singapore's future of all from ever happening. The growing risk of a war erupting between the United States and China over Taiwan, and them then forcing Singapore to painfully choose a side between them. For decades, Singapore has tried to carefully.
What the heck was that?
He was watching news about the conflict between us and China.
There's a conflict between us and China?
Well, impending.
Oh.
And he just saw the comments. Oh shit, sorry. Griffin, what's up?
All right, you?
Doing all right. What's on your mind?
Quite a lot actually.
All right, hit me with it.
Yeah. So you see, there are always different other side of the picture as well. Obviously, you are standing by your narrative, which is okay, but then everybody has a story, and I think we all agree with that.
But you're being very, very, very vague here. Can
Yeah.
you get to the point? I'm trying to figure out what your point is.
Okay. So just take an example of when the coalition forces were in Afghanistan, right?
Mm-hmm.
There were like 40 nations in total, if I'm not wrong.
I don't remember the exact total. It was a lot of people. It's the one and only time Article 5 has ever been invoked.
So obviously you're fighting a warfare which is not against a conventional force. It's irregulars. It's you call them rebel T's, whatever you want to call it. And there were attacks on coalition forces every now and then. They suffered casualties.
Mm-hmm.
All right, but there is a difference between a civilized military and irregulars, rebels, T's, whatever.
We have rules of engagement. They don't.
Yeah. And you represent a civilized world. That's what we claim.
Mm-hmm.
But even in Afghanistan, at no single point, U.S. or any coalition forces, they just went and bombed indiscriminately a village or a place where tangos were hiding. Actually, you just don't do that.
Hang on. Actually, there our rules of engagement and targeting acquisition information specifically got updated because there was a couple instances where that did happen. One of the biggest incidents is the wedding bombing, where we were told by an informant that there was team members at a wedding. We did not verify that information. We just trusted him and bombed the wedding and took out a bunch of civilians. So because of stuff like that instance, we had to update our procedures where it's like, okay, I need certain verifiable pieces of information to validate a target before doing the strike. So I wouldn't say that we haven't done it in the past. We absolutely have. We have definitely fucked up. But you have to positively... Oh, someone in chat just said it. PID. You have to positively identify your target.
Yeah. So, even when that happened, like you said, there was a very serious concern that why that happened and should never happen again. Okay? Because it is a challenging environment. Like I said, it's not a regular force. You have to be very careful and differentiate between the civilians and these people, okay, that you're fighting. I understand that maybe in Gaza it is rather challenging, but still, I mean, come on. If you have that level of precision strike capability that you can take people like Hania inside Iran, it's such a accurate precision. That was good. But at the same time, every next day there's news coming that hospital was bombed. People were just standing to collect food. They got killed. Like, that doesn't make sense. I'm sorry to say.
So here's the problem with your statement, right? Have you read John Spencer?
No.
All right, cool. John Spencer is the chair of the Urban Warfare Department at West Point. He is literally the United States expert on how to conduct urban warfare. If you'd read his statements on it, right, he would point out that he points out multiple times that Israel is going above and beyond what any other nation does to avoid civilian casualties. So like two things can't be true. These two things can't be true at the same time, right? They can't be indiscriminately boom booming and simultaneously going above and beyond to avoid civilian casualties. We have an expert with years of experience, right? That is the premier expert in our country about this. Literally teaches our officers how to conduct urban warfare, saying that they're going above and beyond. And then I've got guys like Amnesty International, who doesn't actually study conflict, who doesn't really know much, like most of them don't really know much at all about how conflicts are like this are conducted, telling me that's not good, that there's indiscriminate boom booming going on. Who should I believe?
Okay, and the other thing that we often hear is that whenever the militaries they go into these civilian areas where there are civilians, one of the thing we all hear all the
Are you
time
going
is
to
like,
answer my question?
no, I'm just not sure about it. So I heard what you just said, and it's okay.
Right,
What I'm
but no. Like literally, take it out of the conflict for a moment, right? You have one of the world's premier experts telling you that one thing is going on, and then basically what amounts to a group of biased journalists telling you that another thing is going on. Who do you believe?
like they say in war, the first casualty is the truth. So it's hard to trust anyone nowadays. So, yeah, what I was saying now, that
Like this is that is a stupid answer. That is a I'm sorry, sir. If we look at it a different way, if a doctor tells you that you have one problem and your pastor tells you that it is something completely different, who do you go with?
well, I'm not. I don't want to answer that because, mate, look, it's your point of view.
Okay,
It's
cool.
his
Listen,
point of view.
let's
Um,
try it another way. Let's
no,
try it another
no
way.
need to try another
If
way.
your doctor tells you, that you have cancer, right? And the girl that does your wife's nails tells you that it's just an upset tummy. Who do you
Okay.
believe?
Oh, leave this example. The thing I was saying next was that in war,
Are you
this
going to answer the question or not?
If you're not going to answer the question, you're just going to.
Morning.
Morning. What's up?
How we doing?
Doing all right. What's on your mind?
I'm glad this has happened, to be fair. You can't let a terrorist state have these sort of weapons and them not declare it and not come to a table and, they were warned. This is the outcome. I'm with it.
Fair enough.
Fair enough.
That's just the mind of a Brit as I woke up this morning. I knew it was going to happen over the weekend. I was talking to my dad about it. I said he's not going to give 2 weeks. It's going to be over the weekend, and lo and behold, he did it. But like I say, his hands were tied. It sort of tied for the. They can't have weapons like that in a terrorist state. Simple as that.
I wish the rest of the world saw it as plainly as you did.
Well, don't beat about the bush. Just go straight for the neck, eh?
Right.
It's just the amount of apologists. Like, these people were completely content with war when it was them attacking a fledgling small state of, 9 million people. They're all for war. They love war then. They were happy. They were celebrating. They named stores and restaurants after the event, and they celebrate it constantly. They brag about having hostages. But now, when real strength shows up to the fight, they're all bitching and whining. Oh my God, why did America have to do this? Meh. Like, why? Well, it's quite simple. They weren't abiding. to their treaties that they signed. They openly threatened us. They attacked us by proxy constantly. And then they wonder why they're finally getting a response. This is the old adage of fuck around, find out. And they did fuck around, and this is the finding out portion of the phase.
Yeah, this comes right from our holy text, Galatians 3:5.
Galatians.
It's one of the most famous quotes from Galatians, right next to "Stay strappeth" or "Get clappeth."
My favorite is the good Lord yeeteth and the good Lord yoinketh away.
The good yord.
Now I'm gonna dress up in my dress blues. I don't know. Should I put the C device on my Arcom or the R device? Probably the C device. It looks cooler.
Shit.
Oh.
Can I just say as well, Anthony, thank you for your service, man. It means a lot, even to us Brits.
Thank you.
Appreciate that, man.
I appreciate that. Who knows how I cancel a fucking subscription on Streamlabs? Fuck.
Is that why your Streamlabs isn't working right?
It signed me into the wrong account. That's what it was. Oh, there we go. Cancel membership. There we go.
So do we know if the mission was successful? Do we know if the bombs have collapsed the mountains where the?
I'm sure we'll see some photos and videos coming out.
Yeah.
There's so right now, the White House has said that it was successful.
Let's be real. Space Force is all over that area like a doctor during a colonoscopy, bro. Like there are so many satellite assets over the top of Iran right now. It would make the aliens jealous.
Yeah.
Yeah, they'd probably be honestly, if you think about it, they'd probably be able to give anybody there at Fordo a prostate exam via satellite. How deep we're going, man.
What an impressive feat! Like the Moab's fat sister, the Mop. I mean, 30,000 pounds, 15 tons. 2.5 of those tons are just pure high-grade plastic boom boom. Like that is the ultimate. And we dropped so far. I'm reading between 6 and 12. I'm not sure if it was 6 planes, 12 booms, or 6 planes, 6 booms. I'm not, or 3 planes, 6 booms. I'm not sure.
But yeah, thank you for coming up in the green sky. We're gonna try and get some opposition up here. I appreciate it, man.
Thank you, mate.
Thank you. Bye bye. A video already came out. No, it didn't, Pat. That was misinformation. Okay, so I'm gonna give you guys some background again. We haven't done this a little bit. So for background on myself, my name is Anthony Scott. Served 10 years in the United States Marine Corps doing combat marksmanship instruction and doctrine development. Helped create training doctrine that's going to be used to train Marines to go to war for decades. Also did all of our simulator digital programming for the simulators we use to train Marines. Did programming for the Army, Navy, and Air Force as well. I also did the curriculum for the SIG M18 pistol. I've got over a decade in geopolitical and foreign affairs experience with advisory roles, and I specialize in the Middle East and Eastern Europe. Over the next few days, you guys are going to see a lot of misinformation and fear-mongering coming out. You guys are going to see a lot of videos that are being clickbait or people starting videos with breaking news. Breaking news. Don't listen to everything you see. Do some basic level research. If you see a picture, reverse image search it. See where it came from. See who else is posting it. See if it's actually from the conflict. See if it was posted from a different conflict. If you see a video, listen to the audio. See if it was fake added audio or if you can hear someone speaking a different language. What language is it? There's already been a bunch of people posting footage from Syria and from Russia and claiming that it is from this strike. You're going to see a lot of sensationalized stuff and fear-mongering on, oh, sleeper cell this, sleeper cell that, explosion this, retaliation that. Do some basic level research. Don't panic. Don't let everyone fear-monger you. Just don't listen to everything you see. Space Force coasties don't care about those forces. Don't you care about those forces? What? What? IRGC to give a public address in about 15 minutes. Ooh, Tango, where are they going to do it? Where are they going? Tango.
Oh, Tango's here. I love Tango.
Oh, you just read.
Where are they going to do it? Where are they going to do it?
So it's two sites had the information. The president and then one of the IRGC leaders, like chief of something.
where
So yeah,
to get
they're
into
going to
it,
do it in
though.
about 15 minutes. I would go to the Coots Network might have it, or yeah, our IRGC State Media. One of them is MEHR, MEHR network. One of them is also starts with an N, like
Coots
More
Network is going to
Network
be
or something
doing
like
it.
that. It's let me get you the name so you have
Yeah.
his name and you can look it up.
How do I unlink my fucking?
You know it's a good day anytime we get graced by Deb's beautiful presence.
Oh, Deb, I've got to find Coach and apologize to him too. I'm sorry I left that live so abruptly. I was about to say some really bad things to cats, and I didn't want to get the live taken down.
What
Did you almost mop the live? Lion?
Oh man, let me
Is Katz
listen.
doing
Listen.
his normal sympathizing for terrorists while saying they don't hate Jews?
Oh, Mehdi Mohammadi is his name.
Can you
Mehdi Mohammadi.
Can you paste it in the chat? And what platform am I going on?
Oh. This is a strategic advisor to the Iranian parliament. So it's either going to be an Iranian parliament YouTube live, or it's going to be on like Quds, the QUDS network.
Can you copy
or
paste the name so I can paste it? Or I
yeah,
can copy it?
Mohammed. I mean, sorry, Mehdi, like Mehdi Hassan, Mehdi, and then I'll write the last name is Mohammed, and then an ADI at the end.
Mohammed ADI.
Let me go MEHDI.
Mehdi.
Mohammadi.
Mehdi Mohammadi.
Strategic advisor to the Iranian parliament.
The computer scientist who went to the University of Michigan?
Probably. I would not doubt that.
But no, to answer your question, DJ, he was specifically trying to antagonize me. He was doing his thing and all that, but it was bad enough that I finally was like F you and just left. And if you think about it, when have I ever just left alive like that?
Oh no, that one dude crashed out when I told him to take his vest off. The timer's not ticking.
You're fine.
I guess it was.
Don't worry about it. Did you find it, Sam?
No, because I don't know what platform to go on. I just Googled the name. There's a lot.
Oh, Quds News Network might have it. I don't know if
Okay,
they'll
their
do it live,
website or
though.
their Twitter or
Yeah, you're gonna have to try all of it. I don't know. Do you want me to go looking on YouTube
let me
for
know
you
if you see
and
it.
seeing
Hang on.
if I find something?
Quds News Network.
That's the Hamas News Network.
Twitter.
Can you get YouTube MEHR? Do they have their news network live on there?
YouTube.
MEHR is in Iran.
The FBI is actively monitoring all of our search histories.
HR News.
Speaking of that, I would love takes. Well, when you guys are done with this, at some point
They're
I'll
not
get off. But I do want to get your takes on Unit 910 of Hezbollah, and will there be a green light given at all from the IRGC, or will the cells be kept, quiet for now?
What the fuck? Hold on, guys. My audio just broke. Hold on, everyone. The audio just broke. And I've muted stream audio for a second so no one can hear anything. Hold on. Hold on, guys. Hold on. I'm Test. Oh, there we go. Okay, we're back. Jesus fucking Christ. I don't know what happened. So I clicked on a test. Okay, now I can be heard on the other platforms as well. Oh my fucking god. Dude, that was so fucking stupid. Are you guys talking? Hello? My phone's feeding through. I'm not using my phone. I'm just going to disconnect everyone and come back. My phone's not plugged in.
Can you hear now?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay, we could hear music playing, and
Yeah,
then
I turned it on.
No,
It's
I
just
know.
testing audio.
I went on Coffee Cup to call you, and they could hear the phone ringing.
No,
on your end.
that was my WhatsApp desktop.
Oh yeah. So they could hear that, is what we're
Mhm.
saying. They could
Yeah, I
hear
know.
it.
I turned on the
It's just
music to make
you.
sure everyone could hear. I don't know what just happened though. I just lost 100 viewers though. That was great. I swear to
'Cause we're
God, if
trying
you
to
say you lost the game, I'm gonna.
Yeah, I was trying to call you so you could at least see the message that I wrote to you. Like, we can hear stuff. Your
Yeah, I
chat can
know.
hear,
I
but they
could see
can't
the
hear
I
us.
could see the chat, but watch when
Okay,
I
well, they
switch
couldn't hear us.
to. Yeah, I know. Watch when I switch to. Okay, so you guys can hear me on this mic. Why is this not working? Properties, listen, levels. How about now? Test. There it is. It disabled my fucking thing. What the fuck? Hang on.
Features in the request.
Now there we go. Fuck.
Now you sound better too. Features in the request. He says he got news for you.
On my other service. Oh, my webcam got disabled on my other platform too. That's lovely. Okay, now I gotta reset the fucking camera on OBS, properties, deactivate, reactivate. There we go. Okay. Fuck me.
No, you're not my type, dude. Sorry. Thank you for the offer, though.
All right, so I got a massive news for you. I'm half a bottle of whiskey down, so a little buzzed right now. But jumping through Iranian telegrams, so you're familiar with Russia and how they were posting attack plans in their telegrams?
Discord, all that shit too. Yeah.
You are super quiet. Hold on.
What? Is it?
Okay, you're good now. You're good now.
Okay.
I think it was just you pulling away. So Iran just posted on most of their telegrams attack plans to shut down the Strait of Hormuz.
They said that earlier, and the U.S. supposedly the U.S. saw some movement, and they sent strike boats. That's what they're saying.
So here's the photo that I took up from Telegram. This is the attack plan right here, with them moving troops in this area.
Yeah,
so,
they
they
physically
just flat out
incapable.
posted that.
I don't know if they did, but there's a. I mean, I don't know who posted that, but there was an earlier post about an hour ago that said strike boats are moving through the strait to potentially cut it off.
This was posted 5 minutes ago.
They're not gonna do shit.
Gotcha. It'll be funny if they do. I mean.
So I don't know if you can see here, Sam, but they literally posted the exact line of movement that they're going to be using. So I can't remember the name of the highway off the top of my head because I looked it up, but they're using this highway to move troops to the Strait of Hormuz to try to shut it down. So they just flat out posted this online on their telegrams. So I'm pretty sure the United States troops in Israel are going to have a fun time with that.
They're not actually gonna do. They don't have any troops to
up.
do that with though. It's just them fucking posting shit to fuck with people. They don't have any troops.
They also really don't have a navy to do it with either, so it'd be very weird.
Well, so from what I was reading, it looks like they're trying to move what they're claiming some anti-air assets and missile munitions through this line here to get to the Strait of Hormuz to try to attack United States military ships. They're not going to get there, but they literally just flat out posted their attack plan.
It's not real.
I have a live news outlet for you, Samthony. Okay. It's Iran International on YouTube. They are showing stuff, but I don't know if it's going to be a live of the parliament guy who's going to speak live. So I'm not sure if this is an English news source or actually Iranian or IRGC. They're showing Israeli post of what Israel actually attacked. So really not sure, but if anyone in the chat knows of an IRGC news outlet that goes live on YouTube, let us know. That would be great.
Do you guys know that Iran is backed by numerous nuclear countries,
that's the
right?
update.
Yeah, and they're not going to do shit. Thank you, Future. Oh, your signal's really fucked right now.
No
Thank
problem.
you, Future. Times of India, but is Times of India going to have a live stream?
Gentlemen, how are we? Oh, and ladies.
Sam, you do sound far away, even that close.
Fuck.
There you go. Now we can hear you.
Why is it being so sensitive, though?
When you lean in, it's perfect, but when you back up, it's hard to hear you.
Okay, Toast, what's up? What's on your mind?
What's good? What's good? What's good? I hope you're all well. I'm British. I've just woken up and was scrolling through TikTok. Thought I'd make a point. Listen, you guys are obviously on the side of Israel, right? Like you guys, but can you see that from a general public's point of view? You guys have obviously got your side, but can you see that it's not all just one-sided? You know what I mean? Is there any part of you that thinks that whatever Israel has done is bad? Or are we just completely one-sided in this debate?
Give me an example.
well, it's of my opinion that Israel has committed numerous war crimes against the people of Palestine, and
Which ones?
has
Fucking Christ, Lion, calm down.
Sorry, yeah. Just
I hate this because if you're going to tell me there's a crime, though, you need to cite the
I
law.
understand, but let them get to it. Fuck, man.
Okay, what? Sorry, infantry. What's your name?
Lion.
Lion. Okay, Lion. Pleasure. Listen, when you give your opinion, I will always listen to you, hear you out.
We get it. We don't need to go to the back and forth. So you're saying Israel has committed war crimes against the people of Palestine? Okay.
Yes. Yes.
And again, but I asked you, such as.
Okay. So, for example, just to let you know, my birthday was on June the 16th, right? On June the 16th, numerous food aid was sent by numerous different charities, numerous different organizations into 3 different areas of Palestine. What those 3 areas are, I don't know specifically, but I can find that for you quickly. And during the collection of this food aid in numerous different places in Palestine, it was treated as sort of like a trap. If you can imagine food aid in 3 different areas pulling up, obviously these people have been...
Are you referring to when the buses were attacked and the people were kidnapped?
No. I can get you more specific information. But it was certainly reported to us. See, this is the thing. We need to be careful because I don't trust news sources just as much as you guys don't. So I can see from numerous points of view, and in fact, I agree with some of the points of view that you guys raise. But when you've got people who are starving in a country,
No, just I want the accusation of what happened. I don't need the fucking appeal to emotions. I want the accusation of what you are accusing Israel of doing.
Okay, I'm accusing Israel of murdering people queuing up to get food aid because they are starving.
And what is the proof of this other than some random people said so?
Well, I wouldn't say that the BBC News is random.
But they're sourcing someone else. The BBC wasn't there to witness it. They're quoting someone else. So random people, because this has happened multiple times already. Israel was even accused of being the one to light up a couple buses the other day, where it was found out that the aid people came out and said, no, this was Hamas. They warned us to stop working with the U.S. and Israel. They literally lit up our bus, unalived 5 people, and kidnapped 10 of our workers, who were all Palestinians, because we worked with the U.S. and Israel.
Breaking news. Hindustan. Hindustan on YouTube live. Khomeini is.
Oh, wait, hang on. I've got Times of Israel or Times of India right now. Okay, hang on.
They're not live though. That's a replay.
I'm this.
Oh, you got this one. Yeah. Okay, it might be that one. I think they're showing a replay.
Is also one of the elements that fits within the overall framework of our country's national independence, which is the main pillar of the Imam's activities. Another principle is the principle of steadfastness. Steadfastness is different from the resistance we mentioned earlier. Steadfastness means following the path, persistently staying on the straight path, pursuing it, and maintaining continuity. This is the meaning of steadfastness. National independence is a collection of these important and fundamental principles, such as those we have discussed and some others. Imam, in particular, introduced these into the identity of the Iranian nation. He familiarized the people, their hearts, their minds, and the youth with these principles. Today, our youth are familiar with the issue of self-confidence, with the idea of we can, with the concept of resistance, and with the notion of continuing the path. Their minds and hearts are familiar with it. This was the work of the great Imam.
I got it. This is live. That's not live. I have it.
What are we
The foreign minister's about to talk.
Where?
Okay, let me just show you. It looks like here. AP News, Associated Press, live Iran foreign minister press conference after U.S. strikes on Israel from Istanbul.
All right.
Yeah, I got it.
Ugh,
There you
my
go.
right ear loves this audio.
Oh, I'm so glad I was able to get it to you. I was like looking. Yay.
My right ear is really loving this. Thank you, AP News.
Oh, is it like loud or?
No, it's only in my right ear.
Yeah. And I'll see if I find anyone else speaking. But that's the foreign minister who's about to speak. So yeah, at least we have it. I don't know if it'll be in English. I don't think so, but hopefully they'll have some translation. And he's reading from his phone.
Gotta do your sound checks. He's doing the sound check in English. Can I make this audio mono?
We can't hear it on your on the live. It's very low.
Wait, you guys can't hear it at all?
Chat fam, can you hear the guy that was speaking on the pulpit there?
Deb, I think it's quieter for you since you're on the panel. Oh god, that was a lot of people in chat that just said yes. Yeah, I think it's quieter for you, Deb.
Okay, no problem. I just want to make sure they can hear it. I can see it on my screen on mute, but I didn't know if they could hear or not, so I wanted to be sure your audience could hear. The good thing is that it's in Istanbul, which tells us potentially they'll say it in English as well. That's a good thing.
I'm looking over the top.
For those of you wondering what this is, the foreign minister of Iran is about to speak live, and that's what Sam Finney Scott is trying to show.
My webcam is lagging on Twitch. Okay, who's the jackass fumbling with the camera? Unfuck yourself.
Moderator of the press briefing of the foreign minister of the Islamic.
Yes, we're live on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube all at once.
Khomeini looks so brave,
Will be holding a
speaking
press
from his
briefing
bunker.
here shortly, following the latest developments in his country, Iran.
There's nobody, Khomeini's not speaking live, just so people are aware. That's playback video. What Sam Finney's showing right now is live.
Someone in chat just said, and I just looked it through. IDF just recovered bodies of some hostages.
Yeah, Jonathan Samarino, the guy that was unalived by UNRWA employees, was found.
What? They cut the audio? AP, unfuck yourself.
No, they bring it back. They bring it back.
Tabii ki devam ediyorum sizin için. Şu an devam ediyorum. Tercüme kabininden
Oh, come on, Associated Press.
geliyor mu şu an? Uygun mu sizin için? Tercüme yok mu?
Dude, Associated Press, what are you doing? Get your shit together. Bruh, what is going on?
Hazır mıyız? Geliyor mu şu an? Devam ediyorum kürsüden. Test deneme 2 3. Arkada bir bakabilir miyiz simultane kabinlerine?
Cool, now my left ear loves this audio.
Kabinlerinden mikserlere tercüme gelmiyor.
Really good.
Check this. Hey hey.
Tercüme kabinlerinden rica ediyoruz, onlar da konuşsun lütfen.
Do you have your they're just doing sound checks. Do you have your auto CC generator so it generates it in English for you, Sam? I mean Anthony?
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, it's auto generated on YouTube.
Okay. Should we read it to your audience as it's going on, or do you want to have them listen to it?
We'll see how accurate it is. Is he going to declare jihad in the name of Allah? I think they've already done that a long time ago and every day. Ah! Fuck! Why did they do that?
They're doing their sound checks before it goes live on the news.
God
This is what
damn
they
it!
do.
Associated Press, you fucking bastards!
To be fair, they probably just turned on the power.
Wait, is this someone bleeping finding out Khomeini's dead? the dude's backstage just found out Khomeini's dead, swearing.
It's just fuck.
No, that's how they check your right and left sounds. So that's how they get the two of them working, the right and left
Okay, hang on.
speakers.
Oh. My right ear's working again. Associated Press, what is this?
It's not the Associated Press. That's the Associated Tinnitus, bro.
Mop.
Well, this is AP's feed. I think it's coming through Istanbul. So
it's flip flops hitting sand.
Kızırtı geliyor, açmaya çalışıyorlar. Bir sene sonra olacak, takip ediyor olacağız. Sadece Türkiye değil, dünyanın gözü kulağı bu noktada. Bakın hangi açıklamalarda bulunacak İran.
now it just said it's on. Okay, we are ready. You guys are ready. Okay, let me and my team knows. So I can see the subtitle. So they're in the background. I'll give you guys cues. How is it? They're talking to people off mic about it being ready to go.
And it's
sound,
auto-generating
so,
it. I see the word husband.
Yeah.
Whose husband?
I say,
What's the
sorry,
drama?
Just give me. I say sorry. Just give me 2 minutes.
Wait, what's the news? Someone said husband. Whose drama? What? Whose husband? What are we doing? Oh, that guy left. All right, whatever.
Okay, then truck parts. I said truck parts.
Şu an geliyor mu? Yani tamam, Türkçe kabinden geliyor
Dude, this
mu?
cameraman needs to be fired.
Bunu sağlıklı yönlendirirseniz en azından. Peki İngilizcemiz geliyor mu?
İngilizce duyabiliyor musunuz?
Tamam, İngilizceniz geliyor mu? İngilizceye bakabilir miyiz?
İngilizce kanalı duyabiliyor musunuz?
The YouTube chat's like, hurry up, get on with it.
I think what we're gonna try to do is do like English sound check, right sound,
İngilizce
like
var.
one ear will be
Kanallarda
English,
İngilizce de
one
var.
ear will
Tekrar bir
be.
kontrol edin lütfen. Normalde şu an basın mikserine de
I just saw him
Farsça
asking about
geliyor şu
something
an.
in Farsi.
İngilizce kanalı.
Tamam, İngilizce'de bakalım hemen hızlıca. İngilizceyi kontrol edebilir miyiz?
İngilizce kanalı.
Oh yeah, they're
soundcheck,
checking the
İngilizce
channels.
kanalı duyabiliyor
Farsi on one,
musunuz?
English on the
İngilizce
other is what
kanalı
they're saying.
duyabiliyor musunuz? İngilizce ikinci kanal duyabiliyor musunuz?
Tekrar bir kontrol edelim lütfen.
İngilizce ikinci kanal duyabiliyor musunuz?
Hey. Bak bu da 4. Geliyor mu şu an size? İngilizceyi alamıyorsunuz basın
If
mikserinden.
it's that little girl's voice for the
channel.
English
Varsa
reading,
Türkçe
it's gonna
geliyor
be
ama.
so annoying.
Olmuyor. Farsça ve Türkçe geliyor.
Do you hear her?
Yeah.
English channel sound check.
Fucking Aisha should be like doing something else right now, not doing sound checks.
No, listen. If she's doing sound checks, we know Muhammad's leaving her alone. So, like, I like that she's doing sound checks.
Yo, Plenty brought me the deep that talked about how Aisha used to body slam orphans. It's fucking actually crazy. I have to ask Plenty for it, but it's fucking hilarious.
So, chat fam, just so you're aware, we're waiting for the Iranian foreign minister, who's about to give a press conference regarding their take after U.S. strikes on the nuclear sites. We're just waiting for them to start.
This Trump mother effer, he blow up my sheet.
You can see the lady that's going to be doing the translation is there talking in English, so.
Oradan simultane de geliyor. Çift kanal geliyor bize.
This is kind of embarrassing for them.
Yeah, it sounds like their press conference is just as organized as their government.
Bir de İngilizce gelecek.
Like, why would they go live this early if they weren't even ready?
Because it's maybe the time because they did announce it on like on their own like chats, like X accounts and stuff. So people knew to tune in. I mean, I'm glad I found it on AP. I haven't seen it anywhere else yet, so it'll be interesting to see if it's in English. I hope it is. Otherwise, this was all for naught.
Am I the only one that thinks that that thing at the top of the little symbol on their flag looks like a 70s corn stash?
Flor takılıysa
Totally is.
şu an tercümeyle birlikte geliyor mu ses? Hayır temiz.
Konuşsun tercüme bir konuşabilir mi? Biraz sesini yükseltirler.
These people think it's perfectly acceptable for fully grown adults to marry 13-year-old girls, bro. I mean,
I'm just saying. That looks like a...
But Iran has the most tea people in the world. I'm like, yeah, that's because they force convert people who are part of the pride community.
İngilizce almak isteyenler
I think they're asking what language. Somebody wanted to know if they're going to do it in French, and then in English. Oh, and it says use the translation on the ear. So I guess the reporters have translators working for them. It may not be in English, Anthony.
Farsça mı yapılıyor? Kesin mi? Şimdi Farsça geldi. Bak İngilizce
So what do you think they're going to say? Something unalive to America, something aggression.
Turka Turka, Muhammad Jihad.
Oh God.
Bacala. Oh, Durka Durka Durka.
Dirk Muhammad Jihad.
Turkala.
Dirk Bacala.
I fucking love that movie. Dude, I gotta stream that movie on live. See if I get in trouble for
I
it.
think what they were trying to figure out was how they get the English through the AP channel. That's why we heard all those testing sounds. So I hope that through the AP sound, it'll be translated by at least some translator, like they do for the UN.
But no, Sam, at this point, yeah, run faster.
Ses tercümeden ne geliyor?
What did he just say?
Dirk Bacala.
I heard the N word there.
I'm pretty sure it's something about there are 30 goats out back and he can't get his staff away from them to finish setting up for the press conference.
Why does it smell
Fox
like sheep?
is live.
Why does it smell like sheep over there?
Oh, Fox News is live. Okay. Fox News has.
They are still working to fix the audio.
Al Jazeera English is also live.
Fox News is like they are still working to fix the audio.
Also, it should be in English then for AP. Al Jazeera English is also live, so not sure if they're going to have it though.
Yeah, let's listen to the people who've taken an hour to get a microphone working, talk about how they're going to destroy America. We're going to destroy America.
After I get my mic working.
After I get the audio fixed. Sam, it seems like an audio problem is a worldwide issue at the moment.
tech
Shit.
issues.
Did someone drop an EMP?
Oh gosh, no, they can't afford that.
Okay, what's going on the?
We should take a over/under on what will be said. Like nothing happened, nothing landed.
I don't want to hear JD Vance talk.
It's going to be something along the lines of Turka.
Damn, you don't want to listen to JD. That's your bro, man. That's your crayon-eating family.
Mm.
So I don't deal with war correspondent or with war fucking correspondents who sat on base and didn't do anything.
That's what most war correspondents do.
And I've got some entertainment
We're
reports.
just going to run through a little test to make sure that
I don't care.
everyone's getting answered.
Don't care.
No, she's speaking in English.
Yeah, but it's just we're doing testing, so we're gonna watch this instead.
You got to do the dictator one after this. The speech about.
Oh yeah.
Durka Allah, Muhammad Jihad. Bagala, Muhammad Jihad. Bagala, Muhammad Jihad. Allah, Durka, Muhammad Jihad. Muhammad Jihad. Oh, shit. Come on, Gary. Act.
Oh,
you have the power. Bak, Dirk, Allah. Durka, Muhammad Jihad. Haka Sherpa, Bagala. Oh, Durka.
All right, Gary.
And where's the
Oh boy.
dictator piece?
We definitely won't use it against. Oh boy. She cracks me up. Dude, Sacha Baron Cohen, man. Which is funny because both of these things were created by Jewish people. Team America and the Dictator is both created by Jewish people. Gotta love it, bro.
God, why is it lagging so much?
I come before you today to tell you that the world shall kneel before our great nation. We are 2 months away from enriching weapons-grade uranium to be used for peaceful purposes. It will be used only for medical research and clean energy. It will, and will certainly never be used to attack oh boy.
It certainly will not be used to attack oh boy. Just can't collect himself.
Ah, God, we're back in the right ear again. What the fuck?
Çok düşük ama ha. İngilizce, Türkçe. İngilizce ve Türkçe. Karıştırmayın. Ama
I want our friends who can understand Farsi or Arabic to translate what the guys are talking about in the background and laughing about, because they're literally laughing about this shit. That's I want someone to go on there and translate for us.
Oh god, would it be funny if they were making the same jokes that we were?
Yeah, they probably are, except for in their language, Durka probably sounds a little different, but yeah.
You know how I know this is a big deal, Deb?
Mm.
Why?
Because Jamal went live.
Jamal.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
The fact that Jamal went live is more than that.
Oh, awesome. So someone said they can. I can if the audio is.
Oh, I can't
louder
control
but
the audio for them is on full volume.
Yeah, the audio will be from AP News. So we'll see.
Really funny. They're just making the goat joke that Lion made.
Thank you for your patience.
Hold on.
We are going to begin in about 1 minute's time, so please.
No, we still got a minute left for this song.
Thank you.
We've got a minute left.
Over under if the song finishes.
מרגישים את הרטט התל אביב כל הבנות דופקות לחיילים בבתים וגם הוא בחדשת פתאום נראה לי חתיך הם צועקים עלי חינם פלסטין אבל משום מה זה נשמע לי כמו מבצע לחגים חצי דקה וכל המדינה במדים במילואים בסדיר כולם בשבילי אמא ואבא כל החבר'ה שלי בחזית אחת לסבתא וסבא חושבים שמות על הפגזים לילד בעוטף עזה גליל עליון ומרכז גם כולם מוכנים לקטה רפק כל היחידות מוכנות גולני נחלאווי חיל הים, חיל האוויר, תותחנים, צנחנים כל היחידות בצה"ל במוד לחר גודר בו על הראש שלך גולני, נחלאווי, שריון, יפור גבעתי כל הלוחמות באוויר, הנדסה איסוף וכפיר
Okay, the minister is entering the area.
Ladies and gentlemen, members of the press, the minister
No, the song's almost done.
of Affairs of the Islamic Republic on his way to the conference hall to hold a press briefing.
Well, the way things are going, the song was finished.
In the esteemed minister's country.
Perfect timing. So, for those of you in the chat that are wondering what's going on, the Iranian foreign minister is doing their first press conference since the strikes by the U.S. on their nuclear sites. So, AP News has got it live, and we're trying to bring it. Or, sorry, Anthony's trying to bring it live to you all too.
Get off your cell phone, jackass. It's time to go live.
Yeah, the guy hasn't even entered the building yet.
Bro, you're going to make me get a speeding ticket? I'm sorry. Are you saying that you're driving and TikToking?
Was there a problem with that?
Yes.
Maybe he has stage fright. Not coming through the door yet.
Sam, I just want to point out that I may be...
Get that fucking Crown Vic ass engine out of here. Mute. What if the microphone blows up?
Ladies and gentlemen, members of the press, the Minister of
Right, here he
Foreign
comes.
Affairs of the Islamic Republic of Iran, His Excellency Abbas Araghchi, has
Excellency.
arrived in the conference hall taking place.
Cookies. No spamming here. Get out of here.
Wait, I want that guy.
Why is he so short? Why is he so short?
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim.
Get this man a booster chair.
Very good morning to you, ladies and gentlemen.
At least he's speaking in English.
I hear someone's feedback watching the stream.
Actually, we invited you yesterday for a briefing on the latest developments on the ground and, of course, on diplomatic process. Because I came here from Geneva, where we had our first ministerial meeting of Iran E3, and then I had here yesterday lots of
today, Junior,
useful, important meetings with the foreign ministers of our region, and we discussed about different initiatives and ideas existed for the peaceful settlement of this question. But as all of you know, we suddenly faced with the aggression by American forces to our nuclear facilities. The Islamic Republic of Iran condemns in the strongest terms the United States' brutal military
fuck out of here.
against Iran's peaceful nuclear facilities. It is an outrageous, grave,
That is
and
all.
unprecedented violation of the fundamental principles of the Charter of the United Nations and international law. The warmongering and lawless administration in Washington is solely and fully responsible for the dangerous consequences and far-reaching implications of its act of aggression. The U.S. military attack on the territorial integrity and national sovereignty of a UN member state carried out with genocidal Israeli regime, carried out in collusion
But their proxy
with the
group attacking a
genocidal
UN
Israeli
member was
regime
nothing. All right.
has once again revealed the extent of the United States' hostility towards the peace-seeking people of Iran,
Peace-seeking.
who will never compromise over their independence and sovereignty. The Islamic Republic of Iran continue to defend Iran's territory, sovereignty, security, and people by all means necessary against not just U.S. military aggression, but also the reckless and unlawful actions of the Israeli regime. while President Trump was elected on a platform of putting
Sorry,
an
that was
end
necessary.
to America's costly involvement of forever wars in our part of the world, he has betrayed not only Iran by abusing our commitment to diplomacy, but also deceived his own voters by submitting to the wishes of a wanted war criminal who has grown accustomed to exploiting the lives and wealth of American
I
citizens.
love how they don't point out
to
that
further
Putin
the
is
Israeli
also has a
regime's
warrant out, but they're
objectives.
allies with him.
The U.S. act of aggression against Iran's peaceful nuclear facilities constitutes not only a flagrant breach of the UN Charter, especially the prohibition of the use of force under Article 2, Paragraph 4, and the obligation to respect the state's territorial integrity and
TJ,
sovereignty,
peaceful
but
nuclear
also
facilities.
a violation of UN Security Council Resolution 2231. It cannot be emphasized enough how much of a devastating blow that the US, a permanent member of the Security Council, has dealt to the global non-proliferation regime. The Islamic Republic of Iran reminds the United Nations, the Security Council, the UN Secretary General, the International Atomic Energy Agency, and other relevant international bodies of their duty and responsibility to take urgent and decisive action in response to this breach of international law. Silence in the face of such blatant aggression will plunge the world into an unprecedented level of danger and chaos. Humanity has come too far as a species to allow a lawless bully to take us back to the law of the jungle. The Islamic Republic of Iran calls on the Security Council to convene an emergency session to unequivocally condemn the criminal act of aggression by the United States against Iran and to hold the administration in Washington accountable for its violations of fundamental principles of United Nations Charter and of norms of international law. The responsibility of the IAEA and its Director General, who through evidence bias in favor of warmongering parties paved the way for the current violence and bloodshed, is now clearer than ever. We call on
Get
the
on with it,
IAEA
Junior.
Board of Governors to immediately convene and carry out its legal responsibility in response to the dangerous U.S. attack on Iran's peaceful nuclear facilities, all of which have been under
Peaceful
the agency's
nuclear.
full safeguards and monitoring. The world must not forget that it was the United States which, in the midst of a process to forge a diplomatic outcome, betrayed diplomacy by supporting the genocidal Israeli regime's launch of an illegal war of aggression on the Iranian nation. Not content with such malign actions, the United States itself has now also opted for a dangerous military operation and aggression against the people of Iran. In doing so, the US administration holds sole and full responsibility for the consequences of its actions.
Ooh, please tell us the consequences.
Including the Islamic
Please.
Republic of Iran's right
Please tell us
to
the consequences.
self-defense under the principles of the United Charter. In accordance with the UN Charter and its provisions allowing a legitimate response in self-defense, Iran reserves all options to defend its security interests and people. Thank you very much.
Wait, is that it? That's it?
We will now be taking questions.
They're taking questions.
We'd like to start with the Associated
That's it?
Press.
Associated Press should go last. They fucked their audio up. They should go last. Wait, he can't pour his own water. Are you fucking kidding me? There's nobody in there. There's nobody in there.
I'm just waiting for the boo. You suck.
You
from
think
the
these
crowd.
guys will giggle about how... Check your source. I don't know what your
Sayın
sensibilities
Bakan,
are.
müzakere kapıları hala açık mı
Distinguished Minister,
görüyorsunuz?
are the doors for negotiation still open?
I'm speaking in tongues again.
Şimdi ses geliyor mu?
Can you hear me now?
Sayın Bakan,
Distinguished Minister, the
müzakere
question is
hala
as
kapıyı açık
follows.
mı görüyorsunuz?
Is the door for negotiation still open?
Adedi mi?
No translation.
No translation.
Interpreter, please speak.
Can you hear me, sir? Can you hear me, sir? In the English channel, can you hear
Bakan
me?
Arapça biliyor mu? Direkt Arapça
If I may just step in here and just translate real quick for my colleague. He's asking if there are still room for negotiations moving forward.
Arapça olarak diye sorabilirim eğer Arapça biliyorsan.
It's all right now. You can it's translate is okay.
Türkçe mi? Sayın Bakan Ahmet Gannam من التلفزيون العربي. Müzakerelere hala kapı açık mı görüyorsunuz? Tahran'la görüşmüş
Is the
müydünüz? Bugün
negotiation
nükleer
door
tesislere
still
vurulan
open?
nükleer tesislere ne
Did
kadar
you
yüzde kaç bir
contact
zarar
Tehran?
görmüştür?
What kind of damage has been incurred on the nuclear facilities? Is there any intermediary country
One question at a
like
time.
Turkey, like Saudi Arabia, like Qatar? Are you continuing your such activities?
Someone
of
in chat says
mediation?
there's
How do you
more
see the
people in this live than there are in that audience.
Well, I have been in touch with Tehran, of course. I still do not have exact information about the level of damages, but I don't think it matters how much damages have been made. Attacking a nuclear facility by itself is an unforgivable violation of international law and should be condemned.
Yeah, keep enriching that copium, bud.
Iran didn't condemn Russia when they hit the nuclear facility, or when they literally blew up Chernobyl with a Shahed drone made in
A
Iran.
number of foreign ministers of the region, almost all of them are very much concerned and interested to play a role to end this aggression by Israel, of course. They were worried about a possible attack by the United States, but
Why are they
yesterday
worried? I thought they were so
all,
strong.
Talking about how to stop the Israeli aggression. Well, of course, the door for diplomacy should be always keep open, but this is not the case right now. My country has been under attack, under aggression, and we have to respond based on our legitimate right of self-defense.
We'd now like
And
to take.
we will do that as long as needed and necessary.
Watch the two blinks here. He's nervous. You can tell in the way he's
We'd
speaking.
now like to take question from
Someone
Al
asked about the
Jazeera.
Ayatollah. Someone asked about the... Oh, of course. Al Jazeera. Let's go. Here's the genocide comment. Incoming. Then I'm going to ask them about, like, if they see the irony after funding people like Hamas, Hezbollah, the Houthis. Then I'm going to ask about the irony of that.
Thank you very much,
So
Minister.
we're going to be pussies.
So, you say that you need to respond right now, but we know that Iranians are known for their talents in negotiations, in diplomacy and trade. What would be the conditions after responding for Iran to come back to a negotiation table, maybe with the U.S. as well? And Turkey has been offering that Ankara can mediate for a trilateral between Turkey, U.S. and Iran. What would be your response to that? Because right now the U.S. is technically involved in this conflict. Thank you.
Well, I think it is irrelevant to ask Iran to return to diplomacy, because we were in the middle of diplomacy. We were in the middle of talks with the United States when Israelis blew it up. And again, we were in the middle of talks a negotiation with Europeans happened only 2
Europeans.
days ago in Geneva, when this time Americans decided to blow it up.
So we did blow it up.
So
Got it.
we were in
Yeah, except they
diplomacy,
said no to the Europeans.
No, it's Europeans.
we were attacked
They said no.
militarily. So it was not Iran, but the US.
I must have missed when it wasn't
betrayed
Iran who launched
and
missiles
betrayed
that got intercepted over
negotiations.
U.S. military bases in Jordan recently.
When at the middle of negotiations with us, they gave green light to Israelis, if not instructed them to attack Iran's nuclear facilities. I think they have proved that they are not men of diplomacy.
Suck a
and
dick.
They only understand the language of threat and force. And this is very unfortunate.
Oh, the irony. The irony.
The United States showed that they have no respect to United Nations Charter. They have no respect to international law. They have no respect to any international law regarding, managing the world and facing challenges of the world. There is no red line that they have not crossed. And the last one, and the most dangerous one, happened only last night, when they crossed a very big red line by attacking nuclear facilities. I don't know how much room is left for diplomacy. We are now calculating the damages.
I thought there were no damages.
And as I said, the damages are not only for our nuclear facilities.
Oh?
The damages are
At least they're admitting it.
United Nations
They
Charter.
did it before.
It was not only Iran's facilities which was bombed, it was also the United Nations Charter. It was also Non-Proliferation Regime and NPT, which was bombed last night by Americans. And it was the rule of law and international law which was bombed. So now we have to see
Oh Lord, TRT
how much room
world.
is left for diplomacy, and we will decide.
I'd like to hand over to
The
TRT
diplomacy is catch another bomb or surrender.
Mr. Minister, the US President Donald Trump warned that Iran must now make peace, otherwise the future attacks, he says, would be far greater and much easier. So how is Tehran responding to that threats from Washington? Thank you.
I think it's not up to Iran to respond to that. The whole international community should respond of such a clear threat against the United Nations Charter. Iran has done nothing wrong. We don't
Well, that's
understand
laughable.
why Iran should
This
be
man
attacked.
just said Iran's done nothing wrong.
We've done nothing wrong.
And that's going to go in the highlights.
Accusation that Iran is seeking nuclear weapons. It's now more than 20 years that we are trying to prove that our peaceful nuclear program is in fact peaceful and would remain peaceful. We negotiated for a long time with the so-called P5+1, and we came to a deal which the whole world celebrated as an achievement of diplomacy. And
60% enrichment is
US
peaceful.
who withdrew from that deal and reimposed their sanctions and restarted their threats. Again, we were negotiating with the same administration. Then all of a sudden they decided to attack us, first by Israelis, then by themselves. And now they are threatening us for more attacks. So it's not up to Iran, but it's up to international community to condemn this, to prevent this. Otherwise, there will be nothing left for the international law, for the security at the world level, The Security Council should play its role, should play its responsibility to prevent, to condemn and prevent these kind of threats. We will certainly defend our interest. We will certainly defend our territorial integrity, our sovereignty, and our people. And I'm so glad that our people are now fully understand what injustice they are doing against the Iranian people. They are united.
Didn't ask.
And in solidarity with the government, and we stand firm against any aggression.
Next, CNN Türk.
Mr. Minister, how do you assess the West's stance on Israel
God, that
massacres?
voice.
No one seems to mention Israel's allegedly illegal nuclear weapons. The German Chancellor even said Israel is doing the dirty work for us. So what is your response? Thank you.
Of course, got to accuse Israel.
Well, what should I say? You said everything. That Iran is under attack by a nuclear-armed superpower and a nuclear-armed regime. And Iran, as you know, is a non-nuclear armed country. That should be certainly condemned. If not,
Wait. He just said that a nuclear armed nation attacking a non-nuclear armed nation should be condemned. But again, they openly support Russia, a nuclear armed country, attacking Ukraine.
100%.
The fucking irony of this.
is not able to protect us.
The twist of reality here, like, this is crazy to hear this. It's wild.
So why a country like Iran or other countries who are interested to have a peaceful nuclear energy should rely on NPT for their peaceful activities?
Please, someone bring up the IAEA report.
It is very
Please,
unfortunate
someone.
that Israel is
That would
doing,
take a good faith person in the
as
audience, which
German
I don't think they let in.
Chancellor called a dirty job. And by the way, they supported that dirty job. It's a shame. They know that Israel is doing a dirty job and they support it and they give it every right to do it and they call it defending itself.
Ask him where the Ayatollah is.
It's really a shame.
Matthew, no one said they had nukes. No one said they did.
Well, I think I'm not in a position to reveal what we are going to do in response
Do it, pussy.
to what Americans did last night. I just talked about the fact that
So
NPT
funny that non-signatories aren't part of NPT.
protect
What a dork.
Iran from and its peaceful nuclear program, and this is a serious challenge.
Next, we'd like to take a question from IRIB.
It's so peaceful that they gotta lie about it and hide it 300 feet underground. God, I hope somebody pieces it out.
IRIB, if I can get a question from IRIB.
The fuck is IRIB?
Yılmaz Varlar, Türkiye Gazetesi,
That guy.
Türkiye Cumhuriyeti'nde çıkan gazete.
I'm from a
Bir de
Turkic
Net Haber
newspaper
Ajans.
and also
Sayın Bakan,
representing Net
Wait till you see him.
Çin'in
Oh my god.
İran'a destek verdiği söyleniyor.
It is indicated
Bu
that China
konuda
is
Russian.
supporting
ve
Iran.
İsrail'in tarafından caydırıcı olmasını nasıl
How do
değerlendiriyorsunuz?
you
Bir de
evaluate its
Rusya ile olan
deterrence power
ilişkiler
vis-a-vis
münasebetleri,
USA and
beklentilerinizi öğrenebilir
Israel?
miyim?
And
Teşekkür
can we
ediyorum.
learn your expectations
Fucking bro
about
ate
your
Palestine.
relations with the Russian Federation?
IRIB is Islamic
Well, there was a problem
State
with
TV.
the translation, or I think with the device, it doesn't work properly. I understood the last part of your question. Well, I'm going to Moscow this afternoon, and I have a meeting with President Putin tomorrow morning. Russia is a friend of Iran.
They've helped you so much, huh?
We enjoy a strategic partnership.
But they don't condemn
We
Russia.
always consult with each other and coordinate our positions. Russia has been a part and the participants of JCPOA, so they have been always a party to nuclear negotiations. And even in the past 2-3 months that we were negotiating with the United States, we always briefed our
What's
Russian
the under-over on
friends,
him not leaving Russia when he
about
gets there?
the latest
Oh, I'm not taking that bet.
I am Russia. I'm Ruski now.
I will have serious consultations with the Russian president tomorrow, and we continue to work.
Yeah, now they care
Russia
about
is
international
also
law. It's
a
hilarious to
permanent
me.
member of the Security Council, and we know that they were trying, together with China, to introduce a resolution to the Security Council for the cessation of hostilities. Obviously, now the situation has been changed, and I will have discussion with them that how it should be proceed.
The final question from IRIB, if we can hand over the microphone to the gentleman right there. Thank you.
Russia's way too invested in Ukraine. Look what they did with Assad and Syria. They just ran. They're pretty much going to do the same thing here, I guarantee it.
از خدمتتون که دیروز آقای اردوغان صحبت‌هایی داشتن در میانجیگری فکر می‌کنید نقش ترکیه در این رابطه به چه ترتیب خواهد بود میتونه ترکیه
Thank you.
در واقع در این رابطه
Yesterday, President Erdogan mentioned a mediation instrument. Can Turkey handle such a
من دیروز ملاقات
diplomacy
بسیار
or
خوبی رو با
mediation
جناب آقای
activity?
اردوغان رئیس جمهور محترم ترکیه داشتم. هم ترکیه و هم
Had
برخی
very
کشورهای دیگه در
productive meetings
منطقه
with the President of the
خواهان
Republic of
ایفای
Turkey
نقش
yesterday,
مثبت
and I also had
برای
contacts with some of the countries of the region.
تجاوزات رژیم
Some
صهیونیستی
of
به
the
ایران
countries of the
بودند
region,
و
such
من
as
اطمینان
Turkey,
دارم که از امروز هم تلاش‌های جدیدی رو شاید شروع بکنن برای
indicating that they could be mediating
جلوگیری از
so that the
ادامه
attacks from Israel could
مخاصمه
stop.
توسط
I do believe
آمریکا.
that I'm going to start
ترکیه
some actions and
با
discussions
قاطعیت
about this
حملات
to
اسرائیل رو
prevent
محکوم
this
کرد.
American aggression.
کشورهای دیگه منطقه هم همینطور.
Turkey very
الان یک
definitely has
محکومیت
condemned the Israeli attacks
جامع
and
در
also the
کل منطقه
countries
و
of
بین
the region
کشورهای اسلامی
have also
وجود داره.
condemned these attacks.
در
Now
محکومیت
all
جنایات
the
اسرائیل
countries of this
ما
region
دیروز
and the Islamic
یک
countries
جلسه خاص
are condemning
تجاوز
the
اسرائیل به ایران رو
massacres
در
and the killing of
نشست
Israel.
وزرای امور خارجه کشورهای اسلامی داشتیم که
We,
جلسه بسیار
as members of
کشورهای
the
متعددی در این
OIC
جلسه صحبت کردن از
and
جمله
the foreign
ترکیه
ministers, we had a
که
special
ریاست جلسه
meeting
رو هم به
on
عهده
the
داشت
situation in
در
Iran.
محکومیت جنایات اسرائیل و در
Turkey was the
ضرورت توقف
chair of this
این
session,
تهاجم
and in
و از
relation
جمهوری اسلامی
to
ایران
condemning
حمایت
Israeli
کردیم.
attacks, a statement was shared to end
حمله
this
دیشب
attack, and they
یک
indicated that they were on our
جنایت
side.
بسیار
The
بزرگ
attack
بود نه
last
فقط
night
علیه ملت ایران
was
بلکه
a big
علیه
murder. It was not
منشور
just
ملل
an
متحد
attack against
علیه
the Iranian
تمامی
people,
قوانین
but
و
also
مقررات بین الملل
the laws
علیه
and the provisions of the United Nations
نظام
were also
عدم اشاعه
violated.
و آمریکا با این کار خودش ضربه
And
بسیار بزرگی رو به صلح و امنیت بین الملل زد.
NPT was also damaged.
به اعتقاد ما آنچه که
Thus,
شورای امنیت و جامعه بین الملل
this was
باید
a
باهاش
big
به
blow
عنوان
to
تهدید
international
علیه صلح و
security
امنیت
and
بین
to
الملل
peace
برخورد
by
بکنه
America. We
دقیقاً
believe
رفتار
that the
آمریکاست
United Nations should
که
see
هم
this as a threat. The
نظام
behavior
بین
of
الملل رو به
America
چالش
is
کشیده
threatening the
و
world
هم
peace.
منطقه ما رو به سمت
And
تنش و
it is also a serious bottleneck
آشوب
for
پیش
the
میبره و این
international
بسیار
system.
خطرناک است.
And we have important problems
حمله
and
دیشب
pain in
آمریکا
our region because of
نشان
this,
داد
creating an important damage.
که
The
اسرائیل
attack last night
رژیم
showed once
صهیونیستی
again
در
that
رسیدن به
the
اهداف خودش
Zionist
در ایران
regime
ناکام
of
مانده
Israel
و برعکس به خاطر صدماتی که متحمل
has
شده
not
در اثر
actually
دفاع
reached its
قهرمانان
targets
نیروهای مسلح
and
ایران
aims in
در
Iran,
شرایط
and they
بحران قرار
have
گرفته
been harmed, and they have actually been in a crisis because of the heroic defense of Iran. And vis-a-vis this defense, they have received support from America. And this direct intervention of America is actually to save the Zionist regime, and maybe to save the prime minister specifically of the Zionist regime. This was the reason why America acted this way, and this shows that the White House is under the influence of this individual called Netanyahu, and this is a shame for the all American citizens. We continue to defend our country in a heroic manner. Our armed forces are ready. Our people with high level of self-confidence and with high level of motivation is ready to defend itself. The Iranian people's national honor has been damaged, and to win this back, they will defend themselves. We will never take a step back from our own law, from our honor,
We do
from
have
our
time for
territory,
one or two more
and
questions.
from
I'd like to hand
our
over
people.
to Bloomberg Haberturk.
Mr. Minister, thank you very much for doing this. And I'll come from Haberturk and Bloomberg HD. You said attacks at nuclear facilities are red line, and you are calculating your response. So here is the question. What are the options? Are you going to retaliate at U.S. bases in the region, or are you going to considering to close the Strait of Hormuz? And one more question as well. 2 times while you are at the table of negotiation, Israel and U.S. attacked your soil. So do you still have the same level of trust to Western diplomacy? Thank you.
There are a variety of options available to us.
I'm sure they'll trust me. We mean it now when we say submit or else.
We never trusted Western countries when we negotiated them. And there are now even more reasons
He just outed himself
why we
just now.
shouldn't trust them at all. Of course, the way for diplomacy should be always remain open, but we are not in a situation right now to decide how to engage in diplomacy once again and with whom. So let's wait for our response first. And when the aggression is ended, we decide how to engage in diplomacy once again.
Next, over to NTV.
You think a deal is still on the table? Yeah, the deal is fucking do what we say or get bombed more. They've been warned. They violated the treaties. They lied about their nuclear enrichment. Everything he said up here has been a lie.
Question. How does this affect LeBron's legacy?
Angel Reese might start making 3-pointers now.
Psych.
U.S. representative during the negotiations. Did he call you after the attack? Who you talk with? Did you ever talk with any Western countries or United States?
Hold on. Someone just said LeBron is the GOAT. I'm sorry.
Well,
no?
My talks with Mr. Witkoff was indirect through the Omani foreign minister as intermediator, to whom I'm very grateful. And when the talks were stopped because of the U.S. aggression, we are still receiving messages from Americans through different channels.
Too funny, man.
In particular, and there are also others who are passing the messages of the United States to us. And if needed, we respond to those messages through intermediators. Well, thank you very much, everybody. I think we are done.
So we got answers to literally nothing, other than we did indeed hit the fucking facilities.
The foreign minister for holding that briefing after the latest developments in his country, Iran, and in the wider Middle East region. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everybody.
I think we got a couple of things actually, more than that. I mean, yes, he admitted it happened, which was great because now whatever comes out of the IRGC cannot, like reject that it occurred. But we also got a few things, the indirect talk part, that they think they're still talking. And to me, what we got to witness just now is how truly backwards the ideology is, where they think they have the right to do whatever they want, and that people cannot respond to that kind of aggression, because they launched 2 waves after the U.S. Hit into Israel, and none of it was targeting anything militarily. They haven't been for this week. So
Yeah, that man was very
to me,
nervous.
it just yeah, that man was very nervous. You could tell the way he was blinking a few times after his statements. We got a lot of like nonverbal information. I can't wait to see Intel assessment on this international relation portion. I think there was a lot said.
The deniability of them saying that attacked them while no, they refused to come back to the table for like 2 weeks before they were struck. Khomeini was even in front of his parliament talking about how everything Trump said was worthless and all this other stuff. We haven't, like, in 4K, they recorded it, they put it out there for the world to see, and then they're going to gaslight us and say, oh, we were still trying to have talks. Bullshit.
They
How
refused
about
the
the
EU
repetitive
talk. Hold on.
questions, though?
But they refused the EU talk. The EU was meeting with them yesterday, 24 hours ago, in Geneva. They refused to come to the table because they said what Geneva was providing were non-starters.
Yeah, the thing that I found interesting with that whole interview was the repetitive questions, the softballs that were being thrown up, was wild. But he said basically the same thing in circles for that entire little get up that he did. Like, do you think there was much communication between, his leadership and him?
No, Sam, we can't hear you.
God damn it, the fucking microphone button. Lion, are you still here?
Now we can hear you.
Yes, I'm still here, but if you need to drop me, you
No,
can,
no,
bro.
no, no. You're in charge. I'm making you mod.
So,
well, I guess I'll just go.
You're a mod too, DJ. Be right back.
So there's a lot that we learned there, not only non-verbally, but also in what he didn't say. Right? Like the fact that listen, all of these pro-Pally claims that we've been getting about they pew down an F-35 and they pew down a B-2. Like, you think if they'd actually done that, that wouldn't have been stated in this press brief?
Well, let's remember who this guy is, though. Remember, he's the foreign minister, so he's going to be the parliamentarian. He's going to give his version of politically correct answers. Whatever threats, whatever things that were harmed, that would come from Khomeini's camp versus this guy who happens to be more of a oh my gosh, you know what I'm trying to say. I said it right the first time. I don't know why I'm tired. But yeah, I think there's that as well as a reason why he backed off from any answers that didn't include calling Israel a Z regime, like say Zionist regime, being extremely, negative in that way. He distorted truth and reality as if they haven't been hitting Israel with ballistic missiles, as if there haven't been threats to embassies or consulates that belong to the U.S.
My point, though, was that it didn't seem like his speech was organized. Like, it just seemed like it was shooting from the hip, and that he wasn't really I
It was
don't know.
written on his phone. It was on his phone.
I know, but it looked like it seemed like it was just something that was jotted down last
Thrown
minute. It
together.
didn't seem well together or organized in any shape or fashion. And then the amount of, people in there covering it, room was empty.
Oh yeah, that's
Well, he's in Istanbul because he was just in talks with Europe, and now what I find more interesting is now he's rushing off to be in Russia, when Russia's already made a few statements saying that they don't align with Iran's decisions here. So that'll be very interesting to see as well. When Sam comes back, we should really discuss that through his lens of expertise. But weren't comments made by Russia that Israel has part of its population is Russian speaking and Russian, and they wouldn't want to harm that population? I thought that those statements came out yesterday.
Yeah, they're not going to do anything.
Yeah. So it's.
Well,
What do you
I
guys
think
think?
people are underestimating how over involved they become in their own conflict with Ukraine, how invested they are. To if they were to somehow divvy up their forces to support Iran, that would functionally end their Ukrainian front. Because I mean, we learned this from the Mustache Man. You can't spread your forces too thin, and you got to kind of keep it to one front at a time. So at least do what you're capable of. Russia right now is literally using reserve, like machinery, mothballed artillery pieces. I mean, they are they are they don't have the resources. I mean, they're literally fighting a fight on their border that they're struggling to resource properly.
I do have a what if for you all that are experts and like these kinds of assessments, which to me is the U.S. Maneuvered B2s in different areas to kind of throw off the scent. And I do wonder, with those in motion, potentially even to Diego Garcia, Nimitz, or whatever, right? There's also the Vincent over there. What's the possibility that they're setting themselves up to potentially, if they have to strike again, should they need to, as a way to send a message or a further response to any, increase in rhetoric through Iranian or
Oh,
IRGC voices?
100%. Of course they're going to do that. This is like Warfighter 101, right? Like you don't. Of course there is that they're sitting there going, all right, what do I have to do?
I don't
Right.
think it'll be coming from a B2 though. Any other response? I think the B2 served a purpose specifically for this campaign.
Except we don't have confirmation. So here's why. We don't have visual confirmation yet, so none of us can make assessments yet until those come out. But the questions will be: did it get deep enough? Did it cause enough damage to implode or cause an error in structure or concrete, so that it sets them back years and years? Like it's really we really have to see, because if it was 6 sequential hits in a very small space, we don't really know how far down they were able to dig. So I'm just curious to know, like, is the potential still there? Because I think it is. And I think people shouldn't sell that idea short, in terms that the U.S. is still a player, even if Iran keeps saying,
My
they're not at the table for diplomacy.
my point on it is, if they were accurate with their strikes, the GBU-57 massive ordnance penetrator, 30,000 pounds, what is it, 2.5 tons of high explosive material, and six, six in a row. A single GBU-57 against standard bunkers and mountains will penetrate between 150 to 200 feet. Hardened sights about 100 feet. Now, we got to understand, the B2 it's on another level. From what we know, it's such on another level and so incredibly precise in its drop that I wouldn't be surprised if they put one on top of the other on top of the other. But yes, the question is, did we actually hit it, for one, and did we reach it too? I believe if I believe we reached it, if we did hit, like if we were actually targeting the right spot.
So that Americans are aware, that are listening, anyone that speaks in feet and not meters, the Fordo is said to be 80 meters deep, which would be 262 to 263 feet, given, ish. So it could be up to 90 meters, but I think 260 to 300 feet at most is what they believe. So for those of you wondering what the depth was, that would be it. So DJ, are you saying that 3 sequential hits, if they were targeting the right area, would have been correct? Would have hit through?
Yeah. So for American, one American football field stood up, and then that's about the depth they have to hit. Americans, yes, we will do anything but use the metric system. Um, but yeah, so
And it's yeah.
it's about one American football field underground deep. 6 of them on top of each other has the absolute capability with even a hardened bunker. Unless they built that thing out of tungsten, there is no way that if it is there and the intelligence was accurate and we were accurate with our strikes, there is not a doubt in my mind that that facility would be operational. Yeah, it's funny. I see that too, Jay. The thing is, there's probably already an Ohio class submarine sitting underneath their blockade, just just hanging out.
Oh, but the intel coming out of there is coming directly from the IRGC. I don't, I would encourage people not to believe everything they hear from the IRGC. These are the same people that were claiming the Starship destroyer was under some building in Tel Aviv, and that was some base. I mean, in a building under Tel Aviv. So I don't know if you should be listening to IRGC propaganda
The
that's manipulative on
F-35
purpose.
mothership. I love the
That was so
F-35
funny.
mothership.
That was just hilarious to me.
Oh, you weren't
The
here,
one that was
DJ.
shaped as the Starship destroyer made me laugh.
Well, so we also had a guy come up here yesterday to argue with us that Iran actually had shot down an F-35, and like Sam and I are sitting here with the pictures trying to like explain this to the dude, and he's like, "Not all F-35s have the same airframe." Like, what? Like that's not how that works.
Well, I'm just glad. Listen, I think the one thing that we got in terms of intelligence out of this guy nervously speaking to the public and not quite knowing what to say, that I think was quite rewarding, is that there were direct hits. And so, because there hasn't been imagery to come out that has been verified, to me that was huge. I think it's very informative. His nerves are informative. Mideast, to your point, the speech was, there was nothing special about it. So yeah, I mean, this is there's a lot to read from that, and now I wonder what will then be. Remember, Hegseth will be speaking from the Pentagon at 8 a.m. Eastern. So I guess in a couple hours for you all over there on the East Coast. So they're listening to this. What's going to be the message that comes out of the Pentagon after hearing that response? Anyone? Lion? DJ?
It's hard to say. So I think part of it is going to be a denial of their entire. This was a peaceful nuclear program claim. Like that's the first thing that's probably going to happen. It's either going to be Hegseth and them going, this is our evidence that it wasn't a peaceful claim. Here's the, you know what I'm saying?
Well, I see them also throwing back. I see the DoD, at least maybe not through Hegseth and the Pentagon speech, but I certainly see it coming about Iran bringing up the UN Security Council or UN Security Council rulings. Do you guys think that will be brought up at all?
Oh yeah, I think that it'll be because like Pete Hegseth's one of those guys. He likes to as much as he is a hypocrite, he likes to point out hypocrisy. I think he'll definitely bring that up. It's gonna be interesting to see exactly where all of this goes. I think I'm not smart enough to know what Mr. Hegseth is going to say. DJ, what are your thoughts?
I was on the phone for the first half of the conversation. What was our?
My question was, what Pentagon, Hegseth are going to talk in a couple hours. For what you heard from this guy, what do you think? Or anything stand out to you as what Hegseth or the Pentagon will respond with?
It's a good question. They're definitely going to talk about operational strategy and what we've done so far. I'm sure they'll allude to possible defense strategies if Iran attempts to somehow try to retaliate one way or another. Um, it's honestly hard to say on what aspects are going to be looking at this. That, of course, I assume with my past experience and understanding, I assume like groups in charge of satellite operations. In this case, now it's the Space Force. Back then, it was the Army and the Air Force. But I can see the Space Force moving tons of satellites into position to pretty much scope and monitor any kind of massive movement of any kind through the area, any kind of ship movements, troop movements. People say, well, what if China or Russia brings in a nuclear weapon? We also monitor pretty much all of the known sites. And plus, those things leave giant radiation signatures in their path that can be picked up from literally, what was it, space? I think some of our satellites can actually pick up these signatures. And so
Yeah.
I imagine they're going to be tracking any kind of movement of anything they deem concerning. Of course, intelligence, as we know, not infallible, but with two massive intelligence powerhouses like Israel and the United States working in conjunction for a cohesive, as one cohesive group. I believe that whatever a plan of action that Iran has will have to be. It'll be a T act. You know what I'm saying? It's not going to be any kind. I don't believe it's going to be any kind of official military response. At this point, I don't believe the IRGC is capable
Yeah.
of doing it. We neutered their air force. They only have X amount of ballistics. If they do somehow receive ballistics from foreign countries, they'd also have to receive the launchers as well, which is a big problem that a lot of people don't understand. You can't just fire these ballistics. Once they do, they leave a giant radar signature, and that's where counterfire air support and counterfire batteries will
Actually,
then deter by
that's a
destroying launchers.
that's a great point. Just so people are aware, the Israeli Air Force a few minutes ago, like 5, they ended up posting them targeting the launchers right before the barrage that was sent to Israel a few hours ago. So the Israeli Air Force was in the air watching, and they were able to target ballistics that were about to be launched, to the point that those that were launching it also military members who were trying to launch those ballistics towards Israel were also caught in those drops. The other thing that came out, just so people are aware in the chat out of Israel, is that the bodies of 3 deceased hostages have been recovered. The 3 bodies are of Shai Levinson, Yonatan Samirano, and Ofra Kedar, who were held hostage since 10/7. We know definitely that Yonatan, whose body was taken by, or unalived by, and taken by UNRWA workers, and his mother has been a beacon in the community of ensuring that the UN and other countries hear her testimony of her son's experience. So please pray for those families who, that news came out an hour ago through the IDF. So yeah, those are the 2 big ones to me in terms of this conflict. Having Israel target launchers as they're about to launch. DJ, do you think the U.S. will get involved in doing the same? Or Lion, what do you think? And now that Sam's back as well.
I think
I'm back.
I think there's a 50-50, honestly.
What are we talking about? What?
Whether or not the U.S. is going to get involved in attacking the launch sites.
The launch sites
Because
for...
I was giving new news. So 5 minutes ago, the Israeli Air Force posted on their X account targeting the imminent ballistics that came in right after the U.S. strike. So we had 2 waves: a long one of 20, a short one of about another 5. And Israel was able to get some of them as they were about to be launched. So my question was, do we see the U.S. also assisting at targeting ballistic launchers, yay or nay? And then I also gave the names of those hostages that were recovered in Gaza, so that
I don't
your
think we
audience knew.
need to, because let me find it. There was a Twitter post where someone actually went through recorded assets lost so far. Let's see if I can find it.
I think they've taken out more than half already, if I'm not mistaken.
No, not more than half. Okay, so
2/3 is what I thought.
So if we look here, Finished counting for now. I was able to count 75 or 73 examples of Iranian losses and 4 times Israeli losses. Of the 73 Iranian losses, 44 of them are ballistic missile launchers. And he gives all the public data for all the tables and everything. And this is all visually confirmed losses. This isn't even everything. This is just visually confirmed.
Oh, yeah, because it's been much more than that. If you
Mhm.
use just Israeli data.
No. This
but
is
visually
from
confirmed.
a lot of this is from Israeli media, like Israeli Air Force links.
No, not media, like the actual data of what
Oh.
launches were gotten when.
Yeah, so
So that's interesting because
this is just publicly
the number was
available.
100 just a couple
This
days
is
ago.
this is the confirmed visual losses that we can see. Visual, like
Nice.
so they've lost 44 ballistic missile launchers. They've lost a buttload of anti-air defense. There's an entire Google Doc with everything that was lost. I don't think Iran or I don't think Israel needs the U.S. to help with that because, like, cool, you keep driving them out from underground. We know exactly where you're taking them out of the ground. Schwack.
Yeah, at this point, with the videos I'm seeing, Israel's literally performing air shows over Tehran. Like, I saw the video where there was like 4 or 5, like 6 to 8 wing formations just flying over Tehran, unfettered.
Fourth generation fighters flying around in completely uncontested airspace. Oh, we reached the goal. Thank you.
And that's another thing. Like, in what reality do these people live in? Like, they know nothing about the F-35 5th gen frame whatsoever. Probably the best mass-produced fighter. It is the best mass-produced fighter in the world.
Well, have you seen that actually the F-22 is about to get the targeting and radar package from the F-35?
Damn right. Let's go. Keep that air superiority going, bro.
I just, like I said, I messaged Habitual Line Crosser earlier because I know he's going to make a video on this. And I just said, for the love of God, please make sure. I was like, please make sure the kid, aka the F-22, is flying next to the B-2s in formation, begging for something to come into the skies. Like, please, I need a kill, please.
Would you intercept me?
I'd intercept you.
B-2 sitting there like, hey, kid, watch this. Boom.
No, but with all this ADA talk, I'm sure Habitual is literally foaming at the mouth out of just pure excitement of like this. Like this is all his wheelhouse, man.
Sam, you had some people in your chat, and I promised them that I would bring this question up for you when you came back. Hearing his answer regarding Russia and him going to visit Russia, you had a couple questions in the chat. One was, how do you see Russia moving forward with Iran, and will it affect their conflict with Ukraine? And there was one other question. I wrote it down. Let me go get it. But that was the first one.
So, they don't really have the ability to help with this one. They don't have the ability to. They're already dealing with Ukraine. They haven't been able to win in 3 years. They've already got shit going on in Africa, which Wagner can barely handle on their own. And we just saw that in the first Israeli strikes, multiple rocket engine facilities, as well as drone manufacturing plants that were directly supplying munitions to Russia, were destroyed. Russia can't afford to send any air defense. Russia can't afford to send any tanks or artillery or planes. They just lost fucking 34% of their cruise missile carrying capable planes. Like, and then they'd also have to make sure that the Iranian pilots are trained on those airframes. Like, Russia literally can't afford to help. Other than, hey, I help you from way over here.
So yeah, that kind of leads to my notion that Russia is just a little too overcommitted with Ukraine.
They are over encumbered.
If they were going to help anyone, they would have helped Assad, right?
Yeah, and their response to helping Assad was, "Hey guys, I know there's a lot going on here. Please don't blow up our bases." That was their response. Please let our guys get out.
That's so funny.
And then all of a sudden you see in the middle of fucking, what was it? Damascus, you saw fucking Ukrainians on the top of a building yelling Slava Ukraini, and it was like, where'd they come from? Cyber, just for that, you're getting a 5-minute timeout.
It's just like a surprise, like a surprise Ukrainian just popping up in the middle of nowhere. Ah, gotcha, bitch.
Well, yeah, actually, they were working with the HTS, directly helping them engage Wagner forces, because a lot of the Wagner forces and Russian regulars, because that was a lot of what they had in the area. And the HTS had even there was videos that were showing that certain bases that Russia had, they were literally playing target practice with FPV drones on kids. They were literally chasing down kids with FPV drones in the region.
Oh.
So the people were very excited when the Ukrainians were like, "Hey, we specialize in fighting these dudes."
Well, I mean, I chase my kid around the house with an RC, but it isn't gonna blow up when it hits him.
Speaking of chasing things and things blowing up, the Israeli Navy and the Israeli Air Force have intercepted 500 plus UAVs that have been launched from Iran toward the state of Israel.
Jake, you remember I work night shift, Jake. This is my awake time. Do you not remember this?
Hi, Tango, Lion,
Hi, Ariel.
Hi,
Israeli
Ariel.
friends,
birds.
Anthony.
Hi,
Hello.
Israeli birds that come
From-
through on Ariel's phone.
Every time.
Yes.
Every fucking
Ariel's in
Israeli,
love.
These are Zionist birds.
every single Israeli that comes up on a panel is either in traffic or is Cinderella and has a bunch of birds in the background.
Yeah, it's because Israelis
No,
are
I'm
the
saying,
real life version of Disney princesses.
I'm sitting in my garden in the middle of Tel Aviv. By the way, all is good here. I would claim that Russia would not interfere because of one reason. They are benefiting from here. Because if I understand, Russia has got the biggest oil reservoir in the world, or maybe the second one. So if any oil prices would go up, Russia will make a hell of a ton of a lot of money.
No, the market for Russian oil is not as good as you'd think, because people don't like buying the sour crude that Russia sells. On top of that, they're already selling oil and liquid natural gas at a loss. It costs more to refine a barrel of Russian oil than it does to sell it. So at minimum, they'd come out even, or at best they'd come out even. And on top of that, Russia kind of severely loses on this because a lot of the things that were taken out in Iran were directly supplying the Russian war machine. Their munition,
what
a lot
I'm
of their munitions were being made
Yeah,
in
that I
Iran.
know.
From what I'm hearing is blah blah blah bomb Karg Island. Okay, cool.
No, that I
Iran-
know, Anthony. I mean, it started from Biden releasing money to Iran, and they used it to build more drones to be sold and missiles to Russia. But
Ariel,
I'm happy to be debunked
you're
that
breaking
Russia is
you're
not
breaking
making
up.
money out of this supply.
And let's see. Medvedev apparently just
I'm sorry.
said that he's going to that they're going to supply Iran with nukes. Would love to see that.
Wait, did you?
Are ready to supply Iran with nukes. Okay.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, North Korea.
But
that
where
out.
is
That
Medvedev?
is true.
Where is Medvedev saying that?
That I don't know, but I did see North Korea say that, so that's why I was wondering where did he say that? Because I did
Also,
see North Korea make.
Who
that
gives a
offer.
fuck what Medvedev said? Medvedev is the dude that openly admitted they trained, funded, armed Hamas for October 7th, and the dude that openly gave permission for Russian soldiers to attack Ukrainian civilians in cities that weren't even on the front line.
Oh God! At the same time, the very fact that he's like, their country's willing to give them nukes, like, you understand that would like just open the whole Pandora's box of whoop ass.
Yeah.
Israeli officials did give information about the damage inflicted by U.S. So I have 3 for you if you'd like them. It's regarding Fordo.
Where are they
Slim
at?
chances. Just give me 1 second. Slim chances that the site was not destroyed in light of the terrifying kabooms that the U.S. dropped. That's just their statement.
Where
The next
is?
statement,
Where are the
from
statements
Israel,
though?
I will get them to you. At the site in Natanz, which Israel had already attacked a few days ago, the U.S. already carried out a kind of verification of destruction. And then in Isfahan, this is not an attack on the conversion facility that Israel attacked, but rather, quote, another site carved into the mountain where enriched material was hidden.
Oh, 2 hours ago,
So maybe
8 more ballistic launchers were just taken
Yes.
out. Also,
that
2
no.
F5 Tigers were taken out. Rip. Okay,
Oh, yeah,
where
yeah,
where are
yeah.
these statements?
Hold on. So I have them by a few people. One is Amir Safardi. Then the other one. Give me a second. Let me get it for you.
I fucking hate Amir.
I don't either. I know,
He
but
posts,
this was Israel
he posts
officials
so much
saying it.
fucking propaganda though and shit that's not true.
No. This was said on Israeli news. Just let me. It's going to be in Hebrew, so I need to.
He
find
also
it in
stated that Israeli news posted footage of the strike in Iran and then proceeded to post footage of an explosion in Syria and then an explosion in Russia.
And I told people not to show that.
Cyber guy's
I know,
back.
I was like, that's
Fuck.
not it.
T Hammer, you got really bad service. You got red bars. Iranian foreign minister flying to Moscow. Nobody cares. Oh, satellite images of Fordo?
No, not yet. Nothing confirmed anyway.
Uh,
Do you have something?
let's see if this is real. Hold
I
on.
imagine upon announcing that they're going to be sending the booms, I'm sure they put down to the command of Space Force to move any available satellite assets over the region just to keep an eye on everything.
35 minutes ago, Haaretz put out satellite images show damage to Iran's Fordo.
Possible bomb
actually,
entry point.
so I don't
Possible
know.
subsidence. Oh, caving in. Oh. Oh. Oh. Oh. Oh. Oh. Oh. They may be onto something. Oh. Oh. Oh. They may be onto
Wait, so
something.
like Maverick Top Gun, like caving in?
Oh, and NBC satellite images show activity near the site for NBC.
There was flashes.
dense.
There was flashes seen on thermal imaging from satellite, the same tracker that NASA uses to track fires. There was a large flash seen from the location at the time of the strike, which indicates a really, really, really hot explosion. So possible entry point right here. That doesn't look. This does not look natural.
These are before. Oh. Hey, if you want before images, CNBC just posted before images about 17 minutes ago.
Where did they post
You
it?
can compare. On their CNBC site. It's literally satellite images show activity at Iran's Fordo nuclear facility before U.S. airstrikes. I don't know if they're mentioning because it's movement of stuff or just getting people out, but CNBC has it up. That was before. West Australian is showing images to damage. So the
Okay.
West Australian news is showing
Hang on. So what spot are we looking at right here? We're looking for that little tiny building. Okay, right here. Where else can we see that building? Right here. Okay. This is probably a good one. Okay, so let's save this image so we can flip it.
Can you like superimpose it over the original image?
Hang on. No, I want the image. God damn it, they're making me save it as a WebM? God damn it. Okay, so let's say let's flip this. Okay. Okay, so we're looking at...
Oh, I have an image of, okay, I have another one that shows that little build, all the outhouses other than that.
Damn it, it's right here is what I need. Right down here is what I need.
Gone. Well, I have a satellite
Why don't
image.
you just do print screen, Anthony? Hit print screen.
Well, the image doesn't go far enough down. Like the image is cut off right here.
Oh.
I have a satellite image that shows me a huge burn mark in the middle, like a flash mark, and then well, obviously probably dust clouds from whatever was burning underneath. Everything's gone except that white structure on the left side of the screen. All is gone. And then a couple of teeny structures on the right next to the road. That's what I'm seeing.
Okay, hold on.
I can save this, but...
Hold on, we're on to something here.
Okay.
Okay,
Do you want me to send you the one I have?
Sure.
The ridge of the mountain is gone on the top.
Hang on. Building faces. So we're looking at the corner this
it's
way.
It's showing me the ridge of the mountain.
And we're looking at the corner this way. So
if I send it to your Telegram, will you get it?
Yeah, hang on. I'm trying to figure out where this is. Okay, how close is that to the road?
Yeah, but this you can literally put right on top, and the entire ridge is gone. That ridge that you see in the middle there, that's gone.
Yeah, I know. I'm trying to figure. Cyber, I can't save it. It's saving as a WebM. It's not letting me save as a JPEG. Okay, so we've got that defilade here.
I sent you a satellite image as well.
Okay, I'll pull them up in a second. Hang on. So at the defilade here. So we've got this and the defilade here. Okay, so
two burn. There's two hit sites, I think.
So
at least that I can see on my image.
So what we're looking at, this right here, is right where this is. Does it look different though? It does look pressed out. Ooh. Interesting. So this big thing right here is this. And it does look like the after image is pushed out more and caved in more. So we're looking right here. So that would be
The satellite image I sent you looks like it's caved. Oh, is that the one I sent you? I can't tell.
No.
No, it's not. The one I sent you looks even more caved with less of a shadow on the ridge. It's like not even there. It's moved in and depressed. Although, there's like a little bit of dust over it. I sent it to your Telegram.
Where is this image from?
It's satellite from the AP.
From so this is Associated Press?
Yes.
Man, that's
See right
blurry
there,
as shit.
there's two dust clouds. Well, it's two dust clouds still remaining.
So we're
on there.
looking at this right here, which is this, which is So we're implying strike right here on one side of the defilade and cave in on the other side.
Yes, and then there's a strike. It looks like there was also a strike further away. Do you see the dent in the ground there?
Where?
On the bottom of not from the first cut, but the second, right almost where your mouse was.
Right here?
There's right under the dust cloud. Wait, make it wider. You should see a little dent of a plume dent.
I don't know what you're seeing.
There's a teeny plume coming out of the mountain in two places. In the image I sent you.
Yeah,
one on the north,
there's one right here and one right
and
here.
on the south. I can't even. Yeah, you're sorry. It's so far away from me on yours that it's hard for me to see.
It's right here and right here.
Yeah.
Which matches up with possible
With that,
entry.
Yeah. Yes. So there now we have two images. Yeah.
The problem is I see is this could easily be chalked up as shadows, and this does look different, especially when we compare it to this, because that's what this is right here. It does look slightly different.
Obviously, both of them have venting. That's why there's a little bit of cloud on top of it in the image I sent you. So this is still venting at this time. That would mean things underneath are still burning. So there is the cloud is not like a cloud in the sky. That is dust vents or plume vent from damage that was done. I can get so much closer. I don't know. Mine really show up. I'm not sure if. Do you want me to show you what I'm seeing, and then you can just point.
I can't expand.
Okay. Yeah, like I'm really seeing it. Two good, great sized plume vents. One is on the north, one's on the south of the ridge. If we're looking at the picture currently, in the other image, it's turned east to west.
How freaking awesome, though! What a capable weapon that thing is.
Amazing.
But then again, when you drop 30,000 pounds from the edge of space, there's all types of possibilities, I guess.
How many Star Wars jokes do you think were made about this, though? Right, because it's an exhaust vent.
Oh no! What I was thinking, Trump said 2 weeks and then started bombing them 2 days later. It's a trap.
Wasn't Top Gun directly Iranian site? I thought that's what it was. Iranian.
I think so.
Yes, the second Top Gun was based on Iran.
Okay, so here, go to Hen Mazig. He has it as well, side to side.
Who?
Okay, Hen HEN.
On what platform, Deb?
I'm gonna tell you, it's on X.
Okay, on
Hen
X.
Mazig, or I can just send you the image if you'd like. He has it side by side, turned around side by side.
I literally watched Top Gun immediately after.
I can't do it.
Fast forwarded it to the strike. I had to.
The first image is from open source Airbus Defense and Space. The second image is the one that we were looking at. So the first image from Airbus Defense and Space, open source. You got to turn it, but that one's harder.
I'm looking. He just has the same image you gave for the second one, and the first one is before that doesn't show the entire. It doesn't even show the area.
The first, I don't think you said it's before. That's 7:39 UTC.
No,
I
that's
don't
it.
think it
No,
was
that's a
before.
no. Oh yeah, the second image is the one you showed me. The first one is one of the ones that I pulled up that doesn't show the
That's
location. It doesn't
oh
show the
yeah, that's
location of the strike.
Airbus's satellite system going over.
Does not show the strike.
Look what I found at the VA. I think it's pretty cool.
Oh, nice.
Let's
Right.
see.
I don't know why they had a
Newsweek.
jar full of these things, so I took one.
I
when
wonder
saw
if they
this one, I
lined up
grabbed
into
it.
the canyon run like the movie. Absolutely not. A
That's
B-2
awesome.
bomber would never do that.
Oh, so there's also satellite images from before. But
Yeah,
they're
I've
a lot
seen some. I've
closer.
seen some of the before ones. It's not.
By Maxar. Yeah, Maxar Tech has like 4 of them from before, but they're not really giving us anything.
I mean, if we were an IRGC media outlet, we would just take the ending of Top Gun and screenshot it and just use that as our image of taking out the facility.
I just like how he basically did a 1-for-1 with the dictator speech. There for peaceful purposes.
Has anybody seen the that video that's going around of everybody keeps talking about Iranian nuclear facilities, so I decided I'd go visit one, and it's like a
Oh, Planet
POV of a kid like going to tour nuclear facilities, and the
Planet
scientists are
Labs.
showing the actual like nuclear weapons and saying they're for peaceful purposes.
So
Same
Planet
accent.
Labs showed the same image and said the once brown mountain had parts turned gray and its contours appeared slightly different than in previous images, suggesting that a blast threw up debris around the site and suggests the use of MOPS. Because they have more wording. Light gray smoke is hanging in the air, which tells us forensically that there's obviously stuff burning and still there's a plume from whatever's burning underneath. So yeah, Planet Labs PBC. And they compared it to imagery from April. Oh yeah, no, you can definitely see there's a difference. Huh.
Well, I'd hope there's a difference as big as expensive as those munitions.
Whatever
Well,
it was they dropped
from
on
the 2
Bordeaux
images,
is a new ass weapon. No, it's not new. Ask Tony Stark what Iran has. Bordeaux
from
is
what I'm
200
seeing,
meters deep. Bunker busters ain't supposed to go over 60. No, it was. I thought it was about 100 meters deep, and also you can stack bunker busters on top of each other. Like
Well, he's
that's
also thinking about the smaller bunker busters.
yeah,
the
like
1 tons.
The GBU 29s.
and this is a larger bunker buster that we've had for a while, but just haven't had a need to use. But also, we basically did the same thing that the Israelis did when they took out Nasrallah when they stacked the JDAMs on top of each other. We just stacked bigger bombs on top of each other.
Right. Like I said, these are 30,000.
okay, I
These
have
are
the other image.
30,000-pound boom booms, filled with 2.5 tons of explosives with a special hardened steel casing dropped from the edge of space. Now, if I need to tell you what amount of kinetic energy 30,000 pounds creates at 10,000 plus feet, I mean, this thing is moving with some energy. And whatever's underneath it's going to break. It doesn't matter what. It's going to break. Just how many do we need to fully break it?
Oh yeah,
Hang on, Scott Diddler, out a few hours ago. Scott Diddler, aka Scott Ritter, says an act of theater. Trump's big mouth had boxed him into a corner. Iran wouldn't play his game, so he had to bomb Iran to save face. He bombed 2 empty facilities that had been previously struck by Israel, totally empty, yeah, and bounced 6 off an indestructible facility, claiming destruction despite the opposite being the case. Ah, you must have some inside intel, Scott Ritter. That's it. A contained strike, not a nothing burger. And this is the man whose supporters call the greatest leader in the world. He is a national disgrace. I'm gonna retweet that and say, have you stopped fucking children yet?
So the images, I'm gonna send you to a guy's page. He actually has a before after, and it goes between the two. And I believe the image is from April 2025. Oh, you have X, right? I can probably just
Yeah,
send it to you
I'm
on
looking
X.
around on X right now.
Let's see. Actually, I'll send it to your Telegram, then you can open it up from there because I don't know how to get it to your X account. There it is.
I lost
So
audio. That's not good.
this has a GIF that's literally before after.
There it is. So I just threw that into my calculator. When the GBU 57 hits from at least 10,000 feet, it's hitting with a force of 447,000 pounds. That's insane amount of force.
And think about that consecutively.
People are
Right.
talking
Well,
about
also
how
think about,
Iran.
remember, that's
people are
that's
talking.
just the kinetic energy. That's before the explosion.
Hang on.
That's
People
before
are
the 2.5
talking.
tons
People are
of hard
talking about Iran was moving trucks in mass. You could see trucks moving in mass in and out of the front of this facility at what's it called? At Fordo.
Before the attack.
Yeah, before the attack, within the 24 hours before the 48 hours before the attack. But the likelihood that they would be able to get out thousands upon thousands of centrifuges without damaging them that fast?
No.
Mm-mm.
Centrifuges
It says
are
on the
probably
19th, it was 16 cargo trucks seen across an access road leading to a tunnel entrance. A day later, trucks and bulldozers are reported to have been seen near the entrance of the main facility. So, 16 cargo trucks, not enough to carry what they're asking.
Iranian state TV IRNA reporter at the Fordo uranium enrichment facility after it was hit, quote, "It looks like there was no strike," as he shows an active fucking plume. What? All right.
Apparently, vent
like
plumes don't
Baghdadi
mean
Bob.
anything to them.
I'm sorry, go ahead,
What?
Taylor.
I said apparently vent plumes don't mean anything. Sam, I did send you on Telegram the before after by an Intel dude that works on the other side. So yeah.
Anybody remember Baghdadi Bob?
Avis Avi Chaff, it's the same image.
Americans.
Except his
That's
his
half
is
who I
in less
expected.
resolution. What the fuck? His is somehow in a lower resolution.
I know, because he made it. It looks like he made it into a GIF, which sucks because we can't make it any bigger. But it does play through. So if you,
I will.
Like-
Hang on.
like it,
Is Fordo still operational? Fuck no.
actually, if you go to his post, so that
Yeah,
sends you to his post.
I can see it. I can see it.
You can
Hang
see
on.
the GIF. Yeah. Okay. Gotcha.
Inactivity thing. Fuck off. Okay.
Actually, hold on a second. Even the white building has more dirt over it, so that tells me that Earth was absolutely displaced.
I'm getting to it. Okay. So.
Oh yeah.
I wouldn't say dirt on top means anything because we don't know how early this image, the before image is. Especially because you can see more shadowing with the light, with the whatever vents are on the roof of that building.
It was the before was April from PBC.
All right. Can you stop on the first one before strike, Sam?
No,
look right here.
I'm saying the whole landscape is shape has changed.
Yeah, everything's different.
Yeah, that whole that's not a plume. That's resettled dirt.
I was gonna say, look at that ridge line that goes right up the middle. That ridge line isn't.
That ridge line's gone. That ridge line's gone.
Look at the wishbone. Wait, next to the white building, there's wishbone veins that come out.
Right here.
They're gone in the second image on the just right.
Yeah,
just
right here.
To the right there. There's two. There's that one and there's one.
That's
next
completely
to it.
caved. That's got dirt coming
They're
out
all
from in it.
gone.
That's gone.
Yeah, it's gone.
No
And then
strike my
up the road-
ass.
Wait, up the road, up that. So the second wishbone up
Entrance
that
there.
road, also gone. There's a ridge line right next to that white building on the top of the image. So right at the top of that. See that?
Hang on.
White thingy at the top there.
Hang on.
So it looks that ridge is also gone.
Okay, so
that entire system between those two white buildings gone.
hold on. Look at this. Look at this ridge.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Yeah.
No, it's moved. It's imploded.
I think that's a strike right there. That looks like a strike.
It fell in. Yeah. I think you're
It
right.
looks like a strike with resettlement of dirt, creating a new ridgeline, because that ridgeline was not on that little dirt path before. That's a new ridge. That ridgeline is now here.
Gone. It imploded. Yeah, I think the ridge imploded, and what we're seeing is the vent plume on an exhaust. So what we saw is an exhaust plume in this image, but yeah, for sure that's gone as well.
This whole
I see it
area
as well.
looks, Jesus
It's
Christ.
completely changed. There's no ridges anymore, by the way. They've all gone down. Except the ridges by the road.
Yeah.
So on the axis road, the ridges are there, but in the picture further up, they're not. They're gone.
Spinoza God, what's up? Sorry to leave you hanging for a second. What's up?
Hey man, no worries. So my question's about the response from Iran. Do you think like they're gonna try and close off the Strait of Hormuz, or try to go after our bases in Bahrain or the UAE? Like, well, even more fundamentally, do they have the capability to do that?
They have the capability to lob stuff back and forth, but nothing effective. Like, they're probably going to respond by just throwing shit at bases. Some of it's gonna land. Air defense isn't perfect. It's gonna do some damage, but realistically, they're not gonna accomplish anything. If they close the strait, there's gonna be a lot of countries pissed off at that one. If they don't want the international community pissed off at them, they probably don't want to close the strait.
So you're saying they don't have any options?
Well, no, they definitely have the option. It's surrender or keep throwing punches, and I'm just gonna fucking smack you harder. They're probably gonna choose the latter for a little bit.
Do you see them surrendering anytime soon?
So a lot of the talks behind the scenes with like people from the Institute for the Study of War and stuff is that they'll probably surrender behind the scenes, behind closed doors. And what we mean is, as nice as it would be for the Iranian people to take back, or the Persian people to take back their country, the last thing you want is a power struggle and a new regime that's not the Persian people, and a power vacuum that creates something similar to IS. So what we want to avoid is someone goes to make that power grab and fucks it up. Now there's a regional power struggle, power grab, everyone's dying, civil war, all that shit. What's probably going to happen is the Ayatollah and the IRGC are going to be, if he's alive, are going to be forced to surrender to the United States and Israel behind the scenes, but publicly they will be allowed to respond in some manner, launching some missiles back and forth, so that to the rest of the Middle East, they still look strong and capable. And it avoids a regional power struggle where everyone around them, who they've been funding, views them now as weak and tries to move in for the power grab. It's going to be very, very political, and then Donald Trump is going to come out and go, "I did it, I won."
That's an interesting take. Did you read John Spencer's take? Because he tried to explain how Iran is just built differently than some of these other nations that have fallen once leadership gets extracted.
They understand that they can't afford the power struggle.
There isn't one to be had. I think it. But I really liked his take. He put it under. He actually I think he wrote it into like an X article, but his take was correct. This isn't Afghanistan. This isn't Iraq. There's no room for a power vacuum.
Except there is. That's the problem. Right now, there's not. But if the Ayatollah and the IRGC are viewed as weak and non-responsive, then that leaves room for a power grab, because that means people will come in from outside entities and from other different groups around the area, and they don't have to be the strongest. They don't have to even they don't even have to get the power. They just have to make the grab and cause turmoil, and then you get a power vacuum, or you get a struggle, and then a long-lasting civil war, which affects regional security for an extended period of time. It's not like we're expecting IS to pop up out of nowhere. It's not like, oh my god, this random group's going to pop up that we didn't know existed. There is groups in that region that are operating, that are under the thumb of the IRGC, that would love to go, oh wow, the IRGC can't control me anymore? Interesting.
I don't know. So
it's going to be weird with the whole Shia Sunni thing, but
well, no, the other thing that I don't know if you're taking into account, Sam, is there were a group of, I want to say they were Iranian army leaders that talked about, that put out a statement about support for the son of the Shah recently.
They're ready to switch once the power balance shifts.
Yeah, the problem,
so that they can then support.
The problem with that is, again, let's say they go for that power grab and they fuck it up, and they either get their people oppressed harder, or oh, someone's making a power grab. Ooh, now's my chance too. There is a multitude of groups that have been under the control of the IRGC that would love to grab the power of the IRGC.
How loyal is the Artesh to the IRGC?
That is a very good question.
So no, so that's exactly who I'm considering. So the Artesh, there are skirmishes. They don't align with the IRGC, even though they are under the economic thumb of the IRGC, because that's how they receive their paychecks. But if you go and read about the tension between the two, it's quite significant. And so the thought out there has been that potentially once the IRGC obviously isn't able to exert their controller power, that those that were never aligned with them to begin with, those causing the tensions from within, would come up and then, make the grab, which would then allow the installation of, even the Shah said it would only be a temporary plan until the Iranians could actually vote someone in, like a 6-month plan. And this plan's kind of been written for a long time. And we know there Artesh already have tension with the IRGC, pretty severe tensions for a long time. So it's possible that they will then turn their weapons against the very people that have been oppressing them, which is the IRGC.
But that's part of the big concern is who there's all these people that claim they want the same thing. When it comes down to that final moment and the trigger gets pulled, are they really aligned? Are they gonna have disagreements? Who's gonna fight who? That's the big $1 million question right now that the U.S. government might not be willing to risk, and even Israel, just for the purposes of regional security. Like this very well could end up with oh great, now the IRGC is our puppet. The IRGC behind the scenes is our bitch. We tell them what to do. We allow them to respond. They maintain power and control and look like they are still the figure of authority in the Middle East.
Well, theoretically speaking, if the Artesh decides to coup, do you see the U.S. backing them?
I think it's going to have to happen from within. So if they decide to coup, the Iranian people will have to invest in that very thing. That's the only way.
I think it would be we support your movement. Go forth, do your great things.
Mm-hmm.
I think if the Artesh decides to coup, the only way the U.S. government couldn't openly back them, just because of situations in the past where we're not good at picking.
Hold on. Where's the Northern Alliance right now? Hear me out. Hear me out. Hey, wait. Hey, Kurds, we got this whole open spot of land. You want a country?
But that's the thing. Like I'm saying, we're not good at picking winners when it comes to backing foreign groups trying to overthrow their government.
Dude, we've got fucking 20-year-olds in the government right now telling their senators and congressmen to just throw money at fucking Jelani and hope he plays nice, because that's how they want to back Syria right now. Like, we are fucking off with this.
What I liked about Spencer's take was, if the regime collapses under the weight of military defeat, economic pressure, and domestic unrest, that will be the result of its own failures. But that is not the goal. The goal is to prevent Iran from becoming a nuclear weapon state, nothing more, nothing less. And I like the way that he kind of terminated even Israeli or U.S. interest there, and demonstrated that whatever happens after that has to happen from within, regardless of front-facing or back-channel, messaging. That it has to happen from within. That this Israel's and the U.S.'s goal is extremely short in terms of limit or decapitate their nuclear capability, and then from within create the regime change that's been desperately necessary. So
I love how all my friends that I know from the Marine Corps who worked in supply and admin now are coming out with all these fucking hot takes on Facebook. These fucking morons.
That's the same. I got a couple of guys that I was in with, S1 guys that I was buddy with, and supply guys and everything. And all of a sudden, the guys that were on Rear D or in the FOB seem to be resident experts on everything frontline.
You were in for 4 years, got pregnant, got out. You don't know anything about the military.
You mean like Chip Barnes, who did nothing in any sector that was of any meaning, and he thinks he's some military contributor.
Oh no! Listen. Cyber guy proved it. His entire thing is stolen valor. The DD-214 he uses as his proof is from a gentleman that is deceased.
It's just so funny to me.
Bro walked around the vet cemetery looking for somebody with the same name as him.
Yeah.
Also, it's okay for people to opine, and they don't need to appeal to some sort of authority. If they happen to have the expertise of their authority, then you assess using that lens, and it's just funny to me how he depends on that, and then he's able to con the other side with it. I just find it to be interesting.
I find it interesting that given the army that he claims that he fought for, they listened to him at all. The number of them that have been like when I talk about well, this is what I know. They're like, oh, like what was it? I had that one girl, Anita. So you've never fought in a just war, and I'm like, no wars are just. Anybody who describes war that way is either a monster or a moron. Which are you?
Spinoza, did you have any other questions?
I'm seeing that there's confirmations that it was 12.
Oh well, either way. Do you have any other questions, Spinoza?
Well, I put my question in the comments, but did you happen to read what Malcolm Nance wrote about?
Yes.
Iran's 4 options, and I think like one of the ones I haven't read before was that he posits that Iran has a lot of asymmetric capacity to like land people in the Gulf and create trouble. So like actually send soldiers or commandos, and I wonder what you think about that.
Strait of Hormuz is still open. Traffic's going both directions still. I'm looking for his thing on what he says about Iran's possible responses. When did he post this?
Today after the strike.
Right after.
Yeah.
So
and I was listening to him on a space, a Twitter space, and he said the same thing.
Like 10 hours.
I thought he made a compelling case.
The Iran regime said today they do not want peace. Fuck them.
They didn't. Not after Geneva, even though they're getting courted by the EU or the UK and France.
I don't see Malcolm's Twitter post.
Oh,
I'll try to find it for you. I saw it earlier because I follow him. Because I like his takes on Ukraine.
Right?
I was not happy with it.
Except he's a little wacky. He retweeted a post by Fred Wellman who says Trump just declared war on Iran unilaterally, violating the Constitution. Here's the thing that the Constitution or that the government is allowed and given power to the president to do. They can literally send our troops anywhere in the world for fucking 60 days. Congress can't do shit about it.
Yeah. Also, this wasn't a declaration of war, which kind of gives Trump protection. I mean, I'll try to find it for you because it wasn't. I even thought about you when I read it, Anthony. Samthony. Yeah. When I read it, I was like, "Ooh, I want Anthony to respond to this."
Tech executives as
What the fuck? The U.S. Army swore in 4 tech executives as lieutenant colonels. What?
Oh, here it is. Let's see. These are the worst case scenario options. I think, is this the one, Spinoza? The one where it says, what are Iran's worst case scenario options?
Yep, that's the one.
All right, let me send it to Samthony here. There you go. I sent it to your Telegram.
By the way, hello, Dad.
Hi.
Why can't I see it?
I've missed you.
Yeah, same.
Why can't I see this post? What are the worst case scenarios, or what are Iran's worst case scenario options? 1, bombard every U.S. base in Saudi, Iraq, Qatar, Bahrain with short-range ballistic missiles to unalive whoever they can. That won't work out well. Mine the Strait of Hormuz, declare a shipping embargo until the U.S. is economic. Oh, that's going to piss off everybody. They can do it. He's not wrong. It won't be hard, but that'll piss off everybody. Launch IRGC and Iraqi PMF commandos by the tens of thousands against the Gulf state oil fields. By the tens of thousands, good luck. IRGC commandos projecting force at distance, that's not going to happen. Call on all Shia jihad against any and all Americans worldwide. They literally just did that like 2 weeks ago. 2 weeks
Yeah,
ago.
they restated that this morning. I mean, after the attack. So number 4, they already did. But number
I
3
feel
is the
what are
interesting one.
what are people being blinded by to not see that though? For both of you, like what is
Yeah.
it that somebody like Nance would write that, but that's literally what happened.
Someone says in Twitch chat, quote,
Awesome.
helping Ukraine is too expensive. All these taxpayer monies that go to Ukraine because Ukraine wants to wage war on Russia. We, USA, shouldn't support that. We don't want leverage. We want peace. America first. But, I mean, I wholeheartedly support what the USA does with the Iran-Israel war. The faster the Iranian government changes, the better. Why do we have to be sacrificed? Because America first, but for others, I guess America second will do. Yeah, it's like the paradox of like, I support attacking Iran, but fuck Ukraine defending themselves. It's like, what?
Also, for his number one option, Israeli officials assessed that airstrikes on ballistic missiles capabilities since the 12th had degraded Iran's ability to launch, and that's why we've been seeing the smaller waves. And so I don't think one is even possible.
No, they'll still lob some stuff. They'll do that without a doubt. Hey, no
Hey, how
problem,
you doing?
Spinoza.
Oh,
hey, how's it
bye,
going,
Spinoza.
Moxie? What's up?
Hey, I was watching one of these Midas Touch guys, on YouTube.
All right.
So one of them was just doing I just watched it right now. They're saying that they lost the uranium.
Wait, they lost what? What are you saying?
They're making claims up here. Like I don't believe a lot of this
What
stuff.
is the claim specifically? Who lost what?
The claim specifically is that we went in without a plan, and we jumped the gun doing this with Israel, and we failed to keep an eye on the uranium. And that the inspectors, they don't know where the uranium is. So they're saying they're posing that they still have it, and it's now a threat to us.
So
that they did
the IAEA has not confirmed that at all and not said that at all. And also, most of that claim, I know the original source from it. It's Scott Ritter, aka Scott Diddler, the child fucker.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I figured you're doing a lot better. I reserved judgment watching it. But the other thing I really want someone to answer this. I love science, and I just want to know how the fuck that lightning bolt came out of that first blast.
Oh, that's because of where it was and what it was.
How many pregnant baby journalists do you think were unalived?
Which caused a positive and negative switch, and that's what you got, the lightning bolt. But yeah, it was a water. The facility was made out of water, and it was hold on. It was Iraq, I believe, right? That's the one you're talking about.
Wait,
right now.
Just seen
No,
the
no, no,
Israeli
no, no. That
dictator
was
on
Iraq.
the news. I'm sorry, what dictator?
ARAK.
CNN presents this child eating sand as undeniable proof there's no flour or food in Gaza. What?
Can I just answer his? So that Iraq, meaning ARAK, which is a nuclear reactor facility, and it's a heavy water reactor. And so what you saw, it's all right. No, that lightning bolt that you saw was when the cap was blown off of the reactor. You saw the particles switch, and so that's why you got that lightning bolt. So the plus and the minuses had to have a reaction. That's how we have lightning in general.
Right.
So, because because there's stuff going on in that center ball, and that's why.
It reminded me of Fukushima. When Fukushima went, it shot that neutron beam in the air, that blue beam. That's what it reminded me of.
That's what happens when you
hit in the dome.
447,000 pounds of kinetic energy to a bunch of nuclear material.
Have you seen that image, Sam?
Which image?
Really
I honestly was apprehensive about it. I'm like, this has got to be a volcano or something. Like, but if it's actually a thing, I didn't verify it, but I was apprehensive.
It was, yeah. It was a bullseye into the dome of the Iraq ARAK heavy water reactor.
Oh yeah, I know what image you're talking about.
I'm not surprised. I know that we have some badass shit, but that's fucking impressive that we dropped this thing down an air ventilation shaft and chased it with 5 more. That's a lot of fucking
shooting
firepower.
Wombats in our backyard.
That's a lot of firepower.
And also the Rock heavy water reactor was an unfinished facility, so now it'll maintain that way since the main reactor portion was knocked.
Right. And they didn't get their power reactor, right? That's still going.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Do you guys?
The
Do you
other
guys?
facility that they got was the Kandab facility. So
Do you guys share opinions that this might have been a good thing in any way?
Absolutely, it was a good thing.
what the U.S.
Yeah.
did, absolutely, yeah,
Yeah.
it had to happen. It was a necessity. You know, the
Yeah.
IRGC themselves are an irrational, psychopathic, sociopathic, you know, like the psychopathy of illogical. So how can you count on a, you know, a T state to you know, fall in line and to be good to the global populace? It's
Right.
impossible.
Do you guys have bad feelings about Trump dropping that nuclear treaty to begin with?
Well, and also, it's always a good thing to reduce a bad guy's abilities to do bad things. I'm just saying.
I
Like,
agree. I agree. I agree. I have no empathy for the Iranian government. I have no sympathy for them. I think they're horrible people. But the way that this is done, and with what Israel's been doing, the way that this was done bothers me.
Why is that?
well, what about it?
I just think that things could have been done better. I think that they're just taking advantage of the ability to do these things.
So think about it this way: we've told Iran, "Hey,
Iran?
you signed an agreement to not do X, Y, and Z. You've lied to our faces and have completed X and Y, and you're halfway to Z. You've openly stated that once Z is complete, you will destroy us and wipe us off the face of the earth. You openly start every conversation, every parliamentary meeting every day with death to America. You attack us with your proxies every single day. You have caused American service members to be unalived, and you attack our allies and fund all the people that are attacking our allies. You will stop this right now, or else you have 60 days. Thank you, goodbye." Iran waits 61 days and goes, no. And we go, all right then.
Okay. Yeah. No, like I say, I'm not in the loop. I don't know what's going on, and just I'm just going with every other citizen.
But Meg, just so you're aware, what Israel's doing in Iran is only targeting military sites and military targets.
I
So
completely do understand.
they're not
I understand.
harming the civilians who are innocent there in Iran, and it's never been their goal to do that. So.
I agree with that. I understand that. I am taking that into account.
Yeah,
But,
I mean, I think I might understand a little bit of what you're saying here. It's always sad to see things have to resort to this type of action.
it's not the action so much. It's just like the politics of it, the world politics. It's the instability in the area on top of what's already going on in Gaza, that kind of shit.
But the instability is being created by the IRGC and their proxies. It's not like Israel said on October 6th, "Hey, come hurt us so that it hurts 1,300 people or 1,200 people and you can take 250 hostages." Shoot, just an hour ago, the IDF found 3 hostages who were unalived on 10/7, but their bodies were kept by Hamas as leverage. And the last 2 weeks they've been finding these bodies because Hamas has kept them as leverage, as has the PIJ. Like, I think there's a point where you need to think like, are we going to allow the IRGC to say they don't have anything, and people on our side say, well, are you sure they wanted nuclear weapons? Are you sure that's what was going on? And really like not listen to the intelligence? Or are we finally going to stop giving the IRGC, who don't deserve it, the benefit of the doubt, because they have yet to have earned that right in the way they harm the US and our allies?
Yeah, from my point of view, to hear our intelligence agencies come out day after day and say that they weren't doing this, and then
What?
Tulsi Gabbard saying it.
What?
Well, that's not actually what she said.
Hang on. Russia Today, Russian state media posted a photo of the actual situation room while the bombing was happening. They said White House post situation room while bombarding Iran. No sign of Tulsi. Someone comments: the Russians are worried that their inside woman is absent from the operations room.
You're right. That's exactly why. Oh my god, that's hilarious.
So to give Tulsi Gabbard a little bit of credit here, though, right? It's not exactly what she said. If you actually go back and listen to that full testimony, right? She said basically, they said they're not doing this, but these are the signs that they might be.
I also just don't like her for her blatant support of Bashar al-Assad, the fact that she lied
Yeah, I
about
agree
going to
with
meet
you on that,
him, her support of Russia. I mean,
I agree.
Listen, I'm not saying that you have to like her. I'm
Right.
simply
No,
saying
she's a
that's
security
not the
risk.
discussion what we're having, but I understand what he's saying too.
But to bring it back to what she said, the thing is that the media has distorted her testimony and taken it out of context. And what she did say, I mean, she literally said that America has the intelligence that Iran is at a point that it can produce a nuclear weapon within weeks to months if they decide to finalize the assembly. And
Right.
so she provided
That's the
about
hard
2
part.
minutes of her testimony
Yeah, that's the
to
hard part.
to debunk
Yeah.
what media has been saying about that it's not consistent with Trump's position. And when
Yeah.
she's saying no, it was absolutely in alignment with the administration. So
The left is using this as red meat. I'm sure you guys already
yes,
know.
they are.
Fuck them.
Yes, they are.
Every live I step in, and I'm on the left, and I have a lot of friends, and I talk to those people all the time. But I've been getting kicked out of lives left and right over this issue.
Well, it's also a whirlwind of
All
truth
you have to
and
point them
delusion
to,
communities.
all you have to point them to is the DNI Tulsi Gabbard X, where she actually, in her own words, writes it and then provides the 2 minutes of video. So if they say anything, just go to her DNI X post and she has it right here.
Fuck her. I don't care.
But this, what we're seeing is a nasty, like, even if you ask some of us up here on this panel, some of us are not pro-Trump, some of us don't mind Trump, some of us are MAGA. But what we're seeing right now is a brutal combination and whirlwind of Trump derangement syndrome and Israel derangement syndrome.
And Jewish derangement syndrome.
And Jewish derangement, just flat out anti-Semitic, mindsets. They're all coming
I'm
together.
calling it Judeophobia now.
I have found out a surprising amount of Marines that I served with today are blatantly and openly anti-Semitic.
Mhm.
Wow.
Like openly supporting H-Man on Twitter or on Facebook and stuff. A whole bunch of them.
Hey, Anthony,
don't know
the
about that.
IDF just posted, if you'd like to show or play for your audience, their response to the Brigadier General of the IDF, Effie Dufresne, ended up posting. It's on X, on the IDF site, and it's got him speaking English, talking about what the U.S. did. I don't know if you care to play it or not, but
let's see.
We are in the midst of an historic Operation Rising Lion, in one of the most complex and ambitious missions the IDF has carried out. Let me be clear. The Iranian regime is responsible for the war that has raged for over 600 days. From Gaza to Lebanon, from Yemen to Tehran, the Iranian regime has spent years fueling terror across the region. And now, the cost of their aggression is being felt on their own soil. Last night, the US military struck nuclear sites in Iran. These actions mark a crucial step, stopping the Iranian regime's aggression and its ability to pose a threat to the region and the world. The regime's ability to threaten Israel is being dismantled piece by piece. Even while operating 1,500 kilometers away in Iran, the IDF is operating day and night on multiple fronts to achieve all objectives of the war. Last night, in a joint operation by the IDF and ISA, the bodies of 3 Israeli hostages were recovered from the Gaza Strip. Ofra Keidar, Jonathan Samerano, and Staff Sergeant Shai Levinson, all 3 were brutally murdered and abducted by the Hamas terrorist organization. Ofra Keidar was 71 years old, a mother of 3, from Kibbutz Be'eri. She was married to Shmuel Keidar. Both were murdered brutally in their kibbutz. Jonathan Samerano was 21 years old. He was celebrating life at the Nova Music Festival when Hamas opened fire on him. He was then dragged into Gaza by Hamas terrorists. Even more disturbing, one of the terrorists was an UNRWA worker. Let that sink in. UN workers took part in the October 7th massacre. Staff Sergeant Chai Levinson was 19 years old. He was a tank commander who bravely fought against terrorists on the morning of October 7th. He fell in battle, defending Israeli communities until his last moments. His body was then taken to Gaza. 50 hostages still remain in brutal captivity. We will not rest until every hostage is home. We will continue to act with resolve and determination to protect the citizens of Israel. Thank you very much.
A 19-year-old PC? That's certified badassery. I don't care.
It's like the
I
Marine
don't,
Corps.
I don't think you guys understand how important and how high speed you have to be to become a TC. That's usually like in the Army, you got to have about 6 to 7 years of experience before they make you.
Man, you guys
chief
fucking
or-
suck.
Shut up, Marine. This is Army talk, okay?
Dude, we got Lance Corporals leading platoons.
Yeah, but like, I mean, it's just like, how hard can you throw that hammer? You know what I'm saying?
Pretty goddamn hard in Fallujah.
That's right.
They're
But
speaking
it's
directly to
crazy
us.
because usually they don't put E6s. Like, I'm assuming they said staff sergeant. I'm not sure how the ranks.
Well,
exactly
we have
work within the
E4s
IDF.
as TC, or we used to have E4s as TCs, and like vehicle commanders can be like E4s and stuff.
Yeah, they don't. They're not. They don't trust us.
We don't play that shit in the Army.
It's because we teach our people how to be leaders.
So yeah, so do we.
I've seen your people.
Yeah, I've seen yours.
Is an E7 naval intelligence anything special?
E7 and naval intelligence. Yeah, I mean, yeah, they're pretty high up.
Mm-hmm.
I was in a group home when I was a kid, and my favorite staff was an E7. He had a go bag with him, and he's an E7 naval intelligence.
Those Oni guys are pretty beastly.
Yeah, they're something else. Damn Marines, though.
Just to point out how much Iran does control all these proxies and how much money is spent. Iran has the world's second largest oil and gas reserves, yet spent $500 billion for nukes, lost $1 trillion of damage from sanctions. Iran's GDP is $400 billion. It's not the first time an evil tyrant was willing to burn all his nation's wealth to try and unalive the Jews. That was Hillel Neuer, who's the UN Watch CEO. I don't know what his title is, but very well said. You know, economically, Iran has put itself in a place where it cannot compete in the world, and its entire mission is the annihilation of a little tiny nation and the West. So.
Yeah, that's
400
my
billion? I'm pretty sure we have boats that cost that much.
that's my inclination as well. It's just hard for me listening to all this shit on the left. You know, it has an effect on you, or it does me, and I'm really I have no sympathy for that answer.
So Mike, you kind of gotta like, I'm on the right? Like we probably disagree on a lot of things politically.
Yeah.
But I don't only consume right-leaning media. I sit down, I'll watch CNN and NBC and all this stuff, or I'll read.
Wait, Dave's awake.
Dave's here. No, but like, because if you just consume one side, you end up hurting yourself. You know.
Yeah, I agree. I look at all news sources as valid because they bring the topic up, and it's your responsibility to do the research. I respect all news sources for that reason. They might be full of shit, but at least they point your eyes. Hey, you need to check into this.
And I have some news for Dave. Dave, did you see what happened before you went to sleep?
You talking about yes?
Okay,
yes,
okay.
I did.
Well, this is new for you. This is the before. Look at all these ridges.
Yeah, oh God.
And then look at these lack of ridges.
There
Oh,
we
can you go back? Can you show the other one again?
Before. Look at all these bridges.
Mhm.
Look at these entrances here, here. You notice that so this is one of my favorite parts. You see this mountain ridge here?
Mhm. Yep.
Yeah, let's just move that to the
Oh, is
left.
this
Let's just move that to the left 100 feet.
is
Do you
this the GIF I
know?
sent you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you know how big Yesterday, that is?
It's so
yesterday,
good.
last night we were talking. I think it was on Coaches Live, and somebody said, we changed the topography. I told them about the story about the USS Missouri and during the Korean
It was the
War.
Wisconsin. You fuck. Get it
Oh, was
right.
it the Wisconsin? Oh, sorry.
He
It was
started it.
Wisconsin.
Temper,
Temper,
temper.
exactly.
He started it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's been a pretty
We literally
fun
jumped
night.
into Vietnam because one bullet pinged off of one of our ships. The Gulf of
Mhm.
Tonkin incident.
Yep. Nice.
I
It
can't,
was
I
so
can't wait
funny.
to see Kansas Steve have a meltdown though today. I feel like Kansas Steve is actually
Oh,
going to have a meltdown.
oh no, Steve is awesome. I'm a big fan of his, and I haven't been on his
I think
lives
he
nearly
might
as
have a
often as I should
meltdown
be.
tomorrow morning or this morning.
You think? You think you didn't see it last
Because
night?
I know he knows I don't like Trump. I know he really doesn't like Trump.
Yeah.
And
No, you
how with
don't.
how he's been going to the protests every day, I think he might dislike Trump so much that he'd actually be against this.
No, I mean, look, I've said it. Look, Steve, Anthony, I've said it a million times. I did not want this to happen, mostly because I did not want U.S. fingerprints all over this.
Fuck
Because
'em.
whenever the West gets involved in Iran, it doesn't end well historically. I've been talking about this and fighting about this with a bunch of us. I had a kind of a tussle with Z Silver about this and everything, and everyone's like, "No, look at the future. Don't look at the past." Well, I'm sorry, but the past informs the future. But look,
As long as we're just doing strikes and we're not getting involved with anything on the ground, like I don't give a shit.
yes.
What are you talking about? I'm all about getting on the ground. Put me in, coach.
Jesus Christ!
That's
Only
the
if they let
difference
you join the
between-
IDF, and it doesn't have to be the
Dave,
U.S.
I already
force.
tried and they said no.
Yeah, I also did. They also
both
told
of
me
you
no. Apparently, I'm too old.
Oh, shush you
Actually,
lefties. Tommy, I'm not a lefty. What are
We
you
both
talking
had
about?
that.
I'm left-handed, but no, I actually went to a recruiter's
So
office
you're
last week.
wrong-handed.
I had to talk to you about this. Even with they can pause my VA benefits. I still have an RE1 code. I told them if I came back in though, I come back in as a 68 whiskey. I'm not going to go back in as artillery.
I'd have to go. I'd probably have to let move too because. Oh, thank you for joining the team. Because my primary was fucking fucking repairs, but with all my shit with doctrine stuff, I'd probably have to like let move into intel or something.
What's weird as a veteran, I'm like, I'm with Lion. Well, put me in, coach. You know what I'm saying? Like, put me in. And all the other ones are like, we don't need to be involved. Like,
They don't even have to enlist me. Just like hand me a couple of weapons, put me on a plane. I will hop off. It doesn't have to land in Iran.
I asked to just.
They're saying
I was
stay
trying to run
home,
through
old
Lebanon in Rob's backpack.
Huh? Did you sleep, Tango?
I have literally been delivering news, and then I was about to go to sleep, and I got the news that the foreign minister of Iran was going to speak, and I was like, "Sam's
Oh.
open. He needs to play this." So then we did that, and then we broke it down. He was gone for a little bit, so then yeah, I need to do that right now. But look, I'm on the West Coast, so it's a little bit easier for me to.
As an Israeli, can I
It's only
join?
It's only 4:30 in the morning
And
here.
someone says, as an Israeli, can I join the U.S. Army? You take anyone from any almost any country can join the U.S. Army, and it gets you a front of the line path to citizenship.
Yep. You just got to be a permanent. Just apply for your permanent residency, and
Or
then
just
you can
swim
join
from
the-
Cuba.
Do any of you guys see Iran going against their government now?
We'd
Have any of us
we'd
seen
like
it, or do
we'd like
Saying
it.
You guys see it happening?
Kind of like I covered earlier. It'd be
We've seen
nice,
some.
but
I need to rip your big screen real quick for me.
I can't. It'll break my stream.
Now would be a good time for them to stand up and do their shit.
The problem is you want to avoid a power struggle and a power
Then I
vacuum.
need to send this to you on Telegram. I don't think I have you on there
Okay.
yet, so.
Dave, if you want the before and after, Planet Labs PBC has it. I can like. Well, no, you probably have connections with Sam. I sent it to Sam's Telegram, so he can send it to you if you want to see it like in person.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Hey, you guys have a great day, and thank you guys. I appreciate it.
All right.
You guys have a good day.
Yeah,
Good night.
you know
Have
what?
a
I'm
good rest of
crossing
your
no
day.
follow. I don't follow many people on the left, so
There's me, and there's me.
And then there was one.
That's who I am. I've never been a righty.
Oh, I didn't say
Yeah.
righty.
Well, in this day and age, if you're not a full-on commie, are you really on the left?
Yeah, I feel like our party abandoned us, so they threw us in the center. They're like, we don't care about you here.
Yeah.
I feel like I was forced into the center because of it. So yeah.
Hence why he shouldn't have
so
done this.
I was on the
What?
I was on the left when I was young, like really young.
Sam, I'm gonna try to get some rest now that Dave's here. He
Okay.
can take over. Thanks, Sam, for having me, and I'm so
Good
glad you
night.
played that thing live.
Yeah, that was great. Thank you, Tango. Good night.
Night.
I can't do it because I have to get to work.
Oh,
and
that's
I can't
fine.
listen. I can't participate and drive.
You know what you could also do, Dave? Lose the game.
I could what?
Lose the game, like DJ and Lion just did.
Guys.
Dave, I participate while freeing the galaxy from tyranny.
Oh, fuck
I
off.
know.
You know what would have been great? Just adding insult to like, I don't give a fuck about that Iranian rep or the foreign minister rep speaking. Just if I had been playing Counter-Strike the whole time he had been talking.
So what did he say?
Blame ship, blame ship, blame ship. We are innocent. We are innocent.
Oh.
Israel genocide. We've done nothing wrong. Literally pulled a line out of the dictator. Nuclear for peaceful purposes. We will consult with Russia. Yep.
Oh,
How
and
about
you
this?
and don't forget, attacking a nuclear site is a line in this is a red line, and the United States has crossed it.
Literally
Wait a minute.
Putin's line.
Here's what's important. They're admitting that they had a nuclear program. They're saying it's a nuclear site.
Restless all night. I need to ask him a question.
What?
Is there a draft happening?
No. We're not going to war.
Even if we did, we wouldn't draft.
Yeah, we don't need a fucking draft.
And am I un-American if I feel that we deserve to get bombarded with nuclear weapons the size of Egypt for what we've done to Iran?
Hang on.
Yeah.
You realize? Hang on. Are you not aware of what Iran has done to us for decades?
Guys, we're being
But no,
trolled
I
in
don't
case-
actually.
In case you haven't
I
figured out, we're being
disappoint-
trolled.
I can't. No,
I'm not
Dave. I've
trolling.
actually had a lot of people who have just been. There's been a lot of fear mongering shit over the last 24 hours, Dave, where people are genuinely fucking concerned. Like the amount of times I've seen people bring up sleeper cell bullshit where they don't know what a sleeper cell actually is insane. No, so Iran for decades has attacked both us and our allies via proxies and direct funding. Okay, so you are just trolling.
No, I'm just saying, my God.
Yeah, this is like
no,
listen.
they were the ones that caused the Beirut bombing, which unalived over 200 Marines. They've taken our people hostage. They fund groups like Hamas, Hezbollah, and the Houthis, who attack U.S. shipping
That's
lanes,
terrible.
take U.S. citizens hostage. Their president has openly stated in the past that if they had a nuke, the first thing they would do would be nuke us and wipe us off the face of the earth. They signed an agreement saying they wouldn't develop or enrich uranium past 3.75%. They got to 60%, which is indicative of enriching to nuclear weapons potential or usage, because that's the only reason they would need it to get that high. That while lying to our faces about it, and again, they openly start every parliamentary meeting with "Death to America." Like this is a group. This is a group that absolutely hates us. They've always hated
But
us.
doesn't extremism exist everywhere, sir?
Okay, this isn't just extremism. This is the entirety of the Iranian government, including their leadership, saying "Death to America. We will bomb America" on a daily basis.
Plaza.
I mean, don't we say that we're going to wipe Iran off the face of the earth if they don't re-enter the negotiation table?
No.
Not in Congress.
No, yeah,
Not
we
in
don't start
Congress.
every.
What are you talking about?
No, Plaza. We don't start every congressional session with "Death to Iran." We don't start every Senate. We don't start every. Hang on, Plaza. Relax. We don't start every Senate. We
relaxed.
don't start every Senate session with death to Iran. We don't state openly we are gonna wipe Iran off the face of the earth for no reason other than the fact that they are Iran. They hate us.
We
They hate the
have. What are you
West. They
talking
always
about?
have hated us. No,
Well,
we've
wait a
said that
second.
stuff in response to them openly threatening us and attacking our service members and our people. Every single time we have done this, it's been in response to, oh shit, they did something or they gave some people some weapons that attacked us. This isn't
Didn't
like we
Israel
just
attack
attacked them for
first,
no
sir?
reason.
No.
No. Also, hey, like Plaza, go look up the Karbala raid.
I have, and
January
Israel
20th.
attacked that then first.
Wait, Plaza. What you said you have? So what is he referring to? What is that?
Oh, I mean, we all know what it is. We can Google
No,
it.
say it right now.
Look,
No, say it
I'll
without
pull
go.
it
No,
up.
no. Don't Google. Don't
No, I'll
Google.
pull it up.
No. You said you know what it is. Okay.
He doesn't
He
know what it
immediately
is.
responds to, "I know what it is." What is it,
I know
Plaza?
what it is because
No,
Chat
wait.
GPT
In reference to what?
He just asked you what the.
No,
What
I
the
didn't
what?
even ask you. I said go look up the Karbala raid, and I was about to tell you the
I'll look it
date.
up right.
But you said you already knew what it was.
People don't
Plaza, if you can still hear me, January 20th, 2007.
Plaza, the only question you could probably answer for me is, where do I buy estrogen in bulk?
Oh, come on.
Well, I wouldn't know personally, Breeder, but if you want to take it up the ass, you should go worry about that yourself and not involve me in it.
What did you just call him?
I called him a breeder. If you want to be disrespectful for the fact that I'm a little fag, then I'll call you a little.
Yeah, I
worthless
can't
breeder.
have you on the stream if you say that. And you know that.
I had nothing to do with your sexuality. It's more just how you're being an absolute bitch. But that's
Why? Why do you start this? Why?
The thing is, like, Plaza, you're not going to get drafted. All
What's
right?
weird is, why is a gay man simping for a regime that would unalive him? That's kind of weird.
No, they wouldn't unalive him. They'd force to convert him.
Even if there was a draft, I dodge.
Okay,
Cool, we don't want-
So you're
I dodge or frag.
So you're Donald Trump.
You don't know what frag is.
I dodge or frag.
So-
I just
What
turn
does
around
frag mean?
and let
Wait
it
a second,
sink.
Plaza, what does frag mean?
Oh, it means betraying your side and throwing friendly fire.
Wait, so do you not like America?
I love America actually.
So
I think the beauty of wait, I wasn't finished.
Okay.
Nobody
I think the beauty of America is the fact that a bunch of cultures come together and have one beautiful place to express themselves independently and freely. I love how the people come together. I love the melting pots like New York City and Miami.
Okay, so shouldn't you guys stop? Guys,
I don't hope
enough
that.
with the
That'd be
peanut gallery.
horrible.
So Plaza, shouldn't you be opposed to a country that has openly stated for decades that they want to unalive the entirety of our population and even moved towards efforts to do so and attacked our civilians and service members for decades? Shouldn't you be opposed to a group like that?
Of course, I'm opposed to extremism in any country, but that lives in our country too.
No, we're not going to pivot to America. No, we're not pivoting to America. I'm specifically talking about an enemy of the United States that has declared that they are an enemy of the United States, that wants you dead. They want you dead. They want me dead. They want Dave dead. They want infantry down there dead.
That's a generalization.
No, it's not. It's the openly. It's the open. No, Plaza. It is the openly stated goal of their government. What they gain is global jihad and Islamist extremism, making the entire world. And
you're talking like a schizophrenic, sir. That's not.
Okay, yeah.
Plaza,
I'm
Plaza,
sure you
let me
know
ask you a
so much
question.
about Islam and the IRGC.
Yes, Plaza. Let me ask you a question.
I'd love to.
Plaza. You mentioned that you are homosexual. Fine.
I'm homosexual.
Fantastic.
Yes.
Fantastic.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. You can move on.
No. This is a serious question. What do you think would happen to you in the IRGC if you had a relationship with another man? What is their stated
unfortunately,
policy?
I'd have to hide it now, wouldn't I?
Yeah, but what is their stated policy about how they handle that?
Yeah, but I mean, there's a lot of like,
No, can you just
laws
answer
that
the question?
exist.
No, just answer the
Apparently
question.
It's not really followed.
No,
through
just
with.
answer the
I've looked
question.
that up.
What is it?
I
What?
want to visit Lebanon.
No, Plaza. What is it? You said you looked it up. What is it they do? What do they do to gay people?
Well, allegedly, but apparently it's not really like followed through in law because people find.
But you just say what it is.
and they
Stop
find it an
fucking
old
gish
law.
galloping and say what it is. What do they do to gay
They
people?
say they unalive, but as I
No,
said,
that's
no
not
one
what we say they do.
practices that anymore.
That's not what they do.
don't-
No, Plaza, that's
No,
not what they
somebody
do.
wanna
No
tell
one
him?
claims that. They force you to have fucking yeah,
sex reassignment surgery.
they do not allow gay people. So their solution to not having gay people or lesbians is, oh, we'll just give them a sex change operation. That's it.
Well, I guess that's fine. I guess I tolerate that.
Get the fuck out of here.
I'm telling you, we were being trolled.
Thank God that guy isn't.
No, I think he's genuinely just a super fucking leftist.
I'm just happy to know that he will never reproduce. That makes me happy. That means
He
that
definitely will not.
His genes stop right there.
It's yeah, forced sex conversion is totally okay. That's great.
I like the entire premise of his whole argument is
Tango went to bed, Jess.
I don't even know how to deal with this. Right? Like it's like 20 pounds of stupid shoved into a 5-pound bag.
That's the second time in my life I've been called a breeder.
No,
I don't know.
Plaza.
I don't even know
Plaza. You're not coming back up. I don't care.
I'm a breeder. That means I'm sorry. I have what's called factory settings. My bad.
Okay, calm down. Enough. Plaza.
No, dude,
I said no. You're not coming up, Plaza. I don't know why you keep requesting. Like, the fact that you, as a member of the LGBTQ community, just stated that it was openly okay for a government to force a sex change operation on someone who doesn't want it is fucking mind-blowing to me.
My body, Iran's choice. That's what he believes.
My body, Iran's choice. My body, Ayatollah's choice.
I don't even know what to do with some of these statements, right?
That's
Like,
a chuggy boy. That would be a baka boy, I tell you right now. He'd be very popular with his painted fingernails.
it's just I'm at the point where I'm looking at this going, how far behind did you all leave reality?
Oh shit, I gotta go work tonight.
Between their Israel derangement and Trump derangement syndromes.
Wait, what do we have with likes? Oh, let's get to 50,000 before the stream ends. I've been trying to get to 50,000 every night. We got 150 people in here. Also, I haven't done this in a while in the stream. I don't know who's just a normal person here and who's just been here for a while. He might be left, but that's not a leftist idea or thing in general. Yeah, I'm just saying he's fucking crazy. So, my name's Anthony Scott. If you're new here, I served 10 years in the United States Marine Corps doing combat marksmanship instruction, doctrine development. I helped create a training doctrine that sends Marines to war, probably will for decades. I created the curriculum for the SIG M18 pistol that the Marine Corps currently uses. I did all the digital simulator programming for the systems that the Marine Corps uses to train people for war. I did digital programming for the Army, Navy, and the Air Force. I also have over a decade in geopolitical and foreign affairs experience with advisory roles, and I specialize in the Middle East and Eastern Europe. So if you want to hear stuff like debunks and analysis on this stuff, I separate my facts from opinions and give you guys good sources on all this stuff. So if you guys want more, go ahead and drop a follow. Hey, we're at 49,000. I've watched you for a while, but I think under a different account because I wasn't following this one. Oh, interesting. Thank you guys for joining the team and stuff too, and all the goals and shit tonight. It's pretty dope. Man, the Gaza-related videos have just fucking tanked in the last 24 hours. Absolutely no views.
It's just like
it was a peaceful nuclear bomb program.
It shows how fickle they are, Sam. Right?
Mhm.
Like it's not about whether or not they care about what's going on in Gaza, because most of them don't. Remember, there are almost no actual pro-Pallies, just anti-Semites.
Or anti-Americans.
That Venn diagram's almost a circle, let's be honest.
Mm-hmm. Or a horseshoe. Or a horseshoe.
A circle. No, I'm going to tell you that Venn diagram's probably a circle within a circle. Ooh, the bots are mad at me today.
Trend hoppers? Yeah. Did not get the viewership I was expecting in the other platforms tonight. Interesting. Hello, Anthony and everyone. Hello, 76 Jaws. Hey, we hit 50,000. Let's go. Okay. It is 6:40 in the morning. I'm gonna go record a quick video on the before and after of the Fordo site. GM, good morning. Please ask these MAGA tryhards when we can expect them at MEPS.
In the middle of
We're
something.
not going to
I already served.
Wakanda. We're not going to war.
Also,
No, we are not going to war.
Look, I don't like
Also,
Trump.
hey-
I support the bombing of Iran.
Hey, I'm one of the MAGA guys. I already served.
I'm not a MAGA guy.
So did he. You're talking. No, Wakandan's also a veteran.
We're already there.
He's also a veteran, by the way.
My brother in Christ, we dropped a couple bombs. We're not going into Iran. We're not putting boots on the ground. There's no need to. There's no tactical advantage. There's no fucking purpose. There's no objective. There's no need for it.
Stop it, Sam. Stop it. I say we do it. Let's go. Put me in, coach.
For what?
Stop it. You and your wonderful knees, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Ooh, my knees.
No
and my
landing's
spine.
gonna be rough. Yeah. They're gonna give you a Tavor and then get you a wheelchair. That'd be great.
Ew.
What happens when you go
bullpup.
from 6 to 7 ticks a day to driving in basic fucking traffic? Okay, I'm bored as shit.
But by the way, guys, just to remind you about something you said. I'm sorry, I was doing something and I couldn't unmute. You guys were talking about them forgetting. What did Medvedev say on October 8th?
9th. That they openly funded, armed, and trained Hamas in order to help facilitate October 7th to distract the world for what was going on in Ukraine.
I don't know. I don't even know about the world. He was the only thing they wanted to distract was the U.S. The only two groups. I'm not going to call them countries because Europe isn't a country, but you know what I mean. That actually matter in this world, and yes, I'm saying it. Are there are three of them. There's China, there's Europe, and the U.S. China is not a factor because the opinion of their people does not matter to the Chinese government. And then there's Europe and the U.S.
I gotta answer Wakandan here real quick. He says, "And you support the bombings?" Absolutely, I support the bombings of a country that for decades has chanted "Death to America." For decades has started every parliamentary meeting with "Death to America." Has openly stated in the early 2000s they would nuke us the second they got the chance if they had a nuke. That has stated that they want to wipe us and our allies off the face of the earth. That has openly funded and trained terrorist organizations that have attacked us, American service members, your fellow service members, and American citizens, and attacked our allies openly. And in a country that signed an agreement to not enrich uranium past 3.75%, blatantly fucking lied to the world's faces, enriched in a quantity up to 60%, which if they had gotten it to 90%, they could have made 9 nuclear warheads, which they stated that they would use against us. We gave them 60 days. We told them fuck around or find out, sign the goddamn dotted line or else. That's it.
And speaking for myself, while I do not support the strike because I don't want U.S. involvement, I don't think we're going to war.
Well, I don't know, man. I think this strike was a good idea, personally. Because at the end of the day, it like U.S. involvement. At the end of the day, it's us enforcing what we said. It's us keeping our word. If you do not come to an agreement in 60 days, we are going to end this matter. We gave them 60 days. We gave them more than 60 days.
61 days.
Yeah. And then we stepped in and we fixed the problem.
We gave them 60 days, and then we gave Fordo 60 tons. They found out.
Yeah.
See you, Dave.
But to think, the combined weight of all those things, the force magnitude of those, what was it, 6 boom
I
booms?
keep seeing 6. I keep seeing 12. I don't fucking
I'm not
know.
sure. It was either 3 planes with 6 booms or it was 6 planes with 12 booms. That's
We
like
either dropped a 6-pack on them, or
They
12.
only carry 2 each.
Yeah.
right. And but the fact is, those things are hitting at 447,000 pounds of force. I can't explain to somebody what ground zero. There are things that thing hit that were literally turned into atoms at the point when that thing hit. The fact that it can push through hundreds of feet of reinforced material is a testament to how powerful that is. Just the fact that that thing has more boom boom in it than a normal, that thing has more weight in boom boom than a normal bunker buster weighs in total.
I don't think Wakanda liked my answer because he left.
See, that's what I think too. I keep seeing two things. I guess when Hegseth comes out, he'll give us the full breakdown.
Kegseth.
Hegseth. He's Templar pilled as fuck though, man.
He doesn't know how to cut his fucking sideburns.
Oh my god, dude! Don't start, man. I'm gonna be up here giggling like a little girl, bro.
Dude,
me and my
that was
wife
more fucked up than a PFC that gives himself a barracks haircut.
Bro, that's like going up to the PX at like 7 o'clock in the morning and they don't want to cut your hair. You know what I'm saying?
And then getting up halfway through.
Bro, me and my wife are. It was funny that you bring up his hair because me and my wife were making fun of his haircut the other day.
He left because your answer was stupid. Matt, please tell me what was stupid about it. Please tell me what was stupid about taking out a facility that was going to eventually be used to harm us after the countries openly attacked us for years and years and years and stated that they would do so more.
Wasn't he the guy crying about the one that left the comments? Isn't he the one saying, "Oh, I hope to see you guys at MEPS"? So now that Dave is gone, literally everybody on this panel has a DD-214, which means that we all had active duty service in the United States Armed Forces. Me and infantry were in the United States Army. He was obviously infantry. I was a 13 Bravo field artilleryman, and Sam was all around badass in the United States Marine Corps. So,
because fuck my primary MOS.
Let's be real. MOSs don't really mean shit in the Marine Corps. This is like what you're supposed to do, but not likely what you're
they
gonna
do. But they do. But if you're good at something else, like a secondary MOS, you can skate the fuck out of that primary. That's exactly what I did.
Getting a secondary MOS is near impossible in the Army. But I'm gonna drop down. You guys have a good one. Sam, have a good day.
See you, man.
Lion. Always, brother. Love y'all.
If you live in a NATO country, there should also not be.
Love you, bro. Didn't realize it's muted. The idea that we would just like let that fly, like, come on
the future Iranian Secretary of Defense, and do you think he's a danger to democracy? I'd have to look at. I don't even fucking know. I don't have any thoughts on that. Well, when your intelligence says Israel intelligence was wrong, then you bomb anyway. Hey, Matthew, here's the funny thing. It wasn't Israeli intelligence that said anything about the nuclear facility. It was the IAEA, proving that of all the people in here that know what's going on, you are not one of them. The irony of you saying that, oh, you didn't listen to your U.S. intelligence said Israel is wrong. Israel didn't say anything. It was the fucking IAEA. Holy shit, dude. The irony of you saying my answer was fucking stupid. Holy shit.
Oh, man, most of them don't. This is why I don't give any of that shit any credence, because half of these dudes couldn't find their ass with both hands and a map.
Why is it that veterans would usually support Israel? Because we support our allies with Western ideals?
Well, it's also because we're men. Have you seen Israeli women?
Next week is the NATO summit. Sam, are you going to cover this? Fucking probably. Wish I was invited. I'm not big enough, though.
Next year, Sam. Next year. Oh, anything else in the chat that we need to respond to?
I'm just waiting for Matthew Kenny to say something else stupid because he didn't actually know what he was talking about.
Do they ever, though?
Like, thank you guys for joining the team. I appreciate all the fucking joins to the team tonight. How many team members do we have right now?
Not enough. Come on, guys. Let's get them 5 more before the chat ends.
We got
Come
8
on now.
new members tonight. Let's go. Isn't
All
this
right,
action a
Sam,
bit
I gotta
risky? The
run.
U.S. military death will be on Trump, right? Not really. I mean, yeah,
Love
deaths
you,
will be on
brother.
him for calling the action. Sea line. Christ is king. Don't care. I'm not religious. When do you think the war with Iran will end? I mean, they could just say, hey, we yield. There you go, it's over. Durka Durka, Muhammad Jihad. Dirk Dirk, Bacala. Oh, Durka Durka. God, I want to stream that movie. That'd be fucking great. You know what? I think we'll end the stream with that. We'll end the stream with we're gonna end the stream with this.
Durka Allah, Muhammad Jihad. Bagala, Muhammad Jihad. Bagala, Muhammad Jihad, Allah, Durka Durka, Muhammad Jihad, Muhammad Jihad. Oh, shit. Come on, Gary, act. You have the power. Bak, Dirk Allah. Durka Durka, Muhammad Jihad. Haka Sherpa Sherpa, Bagala. Oh, Durka Durka Durka.
There we go.
Told you he was.
Also, I don't know why they keep saying it's unconstitutional because they're fucking morons, Billy. All right. Good night, everyone.